change your name because of Alex Jones.
I mean, I
It's
get
not
where
your
he's coming
fault.
from.
You gotta tell your parents that you cannot get any friends with your real name, so you gotta change your name.
I don't even know if they know. Like, my parents are so out of it, they don't think they even know who that is. But like,
Thanks, Mom.
yeah, for real. I mean, I don't mind. It's a nice cover.
Mom,
you know.
named me after the biggest shill in America.
I actually kind of like it. It gives me like this nice alias. It's like a cover. No one's ever gonna find me. You know what I mean? So I don't
Yeah,
mind telling people.
if they Google you, Alex Jones on the internet, they're gonna find millions of videos of someone else, not you.
Exactly.
I mean, you got a middle name, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a whole nother story. Middle name is
Oh.
Alexander. So they took half of Alexander and then just gave me my quote unquote nickname Alex. So
Alex Jones.
and then my legal name is like a whole nother actor's name too, so good luck finding me. But yeah, I definitely used to listen to Owen, not so much anymore, but when he had his Flat Earth Awakening, I was there, and that was cool. So
yeah, I was there through that period too. I mean, I wasn't a member and wasn't a bear, but I definitely watched quite a few episodes of Owen when he was having his Flat Earth moment.
yeah, man, definitely a big wake up for a lot of people.
Yeah, it was quite entertaining to say the least. Some of the things he said was pretty funny.
So, Coke Bear, I gave you VC Verify. That's gonna give you access to the live stream voice tech chat. You'll be able to follow the conversation based on the voice chat, and you'll have access to other channels in the server. So, welcome to the server. Please.
Awesome, thank you.
Yes, sir. Getting Bear, Creation Bear. Ask the other bear what is he doing in the server. Joking, yes. What do you think about the ship of the
It's
Earth?
fine. CB number 2, it's cool. It's all good. CB number 2.
I'll have to emphasize the 2.
So, Colbert, have you come to the realization that you don't live on a cartoon spinning globe? Have you realized that yet?
No.
You haven't?
Maybe I'll be enlightened, as they say.
Wait, so
go ahead, bro.
Well, I was just gonna say, man, like, do you think these buildings are moving? CB2?
No, I think the Earth is moving. Doesn't that
Yeah,
make
well,
more sense?
if the Earth was moving, then all these buildings are moving too, right?
So that's inertia or some shit. Makes sense. Is it not?
Do you really think they're moving though?
The Earth? Yeah, sure, yeah.
Oh man, you can't.
I don't
be
even
serious.
care if it's flat, bro. But it's like these buildings aren't moving, bro.
Yeah, but how will you come to the conclusion that the ground and everything attached to the ground that we are standing on, it's actually moving? How do you came to this conclusion?
I'll tell you how I came to that conclusion. Because 9/11 proves that the Earth is a ball. Because the planes were stationary and the buildings hit the plane.
Yeah, thank you, but I didn't ask you, bro.
Hashtag no planes.
Well, moving past that shit show of a comment, there are scientific observations.
Like which ones?
I'm not enjoying the awkward silence after every comment of mine.
No. Remember, we're trying to take it step by step. There might be some moments of silence. Don't worry about it. we obviously there. I mean myself. I'm directing my questions towards you because you're fresh in the server, and I wanted to hear if you would like to answer because you don't have to, but it will be polite to do so to answer the questions that are directed to you. And you saying that there is scientific. Yeah, your answer was that there are scientific observations that you have looked into that gave you the conclusion that the ground we're standing on is moving, rotating
Yeah, pretty
on
sure.
an axis.
Pretty sure there are decades, if not centuries, worth of observations.
So have you actually looked into this, or have you heard someone saying that there is some sort of test or demonstration?
Does one really have to look into it? Because, I mean, simple observations of the sky and constellations and stuff like that just kind of proves it.
Not really.
So you're saying that because you look up, or everybody can look up, all of us, we all can look up, and we look at the stars, and you're saying that we see the stars moving, and you're saying therefore the ground you're standing on, it's moving.
Yeah.
So, CB, what if we send up a drone and we see the same things happen? Then what?
Well, then, congratulations, you have a drone?
No, because they're saying we're standing on the ground looking up and seeing things move in the sky because the ground's moving. So if we leave the ground, hover a drone, and still see the same things in the sky moving, stars, moon, sun, whatever, then what?
What do you want me to tell you?
Just think about it, right? So the reference frame that you're standing on, you think it's moving because when you look up, the stars are moving, but then you grab a drone that is recording and it moves away from the reference, the ground, and it's looking at the luminaries, at the stars, and then you see the sun, the moon. You can record the sun and the moon moving and the stars moving, but the drone is on the same place and the ground is on the same place, but the stars and the luminaries are still moving. What does that actually mean? Does that mean that the luminaries are moving and the ground is not moving? Because it's it's in the same place. The drone is not going anywhere. It's in the same spot, above in the same spot. Because how can you come to the conclusion that because things in the sky are moving, that means that the ground you're standing on is moving? Have you think about that?
I mean, it's true that the stars are moving.
It is true. Everyone can see that.
And it's also true that the Earth moves. So I don't know what your point here is.
No, not really.
So if the ground was moving, we should be able to have a test, right? We should be able to have equipment that will detect this movement of the ground we're standing on. Do you think so?
I think so.
But there isn't. There is no test that says the ground is moving.
Earthquake.
Well,
yeah, earthquake, sure.
Yeah, but that's not the Earth going anywhere. So,
in fact, Einstein himself said there's absolutely no test that he knows of that can be run that would prove that the Earth moves at all. Not a single test that he could possibly think of. That
Einstein said this
to prove the Earth moves. This is your Albert Einstein. You're one of your.
Can you find me that quote?
Huh?
I'm interested in hearing that quote or reading it rather.
Well, of course it's available. Absolutely.
Did you find me that quote?
I suppose. I guess I could, but I'm not really too interested.
All right, thanks. I'll wait
for that for you. not really too interested in doing that. I mean, you should already know that. If you know anything about anything, you should know that. You should know if you're going to claim to know that the Earth spins, you should have already looked into it. And that's one of the first things you find when you start doing research is Einstein says there's no test whatsoever that he can possibly think of that could be run that would prove the Earth moves. This is common knowledge, my friend. Common knowledge.
Okay, that may be common knowledge, but it would be a lot more common if you could find me that quote so I can,
Like I said, I'm not going to do your research for you, pal. Obviously, you haven't done any to think the Earth moves, so I'm not going to start doing it for you.
That's unfortunate. I thought you were here to enlighten me.
I just did.
Not really.
You didn't really enlighten.
It's definitely going to require a little bit of thinking on your part, CB2. We can't spoon feed you everything.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could help me get started, couldn't you?
It's fine, guys. Let's skip it.
Google it yourself.
I got a good way. I got a good way. Here, I got a answer for your elaboration on that thought. So when I was wondering myself just a little bit, is the Earth moving and is the sun relatively stationary, or is the Earth stationary and the sun moving, as the day goes by? So they tell us in this heliocentric model that we were taught in school and all that, they tell us that the Earth is a big giant sphere and it's rotating. And they say that it's also orbiting the sun. They say it's rotating, and the speed at the equator would be 900 miles per hour about. And then they say that it's orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. So this means, just with the most basic, geometry on paper, with what you can say is happening here as a claim, is that a patch of dirt at the equator is accelerating and decelerating around the sun, increasing in speed and decreasing in speed by many hundreds of miles per hour, approximately 1,000 miles per hour, as the day goes by. And so not only would this, in reality, honestly, throw everything around and make trees crash and mountains turn into valleys and stuff like that, not only would this actually just mess up the whole surface, but what I'm trying to say is beyond that, in reality, you could prove that it's happening, if it were happening, with an accelerometer. Even the accelerometer that's in your cell phone. You just have to program it properly. And so what I'm trying to say is, as far as I can tell, all accelerometers all around the world don't measure this acceleration and deceleration over a 24-hour period of time. So if you wanted to prove that that is not happening, those two things at the same time are definitely not happening. That's a way you can do it for yourself. Just look into it yourself, see if you can find someone measuring, the rotation of the Earth, or the, orbit around the sun, or the this and that of the of the heliocentric model. Just see how they prove these things, how they allegedly prove these things.
Oh, fine and dandy and all, but I'm still hung up on that Einstein quote that no one wanted to grab from me.
So Einstein, we gotta be a little bit correct about this, because the quote is more related to, okay, where is it? Soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of the Earth with respect
that's great,
to the...
Could you link me to it?
Well, yeah. Because link you to it, okay? Because he didn't say that the Earth wasn't moving. He said that in his theory, the Earth is revolving around the sun, right? But what he actually said, his quote, he says, since then I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. That's the quote from Einstein. But then after that, he says, so the Earth is revolving around the sun. He cannot detect the movement of the ground, but he believes that the Earth is revolving around the sun. Get it?
Yeah.
So he said that the ground is moving. He actually said that the Earth is moving, but it cannot be detected. That's what he said.
Right. I'll still wait for that link, though.
Dude, why do you give a damn about what some idiot said?
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm sitting here with y'all, so waiting on that.
I know, but I just gave you an example of how you could actually prove a part of orbital mechanics happening or not happening. And then you're just like, oh, I want to know what Einstein said. Like, fuck what anyone says.
Yeah, we're way. I mean, Einstein was what, like in the 40s? Before that, the 20s. He died in back then, or whatever. But there's
I don't even
there
think he
should
was
there
a
should be
robot.
there should be there should be instruments and tools today to detect the movement of the ground, but nobody has ever detected the movement of the ground. So Einstein was correct saying that there is no
What do you mean
test.
movement? What do you mean movement of the ground?
The claim that the ground that you're standing on is spinning on an axis, that no one has ever proven that.
Okay.
It hasn't been detected by anyone. You cannot quote anyone doing a test saying, "Hey, the ground is moving." It's just a preassumption or a presupposition saying, "Hey, I see the sun moving, therefore I believe the ground I'm standing on it spinning on an axis. That's why I see the luminaries moving." It's based just on a presupposition, assumptions. But the Earth is actually motionless and contained.
You call it a luminary.
The luminaries, yeah, that's what they are. Luminaries. The sun, the moon, the stars.
It's just weird. I've never heard anybody call it that.
If you look up the original definition of star, you will find that it's a luminary, a wandering
I'm
star.
just saying, I've never heard somebody call it luminary.
Because you've done, you've done no research at all. I can tell. That's why. You haven't done any research yourself.
All right, keep it in your pants. Keep it in your pants. All right, I get it.
Luminaries is that term. Actually, it's been used. It's not my term. It's been used in the past. I learned it by reading some quotes about it.
I'm just saying. I find it weird because I've never heard somebody just call it that for fun.
For fun? It's been the proper term for the majority of human history.
All right. Well, my point still stands. I've never heard somebody use it.
Because you
should get out more often.
Yeah.
That's what I think about y'all too, but don't hear me spamming it out, right?
Hey guys, we were most of us in here were had the wrong American education. We didn't really get taught the big words. All right, most of us speak with a third-grade education, average American at least.
No, and he's keeping it civil. It's all good, guys. Come on, yeah, it's all right. He said that he never heard that term luminaries, and you know what? Since you haven't heard it,
the term, I've just never heard somebody constantly and consistently use it. Usually, someone would give up at this point and just call them stars. And
well, to be fair, most of my life up to this point in time, I guess it's true. The same thing with me. Like, really, I mean, they didn't call it that in school or church.
We love luminary.
Just saying, it's not a common thing.
Yeah, I like calling them unverified lights in the sky because that puts the emphasis on the fact that that's what they are.
And that's like 5 words instead of 1 word, luminary.
All I did was make a little comment and y'all went ballistic. Jeez.
Kind of all implied.
Coke Bear, you think Elon's going to get us to Mars here pretty soon?
I don't know.
You don't know?
You think Trump's going to set up a hotel there?
What, on Devon Island?
Yeah, we all gonna go to. If you want to go to Mars, you're gonna go to Canada.
Yeah, ocean view on Mars in Trump's hotel.
Guys, this guy doesn't know what you're talking about.
And we'll get functioning healthcare. I'm out. I'm good for it. I want to go to Mars.
You see, they just made up the idea. There's no such thing as a planet. The thing underneath your feet is a plane of existence. It's not a planet. It's a topographical plane of existence. And those lights in the sky that they sometimes say are planets, they're just unverified lights in the sky. They're not other worlds, as far as we know. They're just lights in the sky. That's it.
Can I ask you why you would want to go to Mars? Why would you want to go to Mars if it was a terraform you could go there? Why would you want to go there?
It's a one-way ticket.
Well, like, why would you want to go? Like, there's no air, there's no plant life, there's no animals, there's nothing to see. You won't see Earth. You won't see any. You'll see nothing but stars. There'll be no moon. Like, what's the check out?
There's plenty of deserts on Earth you can go and visit and live on and never come back out of. But at least you can breathe there.
Who said I want?
You won't freeze to death. Well,
no. They're making comment. Since we're talking about going to Mars, Indio and the other guy, they're commenting about Mars and the inconvenience. But it's not generally directed just to you. It's there's more people in the chat, bro.
Yeah, like, why would anybody want to go? Why would anybody want to go? There's nothing there. It's like go to Antarctica and take away the air.
I want to go.
I, for one, like breathing. It's kind of one of my favorite things to do every day and night is breathe.
Breathing's overrated.
Yeah, tell that to a fish.
What's breathing ever gotten you?
Till my next breath. That's where it's gotten me.
I don't know about that.
It's kind of important. First breathing, second water.
So, Bear, let's bring it back to the movement of the ground we're standing on, right? If we use our senses and basic experience on the practical thing, the ground we're standing on, it's motionless. And the claim,
if you're moving with the object, you won't feel the object moving.
If that was in a straight line, perhaps.
What do you guys think about that reply that we don't feel the movement of the ground because inertia, guys?
It's a bunch of horseshit. Not just inertia that we would be experiencing if we were on a spinning globe. You'd be spinning around in a circle, plus you'd be going around the sun, you'd be going several different directions at the same time, and you would definitely feel it. I mean, it would be
not inertia and general relativity.
You'd be car sick, bro.
General relativity has never been proven for more than one body at any point in time. It does not work with multiple bodies. Multiple massive bodies, I should say.
Unless you're talking about fairy tales, it works there.
There's mainstream scientists that recognize that general relativity doesn't work with planetary motions because if gravity travels at the speed of light, right, the gravitational influence, the sun and Jupiter and the Earth and everything is getting pulled by where things were, not where they are. Right?
Come again? I wasn't paying attention. Right?
Anyway, so the gravitational influence is in general relativity travels at the speed of light. Right? So you're not getting pulled to from where the sun is, you're getting pulled to where it was.
That makes sense.
So where it was 8 minutes ago is the direction Earth is getting pulled into. According to general relativity, the problem comes when you get Jupiter, because that time delay is huge, right? That time delay is something like 30 minutes or something.
Who are you referring to?
So the sun and the moon, the sun and Jupiter, they're supposed to be wobble.
So the planet should be in a cone shape following behind the sun, not in a plane around it.
The point is, you can't model it into stable orbits. You can't model it at all.
Better. That's for sure.
So did you know that no man has ever left Earth's atmosphere, according to NASA?
Interesting.
Yeah, because they say the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere. Did you hear this one?
Can you get me a quote on that one too?
Oh, yeah.
And
You sure do love quotes.
While you're at it, can you get me that link to the Einstein quote? That would be greatly appreciated.
If you're going to be participating in this type of discussion, you should at least know one side of the argument relatively.
Yeah.
You would think that, wouldn't you?
Hey, Coke Bear.
Should know how to Google his own information as well.
Hey, Coke Bear. Hi.
Which one of you is speak? Oh, hi. Hello.
Hello. I'm new to the conversation, but I've been listening for a long time, so that should get you shaking in your boots. How are you doing?
Not really shaking, but hi. I'm doing great.
Oh, good. That's good. Peachy, yeah. Well, it's
hunky dory.
I had peach pie tonight at my
Really
parents'
good.
house. So
Congratulations.
thank you very much. I appreciate that. What's the downtrodden attitude for? It's a chip on your shoulder there, partner. Are you not?
We've been talking about movement of the ground, and someone mentioned Einstein, and he wants the quote from Einstein, and I said that Einstein said that there hasn't been any test that can detect the movement of the ground, but then after that he said that the Earth is following the sun or whatever. So in the same sentence,
He kept falling over his own feet. Yeah, that's Einstein. No, I get it.
Yeah.
I heard what you guys were doing. So, okay. So, Coke Bear 2, huh? What'd you come here for? Why are you here tonight?
I don't know.
Curious, huh?
Sure.
Okay. Did anybody go through the 3 questions with him at the beginning?
No, we touched in movement of the ground.
Hey, let's get this guy. Hold on. Slow down and get this guy his citations. And Einstein said it in Kyoto, Japan, at a conference he gave, and I'll get that quote. But I just posted the citation for the moon's inside the Earth's atmosphere.
All right. How about that Einstein one? I'll read this moon stuff while you get me the Einstein one. Yes? Yes.
Yeah, 1 second. It'll only take a second.
All right.
You love Einstein.
Really, I just like knowing what y'all are talking about. Does it hurt to read it? No.
Oh, that's cool. Hey, that's great. You're gonna look into the information. That's good.
Let's just hope he doesn't make up some kind of an excuse for why it's not true. He didn't. Oh, he didn't mean that.
Hang on.
He didn't.
Hang on. Let's see. He's got the floor. Let's see if he can dance on it. You feel me?
Yeah.
I'm not here to argue with you guys. I'm just here to hear y'all out, right? Yeah.
Bust a move.
Ask us questions, and then we'll give you empirical answers.
All right.
What we've been doing.
I know.
We also have Grenade Head, VC verified. Welcome. If you have any questions, the floor is yours.
His head is about to explode. Joke.
Sure it is.
Grenade head.
I'm just here listening. Sorry.
Bomb diffused.
Sorry for all the coughing.
We also have Publi. Welcome to the server. Your mic has been unmuted. If you want to say hi, if you have any questions related to the topic at hand, Flat Earth, Globe Earth.
Oh, hello there. Thank you. So here's the question. What are your thoughts on Aristophanes' experiment, which he performed on the summer solstice during the serene? And he wanted to find out whether the sun was about how many miles away it was. And he wanted to find out whether there was a shadow in Alexandria about 400,000 miles to the north. And so he's talking about like whether we can find
400,000 miles?
Or 400 miles to the north, I should say.
It's a small discrepancy.
Okay, you're butchering it, dude. You're totally butchering it.
That's okay because it doesn't matter. But yeah,
He
see if
didn't
you
know
can get it right.
The two
No,
towns
he
aren't even
already
directly
destroyed
north and south.
So, Publi, you know when you go to those flat Earth videos and it's like, flat Earth is an archaic conception of blah, blah, blah. Like, why is it that the only globe proof is supposedly some archaic-ass idea where they stuck some sticks in the ground and measured some shadows? It's 2021. Where's that new hotness?
Yeah,
But,
where's this
go
all
on.
this technology?
You see, the thing is, you know.
I think let's just address your issue about that.
Yes, okay.
Eratosthenes' so-called experiment, if the guy ever lived, we don't have any primary source. We don't have a secondary source. She's supposed to be measured in a unit of measure that didn't even exist in Greece at the time. It wasn't even brought there for the last 300 years. That would be in degrees, right? They didn't even exist in Greece at that time. So I don't know how he measured a 7.2 degree angle when he didn't even know what an angle was, but that's neither here nor there. There's basic assumptions that he uses, right? He wasn't trying to measure the distance of the sun. He was purporting to measure the circumference of the Earth by measuring the difference in shadow angles, right? This is the claim, right? But he has some underlying assumptions. A, the rays of light from the sun are parallel, which is contrary to actual observation, right? That the Earth is already a ball. He's already assuming that. Right.
Interesting. Can you tell me about how the sun's rays are not parallel?
Well, if you look at you ever see, look at the sun, right? Crepuscular rays. If you look at the sun, right, and it's like going like behind clouds or there's stuff in the air, like where this light can reflect off of, you'll see divergent rays.
Not parallel.
What does it have to do with anything?
Yeah.
They were never measured to be parallel in the first place. They were assumed to be parallel to make the other three assumptions somewhat lead to a presumptive conclusion. It's just fallacious logic from the start.
So we can equally say that, there was a contemporary as in time in China, and they assumed that the Earth was flat, and he used it to prove that the Earth was flat. So should we go with that because he had an assumption that the Earth was flat and that the rays of the sun diverged? Should we say that he actually proved the Earth was flat? No, right? So the so-called experiment is ambiguous at best.
I see.
Doesn't prove anything. You can actually prove that your table is a sphere using that same experiment. Someone's actually done this. They proved that their kitchen table, is actually a sphere.
So then, do you believe that the Coriolis effect is something similar to gravity and not something bound by the spherical nature of the Earth? Instead, it's just a gravitational effect.
What Coriolis effect? Where do we observe the Coriolis effect?
No, we do not believe in that.
Since when is retarded a bad word?
Sorry.
Can you remove the microphone from the insides of your throat?
It was down in my guts. I apologize, but if it was offensive, make sure to leave your feelings at the door next time. Thanks.
I think Publi's referring to globiolus as opposed to Coriolis, but go on.
Cobras talk about the Coriolis all the time, but it's like, where is this actually happening? So you guys say things like hurricanes, right? But the Coriolis effect is an apparent effect. The object is actually going in a straight line. It only appears to curve because you're moving, right? So if I'm on a merry-go-round in the center and I throw a ball, that ball to me will appear to curve, but if someone is above the merry-go-round, it'll go straight. Right? But if you're above a hurricane, right, the clouds, they curve. If they were a demonstration of the Coriolis effect, they would be going straight, and from the ground, they would appear to curve.
And wind that back to this presupposed motion of the Earth. Why does nothing else behave in that manner? But yet that would.
The motion of the Earth has not only never been demonstrated, it's actually been disproven. The Ares failure experiment disproves the motion of the Earth unequivocally.
And so you can't really claim Coriolis if the Earth isn't moving, can you? Or am I just retarded?
Okay, so
Not
here's the
Coriolis,
next question. Do you agree with like what the traditional biblical definition of the Earth, which describes it as like a flat and stationary existence, like Genesis 1:6 in the King James version describes it as the firmament, and which is like
the Earth is not the firmament. No. You don't even get the
sky.
Tell me more.
The firmament's the sky.
The Bible right, man.
Publi, you're asking all these questions, but so far both of your points have been shot down, and you have no rebuttal.
He's just asking. Listen, don't jump on. He's just asking questions. He doesn't know the answer. He just totally butchered Eratosthenes. He obviously doesn't know anything about this topic. It's not like he was taught it in school. They don't teach this in school. They just say, Earth's a ball. Look in the corner. There's a toy over there. You live on that. Next.
So let's educate him then. For the first time, let's educate him.
That's exactly what you got. Indio specifically has been doing. So be patient, guys. The new guys are bringing new questions. Let's take it step by step, and let's try not to jump on them. Let's allow the questions to come in and answer. Let's try. Indio, you're doing a great job. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, Gemsy. I'll pay you later.
Tip me in Bitcoin.
Jesus. Yeah.
Well, isn't Bitcoin bad for the environment in a way?
Just kidding. No, never mind.
Think of all the trees we saved.
Next question. Question about the Earth.
Just so you know, this isn't a religious. Flat Earth is not religion-based at all. Not even a little bit. Now, obviously, religions support the flat Earth, but no one here, no one I know, is a flat Earth based purely on their religious belief.
So, what pushed you to believing in the flat Earth?
Observation of reality.
Yeah, so it's the contrary of a belief. It's actual practical experience that everybody has when we go out into reality. It's not a belief. It's what the world presents itself to be. It's a flat level, stationary, motionless, contained environment that we're in.
So the first thing I saw was it was a news program, and sometimes during the weather they'll show like people will send in like their pictures or whatever of different weather conditions or whatever. So in this news program, this is in Michigan, the guy took a picture of Chicago from 52 miles away. Now none of the city of Chicago from that distance should be visible because of the curvature of the Earth. Right. So it's supposed to be 1,600 feet below the horizon. And, the tallest building, Sears Tower, is something like 1,400, not including the antenna. We're just talking about the tower. So you can see the entire Chicago skyline. And the news guy says, what you're seeing here is a mirage.
And what you're seeing here is a
There
mirage.
you go. Right? So the thing is, I know mirages. I knew before I ever knew anything about flat Earth, globe Earth, anything. I know what a mirage is. So when he says that, I go, why is this dude lying? He's a meteorologist. He knows what a mirage is. There's two different types of mirages. There's superior mirages and inferior mirages. And an inferior mirage is one where you see a double image of something, right? Say a tree. But the tree looks like the bottoms are connected, bottom to bottom. And the superior mirages looks like the tops are connected, top to top. You have two images instead of one. So why he would say this is a mirage, I'm like, this guy's full of shit. That's not a mirage. So I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Is there more? So went and looked for more. And there's so much evidence of flat Earth. It's overwhelming.
So wait,
It's
where
all
was
there
this
is.
taken from? And like, from where to Chicago?
So,
It's
sir,
taken
there
from
is a
Warren
chat.
Dunes across Lake Michigan to Chicago. I'll post it. I'll post the image of it.
So
He's done this
publicly,
multiple times. This isn't like a one-off. This has happened multiple times. Lots of people have seen it.
yeah, probably there is a chat called the Livestream voice text. It's right above this voice channel, and over there, people are posting links and images related to the conversation, so you can probably look through that. I tagged you in this voice channel not too long ago, like a few minutes ago. There's the voice text over there. You'll see the text.
So listen, and there's even video of the sun setting behind Chicago from 52 miles away, so you can see the silhouette of the city. Now, how does a mirage cast a shadow? Think about it. The sun is setting behind the city, and all you see is the silhouette of the buildings, right? The shadow of the buildings.
What
How
do you
does a
mean by
mirage
this?
cast a shadow? I'll show you. Like the sun is setting behind the city.
So what he's saying that the observation that was done from 50 miles away, that someone was observing the city away at that distance, the newscaster is saying that observation in the globe is basically impossible because of the distance. And he was saying you can see this because it's a mirage. The city that you're seeing at this distance is a mirage because it's impossible on a globe to see the city at that distance. But we all know it's not a mirage. It's the actual city over there. You can see it because there is no curvature. There is no globe.
So, like, do you think that the Earth is like at the center of the universe or something, or is that not the case?
Earth is everything we know.
But what about like the stars and the sun and the moon?
Observable phenomena. We cannot test it.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot go there. We can look at it.
Well,
we can observe it. We can see the patterns.
the moon?
Even mainstream science says that the Earth appears to be in the center.
Yes, correct. Yeah,
it's called they actually called it the cosmological axis of evil, because they don't like that idea, because it's something called the Copernican principle that says that the Earth is not at the center. But then 500 years later, when they actually did the observation, the Earth does appear to be at the center. You can Google it. They even got an article on Wikipedia. Just Google cosmological axis of evil.
Well, what do they mean by like the axis of evil? Like, why is it evil?
Ask them. They're scientists. They're supposed to be, unbiased. Why would they call it evil?
You know how they call their telescope the Lucifer telescope, and they call all this stuff names like that. So it's the name that they put on things in their cosmology or whatever story that they got about the observations.
Oh
We
yeah,
didn't
like
name it. They did.
Don't they name like the planets after like Greek demons or whatever?
The Greek gods?
Oh no,
That's the language they use. But the fact stands that the ground is motionless. There is no curvature. Yeah, we can stick with that. But why they call it these names, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay. It says the axis of evil is anomaly in observations, the cosmic microwave background. What do they mean by microwaves?
Presupposed remnants of the Big Bang. Reflections off of nothing that have bounced back from 16 billion years.
No, but that's part of the story, right? That's the story that they have and the distances that they put into this thing. But I guess they're saying that they put in some equipment, doing some reading, and it shows that we are at the center of the universe.
But just like everything else, it has so many presuppositions built into it that its result is virtually useless.
Yeah, because remember, there is the tests and the observations, and then they get results, and then they add a story to that, and they say, oh, these lights that we see in the sky are trillions and billions of miles away, whatever. But that's the
But
story
like,
side of things.
wouldn't like if you're at your perspective, wouldn't everything around you be like you look at the center of everything when you're like from your perspective, right?
Well, they're measuring how far. Like, so this is what they do. They measure the frequency of the microwave background radiation, right? It's supposed to be the remnants of the Big Bang, the heat energy that's left over, the energy that's left over from the Big Bang. Anyway,
But
they
wouldn't that have been
measure
like
the
too
red.
long
Listen,
ago?
they measure the red in. This is their story. I didn't say I believe it. I definitely don't believe it. There's huge problems with it. Number
That's what
one
I'm
being
saying.
that at that frequency, water is emitter of that frequency of radiation, and considering the Earth is 72% water, yeah, I think you're picking up noise. Anyway, what they say is they're measuring the red shift and blue shift, right? So they can tell from the direction of the expansion where we're positioned in it. It's not expanding in one direction; it's expanding uniformly in every direction, which makes us appear to be at the center.
Which is also an assumption.
Yes.
The whole thing is just one giant assumption. It's
How do you know some lights are blue and some lights are red versus that one's blue because it's coming towards me and that one's red because it's going away from me? It's all an assumption, and it's Occam's razor more easily describes it as they're just different colors.
The redshift was disproven by Halt and Arp in the 70s. Halt and Arp was Hubble's. So the Hubble expansion, where this comes from, Halt and Arp was actually Hubble's PhD student.
What is the redshift?
A redshift is when something is moving away. If it was light, it would be shifted toward the red end of the spectrum. So you ever hear a train, right? Think of a train whistle. Train's coming towards you. It's one pitch, and as it's moving away, it's another pitch. Because relative to the motion, the sound waves relative to the sound waves the train is emitting, they're being stretched or compressed. And that's what they're saying is happening to light.
So what's stretching the light? Like how does light get stretched?
Motion.
According to them, motion.
Like in a NASCAR race, the cars coming at you go, and then they pass you and they go,
but like cars are like actually like they have like mass, volume, and energy, but like light, they don't have any of that, don't they?
We're talking about sound.
Well, they say space is stretching. The things aren't moving apart. Space is stretching. It's like a big sheet of rubber.
So like is the Earth
stretching into what?
Fuck if I know.
Where is the edge of the universe, and where is it stretching into or towards?
It doesn't.
Three-toed gnomes all on the outside pulling very hard.
I think it's unicorns pulling the universe apart.
Me too.
No, the unicorn fart is causing the expansion, and the gnomes on the outside pulling at the same time.
Oh, that makes sense.
Unicorn farts are unnatural gas.
Wait, what are you talking about?
No, we're just making jokes. It's just making jokes, bro. We do joke around sometimes.
So we pick on the
I read that
mainstream
unicorns
cosmology
weren't
because it's
real.
ridiculous. Yeah, I read that space ain't real.
If your belief systems are rife for ridicule, there will be jokes.
Well, like to be honest, like scientists say like 95% of space is like dark, whatever, and it's like that you can't see. Like I don't know about that.
Yeah, but when they talk about that, it's like they're talking
That's how
about.
you know it's there. When you can't see it, you know it's there.
Dark whatever
there,
might be the most honest description of it that I've ever heard.
Dark whatever.
But there
That's
is a
the most
different.
honest I've ever heard.
Yeah.
It's dark something. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
No, it's
yeah.
but it's nothing. That's why
There
it's
is a
dark.
difference between the space between you and I at this moment, the space that you occupy and your bed occupies, right? That space that is here. We can measure it, I guess. If you want to
Finite.
measure, yeah, that space that we all experience here. This is one thing, but the space that they're talking about, the outer space, the vacuum of space, that's La La Land. That's like going into the wardrobe in the movie and then going to Narnia. That's what they're talking about, Fantasyland. That's why you don't understand anything of what they're talking about because it's like a made up place that nobody can experience or see or test or verify.
Dark matter was invented
Mythological.
to save the theory of general relativity.
What is like so general relativity? That was like Einstein, right? Like what do you think will happen there?
What? They,
Like-
they needed to explain why they can't measure the motion of the Earth.
Wait, they can't measure the motion of the Earth?
No.
Nope.
Wouldn't that be like simple? Because like you just need to like calculate like
Should be.
how like because doesn't
No
like Earth move like
calculations.
24
Two
hours?
problems.
Like you should be able to find
Like
that, right?
It
Gyroscope.
should be simple, but calculation does not ever account for something that isn't real. You can calculate how fast Superman would fly around the Earth, but that doesn't mean Superman exists or he does fly around the spherical Earth. Calculation is a language, it's mathematics, it's irrelevant to reality.
Correct. It's a language.
So Matt, like the calculations of the things, like wait, hold on, because
There's
I'm not good at
calculations
math.
and there's
Can you-
measurements, right? There's calculations and there's measurements. You can literally calculate anything your heart desires, but you can't. You can only measure things that are real.
So the Earth, it doesn't move. Is that what you're saying?
They cannot listen. There's no experiment that can detect the motion of the Earth.
So wait, then why
What
does
about
like
gyroscope?
why do we have to do daylight savings then? Like if the Earth doesn't move?
Two completely different topics.
No, this is like the sun. Like, why doesn't the sun light up the whole flat Earth? Right.
Daylight savings is a concept just like mathematics. It was created 235 years ago because they didn't want to burn all the whale oil to keep the street lamps on in Boston.
Wait, what's this about whale oil?
Change 10 p.m. to 9 p.m. so they could save 100 barrels a day of whale oil.
Why are we talking about whale
gigantic.
oil?
He was
Because
talking about time zones. So listen,
This is
think about
relevant
like
to
this: the
anything.
air is not transparent. Light cannot penetrate through thousands of miles of air. The same way, like the bottom of the ocean is not lit up, right? Right, because the sunlight has to go through the water, right? But the water absorbs the light and attenuates it. The same thing happens in air.
It scatters the light. Rayleigh scattering.
Scatters and absorbs.
Mm-hmm.
There's something called the Beer-Lambert. What is it, Indio? There's two of them. So there's the double exponential curve of the Laplace extinction theorem, and then there's the Beer-Lambert that talks about the attenuation. I'll find it 1 second.
Yeah, Beer-Lambert law. There's also like Wayne's absorption law or something, and there's Laplace's extinction theorem. Light is not transparent. Period. Or air is not transparent. It's transparent at short distances.
Oh yeah, because like air when you blow in the window and it's cold, it makes it fog up, right? So like you're saying,
Well,
like
that's
the
humidity
fog.
from your breath. That has nothing to do with air. That's
No, like I'm asking if you're
water
saying
vapor.
like
Well,
the air
is
is
full
kind
of
of like
water
that.
vapor. Well, the air is full of water vapor. It's the most numerous particulate. So when I say water vapor, it's actual water particles. Like clouds are not steam. They are actual particles of water floating in the air.
Wait, okay, so the sun, does it like move, or is it like
The
do you
sun
think it
moves,
moves?
not the earth.
Okay.
What does it look like? Does it look like the sun's moving?
Yeah, because like it goes in the sky, right?
We say sunrise. We don't say we spun.
Sunset. The sun is setting.
Yeah, man,
And
the
when-
sun's doing stuff. We're not.
The sun moves, the earth stays still.
Yep.
Amen.
so-
But I heard someone bring up gyroscopes about the rotation. What gyroscopic experiment detects the rotation of the Earth?
What's a gyroscope?
Laser gyroscope.
Oh, a laser gyroscope.
Whoever
How does a
brought the
laser
drink, I
gyroscope
love
work?
I don't know. I just know it measures
I don't know.
the rotation of the Earth.
Doesn't measure rotation.
Well, then
A
what would
fiber
it be
optic
made for?
gyroscope or a ring laser gyroscope do not measure. Listen, they don't measure rotation. They measure phase shift, right? And
Okay,
you can
you're
infer
entitled to your
rotation
own
from
opinion.
It's not an opinion. It's how it works. They measure a phase shift. It's called the Sagnac effect. It's not an opinion. It's how they work.
And gyroscopes wouldn't even be used and utilized for what they are if they were constantly deflecting hour by hour, 15 degrees.
So you
Yeah,
can
they
actually
just-
go on
Because they're
YouTube,
fixed.
right? Someone makes a fiber optic gyro, right? And they put in, right, a fiber optic gyro or a ring laser gyro. The cost of it is in calibrating the device because it takes so long to calibrate it because they're trying to, what do you call it? Calibrate the rotation of the Earth into it, depending on what you're using the gyro for, right? So what they do, you don't really know how they work. So they measure a phase shift. What they're actually measuring is a voltage on a photodiode. So they're detecting the phase shift of the light. They're measuring a voltage, and they measure a differential voltage, and they say this is the rotation of the Earth. But they're not measuring an actual rotation.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but when you measure something, you fundamentally affect it or change it, right?
Well, how do you change it?
Well, you can change it by measuring it. And so if you're constantly measuring something, it will be constantly changing.
You mean the
So,
metrics?
So if you like constantly measure the weight of something, is it just going to change?
No, the interference of you attempting to observe.
He's talking
or
about
measure
light.
something.
Oh, so like the cat in the box thing,
Double
right?
slit experiment and stuff like that. Particle
Right,
wave,
because like if you look in the cat in the box, like you'll change if it's dead or alive, right?
No, it simultaneously is dead and alive until you look at it. But
Wait, what?
by
That doesn't make
looking
any
at it,
sense.
by
Okay.
looking at it, you determine
Let-
one reality over the other.
Let's bring it back to how the gyroscope doesn't measure the movement of the ground we're standing on.
Yeah, so if you take a mechanical gyroscope, there's no detectable motion. Right. So if we take a mechanical gyro, spin it up, there's no detectable motion. How could you use an airplane to have mechanical gyros in them? They'd be useless.
Yeah, that's another
About like stability.
that makes me realize something. Like the airplanes, you know, like how did they get to places if like the Earth is like a circle, right? Right?
They fly in a straight line.
Yeah.
You can see when they take a video from the airplane that they're just moving in a straight line. They're not orbiting the Earth.
They're not flying in a curved path like they show you on your seat back TVs.
They show you a cartoon, you going on the globe on an airplane.
Hey,
So it's like
if you walk out your front door, right, and you walk around your house and come back in the front door, did you just circumnavigate a globe?
so like
Yeah,
is
if you go-
turbulence just what happens when it goes straight, right?
No, turbulence happens when there's difference in air pressure.
Pressure, yeah.
Yep.
So like, why does the air
Temporary
pressure
loss
change?
of lift.
Wouldn't like the air pressure be the same if the Earth was flat?
Why?
What?
Why? Tell us why.
Well, what do you mean?
Why do you do that?
What changes air pressure?
I thought it was like, you know, because like the Earth, like it orbits around and like the air pressure changes, and like sometimes, like, you know, when it's like
the Earth isn't orbiting anything.
yeah, so like how does the air pressure work then?
Have you ever heard of something called weather?
I thought weather was like a
Yeah.
whole different phenomenon, like with
How
the
about the
rain and stuff, you know?
hydrological cycle? Have you heard
Okay,
of the
so you can
hydrological
tell,
cycle?
yeah. So you can tell what the weather's going to be by using a barometer, which is a measure of air pressure.
Like think of like the. Never mind. Actually,
Also, as the sun goes around, it heats up the air nearest to it more than it does the air further away from it. And that causes a temperature imbalance, a pressure imbalance, and a potential for absorbing humidity from
Wow.
one front to another. And when the two meet and try to, via the second law of thermodynamics, equalize, you get weather systems and events, up into and including tornadoes and hurricanes. It's all trying to seek balance, but the sun causes an imbalance as it travels low and local around.
It's the dynamic system. You only have uniform air pressure in a static closed system. You're not going to have it in a dynamic system.
Where were you 2 minutes ago? You could have saved me a lot of words. Dynamic system.
Yeah.
Right, so you understand all the gases are being produced at the ground level, so that's where we expect to find the most gases and pressure, right? Because the N in PV equals in RT is the amount of moles, right? The amount of gases, and that directly changes the amount of pressure. Right.
Right,
How
so
many
okay.
trees are on top of Mount Everest, right?
So pressure, you say, it varies day to day on the surface because it's not equally heated.
It varies
Observe the
everywhere.
barometer for a week.
You're gonna see it going up and down.
Hour to hour, it'll change.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pressure systems change.
So how does the atmosphere work if it's like flat?
Atmosphere. There is no atmosphere.
Begging the question.
Wait, there is no atmosphere?
No, it's not a
Sphere
sphere.
is the problem.
So atmos like plane?
Yeah, you can call it that.
Or just call it
Best we can come up with too. Yeah, Atmos.
Atmos. Yeah.
See, we can go through all these like derivative things, but they're all derivative arguments, right? So we can presuppose the Earth is a pretzel, fucking fish, whatever you want. We can concoct some mathematical model to explain just about any observable phenomenon.
What
So, but how do you tell what it is in the first place? You measure it, right? You measure the
measure
surface
it.
of the Earth.
The sun is local and contained within our atmos plane.
So if the surface of the Earth isn't curving, what is it?
What did you say?
Plain to see.
I said if the surface of the Earth is not curving, what is it?
Oh.
Flat, right? So if we go out and try to measure this alleged curvature and it's not there, doesn't matter what the lights do. It doesn't matter about any phenomenon because it is what it is, right? You're not going to like measure your kitchen table that someone says, nah, it's not 48 by 48 square because your lights are doing something over the table. You'd be like, dude, you're on drugs, right? Like you're on drugs. Like I got a tape measure. It is what it is.
If your table's made out of wood, then how do you explain the light bulb in the chandelier? What?
Wait, what are you talking about? I don't get that.
It's equivalent to your question.
Because questions about the atmosphere, the moon, the stars, freaking planets, general relativity, galaxies, fucking cosmic background radiation, they're all derivative arguments. You got to know the shape of the Earth first before you can answer.
And you're a fool if you derive your incredulity of the shape and nature of the Earth by looking up.
Uh-huh.
Hydrostatics. What's this? Box ops?
If it's from
Yeah,
box tops, it
hydrostatics,
should
fluid
beat it.
statics, right? So water at rest lays flat, right? Measurably, provably, repeatedly, right? And that's what you already observe. Every expanse of water seeking its level and laying flat. So yeah, hydrostatics and fluid statics.
So it's like a bathtub?
So the
Very
ocean, right,
large
just
one. Yeah.
increase the size of the expanse of water. It doesn't change in behavior, right? Why do you expect unless it's like a really small diameter tube, you'll get some surface tension. But other than that, right, that wouldn't apply to the ocean. So the point is, like lakes, we use laser transits to measure them flat, right? And that expands out into the ocean, also at rest, laying flat, right? That's why we were able to see the Chicago skyline 50 to 60 miles away because the water is incurving. Make sense?
Yeah. So like, how does the ocean work? Like, if it's like the world is like flat, like how what
does
down
the
to the
ocean
ocean?
Can I ask you something, please,
It's a
real
lot of
quick?
flat water.
Why do you keep asking how things that are obvious and apparent work?
You just not want to
Because
answer
like
that.
no,
What's
because
your
like
He has
obsession with some
questions.
kind of
He has
explanation?
questions.
Yeah, let me
He has
answer his question.
questions.
Here, let me answer
Yeah,
him.
whoever is gonna answer, go ahead and speak. Whoever wants to answer his question, go ahead.
Right, so think about a lake, right? The perimeter of the lake is the higher elevation, right? So it's the same thing with the oceans. The shoreline of the ocean they call Antarctica, which is admitted by the globe model is the
Wait, so
highest elevation continent. Right, so
Antarctica
water
is the
requires a
highest?
containment. The higher elevation surrounding the perimeter.
Wait, what do you mean by like? So Antarctica is the perimeter?
Just of our known, right? Because we can't go beyond it. We aren't allowed to independently freely explore that. So we don't make claims beyond that point. Right. So what we do know, it's already admitted to be the highest elevation. So same way what I said, like how a lake works, the surrounding perimeter is higher elevation containing that water because that water is laying flat, right? You can't have water adhere to the exterior of a spinning ball in defiance of physics, right? And common sense. There's actually multiple rewards by flat earthers asking globers to demonstrate water adhering to the exterior of a spinning ball for $1 million, right? And it's never been done.
So this is so like in the bathtub, like Antarctica's like the walls of the bathtub, right?
I'm sorry, I have to cut in. Coca, no, you cannot just go and explore by yourself. That is absolutely false information that you're spreading here. So, Coke Bear, please do not say that because it is fully militarized. 60 nations
Yeah.
have a treaty on it. So don't be saying that you can just go there. Okay, you can't.
Like the United Nations, don't they
People
have
just
like
say
all these
lies.
laws?
You are just lying to people right now.
It's the
Like-
most adhered to treaty that's ever been made amongst men. Ever.
Yeah, that was like suspicious. I was like, why did
You
the
were just
Soviet
a
Union and the
joke,
United
dude,
States make a
coming in
treaty?
here and
It's
saying that.
like it was like in the Cold War, right? It's like, why did the Soviet Union and the US agree in Antarctica? It's like that's suspicious, right?
They agreed on a lot of stuff at that time. You should look up the International Geophysical Year. The space race, Cold War is a bunch of
What's
Western
the
propaganda.
what is
dog and
the
pony show.
geophysical space, or what you mean by that?
Pardon me? What? Say that again?
You said something like something about like the geophysical space before the Cold War or whatever.
It's called the International Geophysical Year, so it was an international endeavor to like examine the Earth. Okay. And the Soviets and the United States were the main participants in that, it coincides with the Antarctic Treaty and Sputnik and Explorer 1 and all that shit.
Okay, so that's why they only have like like scientists in Antarctica, like or quote unquote scientists like there with like their bases and whatnot.
Yeah, according to them, they're protecting the environment so it doesn't get destroyed, and that you can only go there for scientific reasons.
Oh.
You cannot militarize it. That doesn't mean the outside of it isn't militarized because of it.
Yeah, don't they have like the boats like with guns on them in like the Arctic Ocean?
Well, there's people that have tried to go without permission and they've been arrested. So one particular person, his name is Jarl Andahoy, is a Norwegian. He tried to go there twice. The first time, ended up with 3 of his crew dead and his boat at the bottom of the ocean. And the second time, he went back to like recover some of his stuff, and they found out before he even got there and arrested him.
Do you think like the Nazi Antarctic base is real or not?
Nazi, no.
Because I remember reading something about like how they went to Antarctica once.
I mean, maybe they did. I don't know. All I know
They?
is if you go south from anywhere on Earth, you're going to get into the Southern Ocean. Keep going south, you're going to hit ice, right? And as what was being said is officially Antarctica is the highest continent. Its average elevation is 9,000 feet above sea level. Okay, that's almost 2 miles, right? Above sea level. That's the average elevation.
So they must have been good at climbing, whoever they were.
Right. You want to move on to your next question?
Okay, so like Antarctica, you know, like I think it was like, you know, they had the Spanish explorers like going around to Antarctica, but like they avoided it for some reason. Why'd they do that?
Good question. Because it's fucking cold.
It's too cold, is it?
They didn't bring coats.
And who
Okay,
knows?
there's no running water, there's no plant life, there's no animal life, and it's freezing fucking cold.
And
how are you
who
going to
knows?
survive?
The Spanish used to release wild boars and pigs onto every island they came across, just in case they ever were starving and came back across them. They want a whole horde of boars running rampant on that island so they could easily hunt and feed themselves.
Yes, like when I used to live in
pretty
Arizona,
logical.
we had to like watch out for like the wild boars because they would try and attack us sometimes when I was like walking home from school.
What I'm saying is the Spanish knew that there was no chance of spreading wild boars in Antarctica. And there was no running water, there were no trees to rebuild or refit their ships. It was useless to them. Why would they have ever even dared to go there if it's a death sentence?
And by the way, contrary to popular belief, it doesn't snow in Antarctica. They get something like less than 2 millimeters of snow per year on average. Yeah, and the relative humidity is something like 20 to 30%. So if you don't drink something like, so it's a desert, right? Antarctica is considered the world's largest desert. If you don't drink like 1.5 gallons of water a day, you'll die of dehydration. So think about it. You're going to go to Antarctica. You got to lug 1.5 gallons of water for you for every day that you're there. You're freezing. There's nothing to eat. You can't even and the water's going to freeze because it's like negative 90 degrees Celsius. Right? So what are you going to do, right? You can't chop down a tree to heat to thaw the water to drink it. So what are you going to just lug, 1,000 pounds of water around with you everywhere?
It's like a soft wall. It doesn't stop you necessarily.
It's a natural barrier.
But it won't let you pass for other reasons. All the pragmatic reasons.
But do you think like governments like today can cross the wall, or do they just like do they cross the wall but keep it hidden from us?
What do you mean governments? Do you mean technology? Could we have an expedition that's outfitted with the newest tech and the best supplies and stuff? Perhaps for a time, but governments aren't entities and they do not go anywhere.
Yeah, I've heard hearsay about military men and scientists working on some stuff in Antarctica, but that's just hearsay. It's hard to take that because you have to take that on faith.
We definitely don't know. At least I don't.
So let's get to the main point, like the curvature of the Earth, because that's the only thing we really need to know. Is all we have to do is prove that the surface of the Earth isn't curving. Right? And then you can't have a flat ball. You can't have a ball that's like 2% flat, 3% flat. It has to all be curving everywhere. It can't be just curving in some places. So the Earth is 72% water, right? So if we measure some section of water that's flat, whole thing is flat.
That's
Or at least
surface.
72% of it is.
Right. That's surface, right? Not total makeup.
Surface, yeah, surface. It doesn't include freshwater, though. I think it's even more if you include freshwater.
What's this about sea lasers?
So there's been laser tests to measure this to see if the surface of the Earth is curving, right? So if you take if the Earth is curving, and you take a laser and the laser goes straight, as you go down the distance of the laser, right? So I have the laser, I shoot it, I go down the laser 1 mile. I should be able to measure like some distance between the water and the laser. And if I go further, that distance should increase. And the further I go, the bigger the distance should be, because the surface of the Earth is curving away from the laser, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what should happen if the Earth was a ball. But when you actually do this, it does not happen. So the longest distance laser test that I'm aware of is 25 miles, right, from 10 feet above sea level. And this was done at a lake in the Netherlands. It used to be part of the ocean, but Netherlands has a lot of fjords and bays and stuff like that. So they cut it off and made basically a saltwater lake. Anyway, so this test was done there. And, you basically test the goal prediction, right? So you do the math. The goal prediction says at 25 miles away, that laser should be 440 feet above the ground, right? Above the water. But when they actually did this test, the laser was 4 feet above the water. So this is a difference from the prediction of like 2 orders of magnitude, right? 4 feet versus 440 feet. These tests are done multiple times on different days, 3 weeks apart. Not only did they just shine a laser, they did what's called a horizontal pan. So they take the laser and they move it left and right, to multiple targets of different distances. And each target the laser should be a different height above the target. But that's not what they measured. They measured 4 feet at all targets. That's where the laser was, 4 feet above the surface. This is just one series of laser tests. This isn't like all of them. So this is how we know this. So this is how we know that the surface of water is flat. And if the surface of water is flat in one place, it's flat in every place.
Okay, so they're finding out that it's flat because the laser doesn't go curving?
Because why would the laser curve?
Yeah, that's
listen.
like,
They know it's flat. They know it's flat because the ground and the laser, that distance doesn't increase.
Oh.
So if I take a ruler and stick it on top of a ball, right? So there's where the ruler touches the ball. And if I move down the ruler away from where it's touching, the distance between the surface of the ball and that ruler edge gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So we're using the laser like it's a ruler, right? The laser's going straight, and the surface of the ball should be curving away from the laser, and it should be a predictable and measurable amount, right? They say the Earth was 3,959 mile radius. We can do the math, and we could say, okay, at this distance, the laser and the surface should be this far apart. Then we go measure it, and it's not that. It's nowhere even close.
Not just not close, but no deviation.
Yeah, nothing, dude. None. Not curved, not a smaller radius, not a bigger radius. Because of the limitation, because it's only 25 miles, at best, the Earth would have to be a ball of something like 125,000 miles. If it was a ball of a radius 125,000 miles, yeah, it could still be a ball. But then everything else would be wrong. It's like, how did they get to the moon? Now the moon is fucking, 6 million miles away. And like, how do they do orbits if the radius is wrong? How do they do any of that stuff? Everything would be wrong.
The day and night cycle would be wrong. The distance between every 2 points would be wrong. So the entire heliocentric model is falsified.
The distance to and scale and size of everything would have to change.
By a lot. It's like 100 times. More than 100 times.
So, like, why did they get everything wrong?
They built it on a lie.
Oh.
Wrong? Oh no. They
Because
got
when you lie
everything
for hundreds
right.
of years, you can't keep your lies straight, and they start to contradict.
So they reverse.
Can't keep it
Sorry.
cohesive anymore. Sorry, go ahead.
They reverse engineered our observations, try to make the sun in the center, right? Because it bothered them that we're geocentric. So they figured out a way, right? The solar system and the heliocentric, right? So they put the sun in the center and reverse engineering how that would work. So it took them a while.
Look, they admit this, right? So way back in time, when all these philosophers like Copernicus and Plato, they had their metaphysical philosophy on what the universe was, and Copernicus says it directly, and Plato said it directly, that the Earth must be a sphere because a sphere is the most perfect shape. This was their reasoning, right? Aesthetics, and then the rest of the time was spent trying to make that philosophy true. So physics was invented initially to prove the metaphysics of philosophers.
And
honestly, they got carried away.
And isn't that why Newton invented calculus? Because he wanted to prove things.
Leibniz invented calculus. Anyway, no, Newton invented calculus because he was a math nerd. He also died from drinking mercury and died a virgin. I mean, follow those footsteps.
Nerd.
What is a perfect shape, and why is a cube not a perfect shape? Every single edge is the same exact length.
Well, and how did he turn the word perfect into an objective word?
Right, that's what I'm
It's
trying
ridiculous.
to get at. It's totally subjective. It's an opinion.
Of course it is, but they're trying to prove their metaphysical philosophy and fuck everybody else.
Yeah.
So they just believe that the circle is perfect for some reason?
The sphere.
That a sphere is a perfect shape. I mean, you can go look at it. It's called Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies by Nicholas Copernicus. It's in the foreword. Actually, it's not. It's in the third paragraph.
I think it comes down to how hard it is to create physically a perfect sphere, like a pool ball or something like that. It's not
because it doesn't exist in nature, for one, and I think Platonic philosophy is that reality is wrong, and that the only true things are the worlds of ideas, so things in your mind,
right. So
there's no true table, but the idea of a table is actually true.
They were worshiping the idea of the perfect sphere, and their spherical ideology created a, I don't know, worldwide delusion.
So
and if you want to know where Plato says it, it's in called Timaeus, Timeus, where it says it.
Oh, I know about Timaeus. That's where he wrote about Atlantis, actually, right? The Timaeus and the Cretaeus.
Yeah. He talks about the shape of the Earth, and part of his dialogue is that the sphere is the most perfect shape. Yada yada yada. And Copernicus does the same thing, and he also cites the Pythagoreans and a bunch of other shit. Yeah, go ahead.
I was reading those things about why you can't travel to Antarctica. It says we don't want you to damage any plants or animals. There are no fucking plants. No plant life grows there. None at all.
It's all dead, right?
Dude, you have to protect the environment. Dude,
there's no
really
animals.
they are.
How's an animal how's it gonna climb 200-foot sheer walls of ice? There's no. It's a barren wasteland.
They have to protect it. You might make it worse. A double.
Yeah, you're gonna make it worse. It's uninhabitable wasteland. Make it worse. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Well, they're a death cult. They probably think humans being there makes it worse, just from our existence.
I say we send them. Let's send them there. Let's freeze their ass in a block of ice and just leave them there.
How about we just take all the coal from the Rockefeller mountain range and give it away to everybody to heat their homes for 100 years?
We don't need it. We don't need coal. We have free energy all around us, man. We can just harvest that.
What do you mean by free energy?
Well, energy that doesn't need to be mined. You don't need to mine it out of the ground or pump it out of the ground. It's just there.
What do you mean, like?
That's the real point of the treaty, is to not exploit the natural resources of.
Go look at a jet engine, how it works. Like for a commercial jet, once you start the engine, right? There's no
Yeah.
fuel in the jets. Like the jet is self-sustaining. The commercial jet engines don't require fuel once you start them.
Oh, that's neat. So
Initially, you might need it. So all you need is a giant turbine engines, and you could just run generators and have all the energy you need. You could run things off electric. You could have a turbine engine in your car.
So
Well,
why don't
here,
we
let me
do
ask
that
you-
now? Because like we have to like import oil instead.
No, we got plenty of oil, dude. We have plenty. That's another fallacy.
Look, yeah, scarcity, like things are valued by their scarcity. So this is called artificial scarcity. You make something appear as if there isn't a lot of it, so you can charge more money for it.
Like Bitcoin, right? It's like,
Like
ooh,
lots
it's
of
scarce.
things.
What is Bitcoin anyway, right?
Well, I
It's
have
just,
I have Bitcoin. I bought some off of Coinbase.
how much do you have?
I don't know. It's like I haven't
Cares?
checked in a while.
0.0000001.
The eighth decimal point. So let me
that's
ask you.
$80, bud. Sorry.
Let me ask you if you question whether there's free energy. Do you know what Morse code is?
Well, it's like, like I remember like this guy was like blinking and like he could send a message in Morse code.
Okay, so Morse code, they had telegraph lines, right? And they would send messages. That's how Western Union claimed the fame, right? How did they power the telegraph lines?
Didn't they like? I thought you were talking about like whale oil before.
They powered telegraph lines with whale oil?
Yeah, weren't you like talking about like before like they have to use whale oil?
daylight
No. How did they generate the electricity for the telegraph lines?
You brought up daylight savings, and I brought up whale oil.
Wait, hold on. Answer the question.
Okay, so like
Keep 'em on the
wasn't it like
question.
coal or something then?
Keep her facts straight.
Okay. The electrical generator was not invented yet.
Oh.
So there was no such thing as a DC generator or an AC generator at the time. So how did they power the telephone line, the telegraph line?
That's a good question. How did they?
Spherical. They stuck two pieces of metal in the fucking ground. Use zinc and copper, and you can make a ground battery.
That's why they call it
So
grounding.
they use batteries. Okay.
The battery was the Earth.
The Earth is the battery.
The Earth is a battery.
Oh yeah. Try and run your house without it. I mean, everything is grounded.
Everything.
Yeah, exactly. Has to be grounded.
So you think you can do it?
Ooh, I like it.
Even if there's not a physical connection, it's still grounded because conservation of charge has to equalize. So if I have a charge above the Earth, there's an equal and opposite charge underneath the Earth. The molecules rearrange themselves so that the charges are equilibrium. Because if the voltage at where the air and ground come together, that'll be zero. It has to be zero. It's always zero. So that means there has to be some amount of charge underneath the ground.
And
everything just rearranges itself.
Although the ground is a great cathode, it's still.
Wait, what is a cathode?
It's the opposite of an anode. It's
I don't know what that means.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying. Go back. Just because the ground is a great cathode does not mean it's not also made up of constituent material that is a serious inhibitor of charge, which causes the path of least resistance go from the zinc to the copper spike that's put in the ground. It goes through a circuit because it's easier to go through that wire than it is to go through the dirt itself.
Wow.
Basically, like you have a car battery, right? Like a lead acid battery, and you have a positive post and a negative post. That's your cathode and your anode, in layman's terms.
This makes a lot of sense, not gonna lie, because like like I question like how people got to like have the factories before they had the electricity, right?
Dude, they had electricity. That's another thing. That's
What, they
another
had
rabbit hole. Like
electricity?
once you find flat Earth, look into the Tartarian Empire. They were powering.
Oh, I heard
factories.
about the Tartarian Empire. They're like in Central Asia, right? Like, and they
No,
took
they
over.
were They were in the United States. They were everywhere. Like
Wait,
you
they
could look
were?
at a similar.
architecture
No, I
everywhere
thought
from New
like
Zealand,
they had like the map of
everywhere.
the Tatars and like they
Let
were.
him explain it.
It was everywhere. It was a worldwide empire. Did
Oh,
you ever wonder why they call the NWO the New World Order? There was an old world order, which was Tartaria, and it's been erased from the history books. They
yeah,
don't
the
let us
mud
know
floods,
shit.
right?
Well, it's not necessarily a mud flood. Not every place was mud flooded, but the buildings, the similar architecture, you can go in a place like New Zealand, which was not inhabited until a certain period, and look at what was already there, and you think, okay, 150 people landed here. How did they build streets, sewers, all this infrastructure with 150 people? Half of
In
them were
3
women and
years.
children. Half of them are women and children. How do you put all that together? You just physically couldn't do it, and especially in a time where there was essentially no electricity. At least that's what they tell us, and there was no power tools. You couldn't do it. But you look at the way everything is arranged and laid out. That's a huge feat of engineering, and nobody ever thinks about it. If all you had was a horse and buggy, and I dropped you off somewhere with just a shirt on your back, how much do you think you could get done with just a handful of people? Are they all going to be skilled craftsmen? And even if they were, how much could you physically get done? Could you really cut stone and lay block and
Yeah.
build sewers and streets and all that shit? No.
And half of them are going to fuck off and say, build it yourself.
Well,
So like
the amount
giants.
of labor, just physical labor to build all the and skill. Not everybody has the skill. That's a huge skill set that nobody has today.
Let me go this on Tataria. So like Tataria, like I know, like I'm like vaguely familiar about Tataria. I've read about them before. Like they had the mud floods that took them out, or and like they were like
No. That's well, people look at the buildings like if you go to San Francisco, buildings
yeah,
are like halfway buried. Like even in Russia too, you'll see a window or a door and it's half buried underground. It's like, wait, why would someone put a door? The street is on a slope. Why would they bury half of the door or three-quarters of the door under the ground? What the hell's why would you do that? Why
The
not
mud
just
floods preserved evidence. They did not cause the demise.
oh,
no, it was just
what
an
caused the
event.
demise then?
We don't know. We don't know that. And we don't know why there was a mud flood. We don't know what caused that. But we do see like evidence that there was some kind of mud that did come in after the building was already there.
Yeah,
The
like was
chicken and the egg, which came first? It's obvious
yeah,
the building was there before the mud, right? Because when you build a building, you don't do that shit. You don't cut into the side of a hill and bury your windows and doors halfway. That's just asinine. Nobody would do that. And when you
And
dig it out, it makes sense. You're like, oh, here was the main entrance way down here underground.
well, when you set
Salt
out
Lake
to build
City.
something that lasts for a long, long time, if you need a foundation that's good and true and solid, and if there's already a foundation there, then you build upon it. Obviously, you're
this reminds
opportunistic.
me
You're not
of
going to build your own next to it. You're going to take advantage of the already level and solid foundation that was there, and you're going to build on top of it. Simple as that.
yeah, okay. So this reminds me of like ancient Greece. They had all the buildings and like a lot of them are buried, right? And like I remember like they said the ancient city of Troy was gone, but then they found it was like buried or something. Like is that like what happened? Was like they were involved in
Like,
the mud
how do we
floods?
know this? We don't know. Like, we're trying to piece it together, and we only have small clues. We don't know the whole history ourselves. So, like, I'd like to know that answer too, but it's something we can't answer yet because there's just not enough material. It seems like everything. Did you ever wonder why like old books are so valuable? Because anytime one comes up, people take it to get appraised. Oh, that book is worth 5,000, and then people sell it, and then no one's eyes ever see that book again. It just disappears. So all of the books have been either destroyed or they're in private collections.
Yeah,
They
like the
don't.
Vatican Library, like like I think like that, like the Library of Alexandria. I personally don't think it burned down. I think they just moved it to the Vatican Library so nobody can find them.
Well, here's another
Pretty
thing.
bold.
How do you burn down a library made out of stone?
That's all a distraction.
How do you burn it down? Like, look at the Colosseum in Rome. How would you burn that down? It's all stone and brick and concrete. We know
Yeah,
those materials don't burn, but
But
well, they
paper
do.
does. Parchment
They
does.
not necessarily. If you can have a weapon that burns concrete but not paper. If you look at 9/11, you will see paper all over the place, and you'll see like
materials that aren't
Concrete
supposed to burn, like
Wait, so
steel.
they put paper in 9/11?
No,
we're getting off
listen.
track here.
Oh dear.
I'm explaining something. There's a way to disintegrate
Wait, so
material.
how do you disintegrate it? Like, because
There's
you're talking
this.
about like
Well,
9/11 and like they were disintegrating the
hold on. If you want to
Alexander.
know,
Parchment's animal
listen.
skin.
There's a certain weapon. I don't know exactly how it works, but if you look at the after effects from 9/11, you'll see there was like a Bible that was half embedded into like a block of concrete, and just around the edges were like missing, but the paper wasn't burned. And then there was other instances like concrete and steel were burning, like materials that aren't supposed to burn.
No,
Yeah.
bro, you're losing me.
So
Check this out.
anyway,
So
9/11 or not, Earth's flat
Yeah, Earth is flat and stationary.
and
let me wrap
stationary.
this up, right? So check it out. So since they objectively lied about the Earth, then obviously you can't trust the history either, right? So that's the main point we're trying to say.
Yeah, like they used to say like the city of Troy was a myth, but then they found it. And it's like so they lied about that. And they lied about the Great Pyramids too. I read about that too.
All of our history is a lie. All of it. Like I question who the hell was George Washington. I see he was a Freemason. That instantly makes me
Yeah.
dislike him.
Like he was a Freemason, he was a Cavalier, and like a lot of the presidents are Freemasons, and that's like really
They
suspicious.
all are. They all are. It's a secret club. It's a secret society, and every astronaut is a Freemason.
Why
Who's
would you
playing this
even
stupid
believe
ass?
that history is true in the first place?
Neil
Get him,
Armstrong.
creation. Get him. Sorry.
I think
It's
like
a
I remember
story
reading
that people
something
are
about
trying
Neil
to tell you.
Armstrong and Islam.
They
Nothing
just
to
made
do with
up history. They just made it up for you guys.
It's a convenient story that puts you in the right state of mind and context to accept whatever they push on you next. It's never been true. Like,
What is the word break? What
history
is
is
if you break
agreed
it down?
upon
It's
lie.
his story, dude.
No,
Right?
it's not a gendered thing. History is an agreed upon lie.
Who said anything about gender?
His story, he said.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
is like
Doesn't
something
necessarily
true.
mean his meaning man. His as an entity. His the people
Yeah,
as an
man's
entity.
story, not the truth. Man's story. Men and women.
Yeah.
Okay.
women's story.
Thank
Well,
you,
when you say
Drace, for this.
mankind, it includes women as well. It's not a gender thing.
Okay.
Drace, I agree that like the Jesuits are evil. Like I've never trusted them.
You know what the Jesuits are? They invented the globe.
Oh yeah, because
They're sun
like
worshippers. They're sun worshippers. That's
I
why
had
they
like
made a heliocentric model. They put the sun, which they worship, in the center of the creation.
like when I was in California, they had to send me to the Catholic school, and like I had like bad vibes from all the staff, and like Jesuits run the Catholic schools, right?
Jesuits, yeah. I mean,
Not
there's
all.
different
A lot of
layers.
yeah.
Different layers. Like the guy at the front desk, he's probably just a normal person that doesn't know. Obviously, they don't know the extent of how evil it is, or nobody would want to be a part of it. Same thing with Freemasons. The lower level Freemasons are like the useful idiots. They
You're
really don't
forgetting
know
evil people.
they're bad. I'm not letting them off the hook. What I'm saying
Right,
is,
but wouldn't they rush to a place where they could look like good people as long as they're wearing the right robes and shit?
who, the Jesuits?
No, I mean evil people.
So
Yeah,
like the
Child
many of them.
Jesuits,
and things like that. That's
know,
their safe space.
the Pope he used to be a Jesuit or something. It's like that was like something.
The
They
previous
all are.
one was
It's
a
one and the
Nazi.
same. It's one and the same. They're like. It's like, is he a Jesuit? Yes, they're all of that. They're
It's kind of
Jesuits,
like
Freemasons,
what flavor demon you want to have working on you today. That's what it
but they
is.
overlap. You see, they overlap. He doesn't wear just one hat. He's also a Freemason. He's a Jesuit. He's the Pope, right? They don't wear just one hat. They're members of all these groups. They overlap. It's a giant hydra, right? All these heads connect from the royal families, the Vatican, the
Yeah.
Rothschilds. They all connect. Look at the Club of Rome, Club of 300, the Bilderbergs.
You
They all
become
have the
them.
same people.
You know, like the Pope, like and like like a long time ago, like the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor were like related. It was like that was like really like suspicious.
It all is, dude. It's a giant network.
You don't know that they're all related? You didn't know that? Okay, go
No.
and look up the 12-year-old that researched all on the presidents of the United States. They're all related as well.
Here's another thing you need to look up. The United
Wait,
States
all the
is a
presidents are related?
corporation.
Just look it up, please. A 12-year-old little girl did it. Just look that up. 12-year-old
Harder
finds
than
out
you.
presidents are all
Typing
related.
12-year-old into my search bar, dude. Sorry.
That's probably smart.
Okay, so 12-year-old found them related. Wow, that's like, you know, because
was
like Andrew
live
Jackson
television
was
news.
a Freemason, like John Adams was a Freemason, like everybody was like all Freemasons.
What I'm saying is
It goes
question
way beyond
everything.
that.
The presidents are members of a corporation. The United States is a corporation, not a nation. It's a business. And you got to look do you know what a straw man account is?
Like
Birth
when you're
certificate.
like saying something that's wrong, right?
No.
Social
When
security
you're
number.
born,
That's a lie.
when you're
A
born,
lie.
yeah, the government issues you a straw man account. It takes your God-given name that your parents named you, and it's all capital letters like Walmart. It's just a capital letter. It's a business. You're an entity. You're a cog in a business, and you don't even know it.
Lost at
Almost
sea.
nobody knows this. You're just
Oh yeah, I heard
you're
this from the sovereign citizen people. They said something similar to
now
that, right?
that's a misnomer. There's no such thing as a sovereign and a citizen. A citizen is a slave. Replace the word citizen with slave. You are a slave if you're a citizen. That's all it is.
No, because
So
they
once
talked
you
about
start,
like
you
how
can't
like
be
the
both.
America's a
You can't
corporation,
be
like your social security number is how they track you.
your social security is your slave ID number.
Once you
Oh.
start
Tracking is not
looking
really a
into
big
the flat
part of it.
Earth,
Well, yeah, because like you have to, that's what they use when you work. So like it is kind of like slavery in a way, right?
What is taxation on wages? Is that slavery or is that freedom? If you take 100%, people think only if you take 100% of the wages that's slavery. You could take 50% of the wages and you're still a slave. Back in the day, they got rid of slavery, so they say, and they did what's called sharecropping. A sharecropper would pay rent to the landlord, but the landlord took like 80%, and he left the guy with so little he could barely survive. So that's just another form of slavery. They did it in the coal mines with script. They had script currency or script money that was only
What's
good at
this
their
about
store.
scripts?
And you
I'm
had to buy
explaining.
shit from the company store, and the
Let's say
prices
I
were
give
so
you a
jacked
coin.
up
It's
you
only
couldn't
good at
afford
my
it.
store. I pay you with coins that are only good at my store, and I overcharge you so that your wages barely cover your subsistence. So you're essentially a slave. There's no difference at all.
16 tons. What do
So
you
it's
get?
kind of like Costco credits, but like you're forced to be at Costco at
No,
gunpoint.
no. It's only good at their store. It's
Yeah, so
not
like
even that.
Costco credits.
No, it's a coin where you can't take it to the next town over. You're just essentially a slave. It's another version of slavery. And we have a version of slavery today where they tax your wages and they tax everything you buy. So a lot of people are just content slaves and they think, well, that's the way it needs to be. We need bridges, we need roads. Oh, you need to pay your taxes. And they've conditioned people to police themselves. Oh, you're a bad person. You didn't pay your taxes. Oh, and they gossip. And that's, before the IRS gets you, they're gossiping. Oh, that guy's a bad guy. He doesn't pay his taxes.
Yeah, like
And
the
they
IRS
browbeat
is
you.
evil.
It is evil, but it's a corporation. It's a company. It's
I
a
just don't
company
like to
just
give
like
my
Walmart.
money to the mafia, bro.
It is
'Cause
the
you-
The
mafia. It's
IRS does
worse.
not spend more money collecting than it collects.
Did you hear like about how the IRS
Guys,
beat up that guy?
guys, who else is gonna spend your money better than yourself? The government, obviously. Come on, guys.
Well, the
Oh my
government
gosh,
they like
changed my mind.
torture people with money. So like, why
They
would
know
you?
they know better. They know better than yourself. That then where are you gonna spend your energy and your money? So yeah, go ahead.
Most people they will discover this. I know I did. I found out about the Federal Reserve and things like that, about 9/11. Flat Earth is one of the last rabbit holes you fall down. And then it's like, holy shit.
Amen.
This is even crazy.
I already
It's
know
already
about
crazy.
the Federal Reserve because, like, Ron Paul, he's always talking about how, like, the Federal Reserve is, like, corrupt. Like, I agree with that. Like, the Federal Reserve, they're like, your money's not even real because, like, the gold standard was killed, and, like, so, like, the currency rates and
You should
international
let him finish.
banking are, like,
You
destroying the
interrupt
world.
and when you're just
Yeah.
reaffirming what you believe, let him finish what he was saying.
Yeah, he's like, would you do that to your teacher if you're in a classroom? He's trying to explain something, and you're like talking over him.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's
Well,
just
I
that
mean,
I
it
know
makes it
about
hard
the
to
Federal
finish a
Reserve.
thought if you're cutting in constantly. You can't finish a thought, and you're not the only person in here. There's a lot of people that might not know about this.
Okay.
But
Just
go ahead.
just
Go
chill
ahead.
out. You're doing great.
Get your
Just
point
yeah.
across.
The point is, it's not governments against other governments. It's people against governments, right? So that's what we're trying to tell you.
So, like, the government's trying to tell us that the Earth is round to keep us, like, hidden and, like, blindside us, so we keep it out.
Well, remember what he
It's
said
one
earlier.
piece of the puzzle.
Remember what he
It's
said
not
earlier.
the whole piece.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Just going to say, remember what the man India said earlier about resource scarcity. What they do is they feign, which means they fake. They fake resource scarcity so that they can have a lot for themselves and give crumbs to the plebs. Well, that's us.
We are the sharecroppers.
So,
Remember
like,
the sharecroppers?
what is,
Useless
like, the scarcity
eaters.
here?
Scarcity, like oil scarcity, resource scarcity, anything. Water, oil, oxygen, carbon. Yeah, just everything. They convince us, whether or not it's anywhere near true, that we are almost fucking out of everything, and they've been doing it for generations.
So it's like the supply chain scarcity just a psyop?
It's just another fucking thing to focus on. It does, what are you going to do about it in the first place? Oh my God, I don't have my supplies. Well, you know what? If you're worried, stock up. If not, no big deal. Life goes on. That's
That
kind of
was
what this is.
Manufactured crisis.
It's completely fabricated. The toilet paper scarcity, semiconductor
it's fear.
scarcity.
Yep. Just fear.
Dude,
Manufactured crisis.
Yes, and everything they're doing now is done by design. You see all kind of ships, those container ships off the shore. They're holding them back. They could unload those things. We never had a problem unloading.
Yeah, there's no reason for it not to be. And they're like, oh, people got to get tested and blah blah, this and that. And well,
bullshit.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like you
It's all
could make that work quicker too. So there's no excuse.
Look at the people looting Nordstroms and shit. Just put the containers on the ground and open them, and they'll be emptied very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that one. It was on the news.
Well, Karen can't get her third Michael Kors purse this year if those containers don't get here. So that's all I'm saying.
Containers.
She needs
She's
her.
going to be out of season.
Jimmy Choo shoes.
Look at the country club.
I know. I'm
Dude,
appalled
do you know how many
for her.
cars?
I'm appalled for her. She has to rough it. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
Poor
there
gal.
was just cars. There was tons of cars that they couldn't even sell. They're just sitting in these giant lots, right? And they would build more cars than they could sell every year, and a lot of them would get crushed. Brand new cars.
Hey, you get two cars for the price of one. We don't know what the fuck to do with these things.
Now we have a shortage. People say there's a shortage of cars.
There is
Go
a
to the
shortage of
dealership.
cars.
The shortage is from the lack of computer chips.
Right.
That's what they say, but there's a glut. I mean, you don't go from
80 to 90% of all the computer chip manufacturing is happening in Southeast Asia. And all of these cars that you have today, you can't roll down the windows without a computer chip.
It's always been that way. I mean, for the last 20 years, we've always had computer boards in the cars, even 20 years ago. But what I'm saying is there was always a glut. There was like semiconductor prices always went lower, 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 even as we have inflation. The thing is, they're holding them back. They're holding back the chips. It's not like they can't.
They're weaponizing it.
Yes, just like they hold
Again,
back.
it's scarcity, right? They're weaponizing
chips
scarcity.
are trying to be like hidden.
Exactly.
And,
They hold back
can't make them.
oil.
They don't want you to have them.
They hold back the oil to make the price go up. Look at something called Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030. They want everybody in a smart city, which is not a smart city, it's just surveillance state. And then they want you to either use a bicycle, electric car, or public transportation. They don't want you to live
I read
that
about
little
Agenda
word.
21. It was on Infowars, actually.
I wouldn't worry about what Infowars says, but yeah, I'm sure it was.
Well, let me ask this kid. I want to ask him one question. Do you know that farmers get paid not to grow food?
Yeah, I know. That's called agriculture subsidies. It's from the Department
Why?
of
But why do they
Agriculture.
do that? To create scarcity or to create abundance?
Because they just want to, make the farmers happy and, have them, do
Shut up.
something.
Wow, that's
No, it's
adorable.
because their excuses. If say everybody grows corn, then there'll be so much corn, then the price of corn will be low, and then they can't make enough money to justify it.
Yeah.
Which makes absolutely no sense, right? It makes zero sense.
That's
So
what
what do
they
you think
did.
makes
This is their excuse, right? But it's really to drive the price of the commodity higher,
Wait.
so that people get enriched.
I remember reading about this. Barack Obama had this whole
Real-
thing where they paid people to destroy cars. So, he said he would save Detroit or whatever by destroying the cars.
Yeah, what do you think will
for
make
clunkers,
people,
baby.
the farmers? Hey, what do you think will make the farmers happier? Not farming or farming?
Oh, yeah.
Why will the government pay the farmers to not farm if the farmers want to farm and be productive?
And then why do we send hundreds of millions of dollars overseas to fight world hunger when we could have grown food to feed them?
Yeah, they do that with, the cheese, right? They're, paying you not to make cheese.
If the system worked the way we all were raised to believe it does, we would be able to, in my opinion, we'd be able to see directly the impact that our efforts, donating money, donating time, donating this and that, because there would be so far less greed. People would want to, actually use the abundance, the incredible abundance of resources we have just at our disposal to truly help somebody else.
Yeah, Elon Musk pointed out how all the food donations are just a scam.
No, he
He's a
pointed
scam
out how
too.
they were sexually abusing people. And until they disclose how they spend all that money, he's not going to sell $5 billion in Tesla stock.
I don't trust Elon as far as I can throw him.
Yeah, but he is selling the stock. He's filed 2 SEC disclosures that he's sold. I think he sold $5 billion so far.
Listen, these years individually have their own IMDb pages at this point. 2020 has its own. Now 2021 is going to have its own IMDb page, and then here we go.
That's hilarious.
We're main characters, guys.
Absolutely.
Hey, as long as I'm not the gaper.
Come on, guys. Elon can
Jones.
Go ahead.
Who's
Ron,
the
my
kid we're
bad.
talking to? What was his name?
Who?
Pupley.
I can't see who I'm talking to. That young
Publey.
kid.
Yes,
Publey,
what is
okay.
it?
So you listen to Alex Jones. He's
Yeah.
actually what we call controlled opposition.
Wait,
He'll
he
leak
is?
out. Listen, hold on. Let me explain. He'll leak out some truth, like the MMR vaccine having things in it that are not good for you, right? He'll leak that out. Fluoride is in the drinking water. He'll talk about the Federal Reserve, and he'll talk about Agenda 21. He'll talk about those things. You won't hear that, but he'll contain you in his little net. So you think, oh, if I want the truth, I'll go to this guy. There's no need to go any further because this guy will give me the truth. And really, he's only giving you about 70%. The rest of the real truth he doesn't talk about. But you think you're getting everything because you're like, whoa, I never heard about this and that and false flags and stuff. So he does give you a lot of truth. But unless you leave that camp, you'll never progress to see the big picture. They allow you to see 70%. They don't want you to see the full picture.
Yeah,
you'll be has a website.
Yeah, because
called
he never
Prison
talked
Planet,
about
right?
Antarctica before.
Actually, there was a guy that works for him with I forget his name, something Reese, Greg Reese. He made a video about Antarctica and the flat Earth. It was about 13 minutes long.
Oh.
Look it up. Google Greg Reese from Infowars. And
Is
he
that
made
with a Y
legit
or a
flat-
C?
Greg Reese, Reese.
Like the candy?
I just told you, Greg Reese. His name is Greg Reese. Go look it up.
Yeah, he's right. You're right.
Yeah, Greg Reese Reports. Is that him?
I think. Just check.
It's
Just see if you come up
channel
with
says
Antarctica. Yeah.
his channel has weather wars, climate lockdowns. Let's see.
Yeah,
Be
it's probably
brave,
him.
let go of his hand, and go explore for yourself.
Go do some
Hey,
searching.
Yeah, I found it
Oh.
for you. There you go.
I found
hey,
it.
Ron, can you
Yo.
check your DMs?
Yeah, let
He
me
po-
check.
It's on
I'm
this
on
one,
another
right?
device. I can't friend anyone, Callie.
Okay, just making sure, bro, because I know it's you, Ron Shackleton.
It's
Or
me,
voice.
but the last time I came here and I started friending people, I got insta banned. So I can't. I
Oh,
friended
I
like 3
see.
people and then bam, I was on a burner phone too. So they got me. Like I'm on their bad goy list.
Who are they talking about?
Ron, who will ban you, Ron? Who? It's Ron. Who will ban
How
Ron?
many accounts you
Who
been
will
through?
ban me?
10, 15?
Probably Discord themselves.
Oh, okay.
Nobody here banned me. I got locked out of the whole network.
Oh wow. That
Just from
yeah.
like adding friends. I added a couple friends and it ID'd me. It's like, oh, only one person has this group of friends. Bam, we suspect something suspicious. Please verify your account. I'm like, oh fuck, they found me. That's like the third time that happened. I think there's different levels of shit list, right? You might be on the low level ban list, like Kosho or whatever, and then you go up the scale to where it's like they're like anything I do, man. It's like I can't. Just adding friends, they ban me.
Well,
Not that
thank
I
you
did
all for
anything wrong.
enlightening me. I have to go to bed now. Good night, and like maybe see you later, all.
Yep.
Yeah, good luck,
great.
man. Come
Do
back.
some research, man. We can't spoon feed you everything, even though we try. We can't just feed you with a
Okay.
spoon.
You know what? And if you're curious at all, you will go look into it.
I will.
Right
Hey,
on, bro.
great having you, man. Good conversation. Good questions that you brought. That was great.
Yeah. It's not a mirage.
It's not a mirage, yeah.
We see it because it's there.
That building there is not a mirage.
The reality is like a mirage, like what you see, like the world people live in the blue pilled world is kind of like, I don't know, not a mirage, but a decoy. It's all false. I don't
What
know
you're
what word.
seeing here is a garage.
I want a 3-car garage. I need a 3-car garage. I'm not
What
greedy. 3 would be good.
What you're seeing here is a massage.
Mirages could take
Where's the
down
happy
buildings,
ending?
man.
I keyed. Everybody else have a good pagan ritualistic sacrifice holiday?
Did you slaughter your turkey yourself?
Turkeys.
Cool.
I'm probably the
And
only
pigs.
person here who actually owns turkeys and didn't kill one and eat it.
Wow.
Someone else did it for you?
No. I'm making a beef roast.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah, that's funny.
Well, you don't need to. I heard the turkey prices went up a lot. I didn't buy any turkey.
It costs $80 to have somebody come to your house and kill it and boil its feathers off, pluck them out, gut it, and dress it and everything. And I'm like, nah, I'll just have a beef roast and let
You
my
could even
little
buy one cheaper,
Deandra
man. Go
live.
get your own turkey at a store or whatever. You could buy one cheaper than that.
Bro, you could go in the woods and get one for free.
I own 2 of
He
them,
has them. He has them already.
Britta and Deandra.
Oh, they got names.
Oh,
Yeah,
those are
but
your
that's
pets,
your
dude.
turkey.
Yeah.
Get somebody else's turkey.
No.
I've raised them
Hold
for,
on. Did you name a turkey after a water filter?
No, I named it after the character from Community.
Britta?
Yeah. You know, the white girl in the group?
Yeah, no. What's far more well known, and this is why you'll change its name, is Britta the filter. So go ahead and give it something else now, and that's fine. It won't know the difference after a minute.
One of them is named after the white chick in Community, and the other one's named after the white chick in Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Why do you have to call them the white chicks, dude? Just
Because
say
they're white.
They're white turkeys. They're pure white. They're just obviously white.
No, send a picture. Can you send a photograph of these turkeys?
I probably
Kindly.
have one I can put in the
Somewhere.
live stream.
The white
It'll take me a
turkey
second.
it's a
But
white
they're
supremacist.
You know what? You're
no,
speciesist.
that's just the color of their feathers. Not my
I've heard
fault.
about people like you.
So what's it take?
I won't believe it until I see them. Send me a photograph.
Iron, what's
Every
it take
time I
to
hear
debunk
that
the
shit,
idea
they're
that
like,
all turkeys are colored, like have different colors, to see one white turkey? Is that the white
Like
swan
the
of
opposite
turkeys?
of the black swan.
Yeah.
The black turkey.
I want to see. I want to see these racist turkeys. I never seen these racist turkeys.
There's a certain breed that are meat birds, and they are white. Like, have you ever seen the president pardon 2 turkeys on Thanksgiving that weren't white head to tail? Come on now. Well, here's a picture of them when they were babies. One of them when it was like a little baby child.
Oh, that's cute.
turkeys.
I don't think I have any pictures on this iPad of them grown up.
That's fine. Tomorrow, once you see them up in the sun, you'll take some pictures and share them. That's fine.
I could go wake them up right
And
now.
imagine being a turkey past Thanksgiving in the U.S. Wow, that turkey gotta play the lottery.
Hey man, you might want that
one.
animal to see a veterinarian. It looks a little blurry.
It's a little one. That's a baby turkey.
Its head looks really messed up. How can that thing even see? I'm just kidding.
But what what's the thing on the right? It next to the oh no, that's you. That's not the turkey.
You keep that in your house?
No, I built them a house.
Oh,
Yeah,
'cause
they
there's
got
a
their
guy.
own house.
There's a guy with a black chicken. His name is Building the Realm, and he keeps the chicken in his house as a pet. It's a rooster, actually. He lets it
Yeah, I've
stay in
seen
his
that.
house. You seen Building the Realm?
I have a rooster that thinks he's my puppy dog. He comes when I call his name.
Yeah, he's got a pet rooster. It's a silky. It's a small one. The
Ooh,
silkies,
those are beautiful.
yeah, they seem to be a little smaller than the full-sized chickens and roosters. Like the ones I seen when I was on the farm, they were like twice the size of his.
I have 2 silkies, but they're both hens, not roosters. But their little butts are so cute. The fluffy feathers that they got. I can't explain it. You have to see it for yourself.
It's a smaller breed, obviously. Does it lay smaller eggs?
Yeah. And a different color one.
Get different colored eggs. Nice. How big are they? Like a golf ball size?
A little bigger. I have 15 chickens, and they all lay different sizes.
Did they
I have
kill?
one rooster and 14 hens.
Did those chickens kill a cat?
No.
What the fuck are they doing?
That looks like a dog.
Did they kill a dog?
Ooh.
Either
You know,
that or
bro,
he's
This
scared
is,
and
this is
tormented.
horrible. Those things are fucking evil, and I need to take a break.
Bro, that animal, whatever is dead in the middle of the road. I mean, it's the
This
middle
is
of the road.
ritualistic. This is worse than the Bohemian Grove.
There is a possibility that animal was killed by a vehicle because it's in the middle of the road.
Good. I hope so. I hope that I'm not seeing the Sith Lord fucking turkeys over here.
No,
Are you thinking like are you thinking like a Glober? Because all you see on this clip is turkeys making a circle. They're not killing anything.
Listen. You couldn't.
Are you imagining things at this moment?
Listen. You couldn't teach a group of animals to do this if you tried. Why the fuck are they doing this?
What are you talking about?
It's a circle around a dead animal. What's happening? Why are they doing this?
maybe that turkey was their king.
That's
and
not a
they tried
turkey
to
that's
find
dead. That's a
card.
four-legged vehicle animal.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
tried to
maybe that was their leader.
That's not.
Other
Oh my
cycling.
god.
It's their funeral ritual.
How do you know it's not the
You guys
animal
don't
moving?
understand what you're looking at. You're just like, oh, another turkey gift. Haha. What we're seeing here is a mirage.
Listen. I know what it is. It's actually a celebration. This cat used to kill turkeys, and now he's dead.
I guess, man.
Oh, that's like it's a cat, not a turkey. I
It
thought
looks
that
like
was
a
another.
dog
Look,
to
it's
me.
not
I
a
think
turkey.
you guys are all
You
bleeding black.
can't tell. You can't tell it's a celebration because there's no sound. If there was sound, you'll be hitting.
Maybe they joined together and drove that cat into the road right when the car was coming by, and
You
they're
know
like,
me,
"Yeah, we got you."
it's straight up a dog. You can tell it's a dog. Maybe they're trying to bring it back to life.
This dog used to kill turkeys, and now he's dead. It's a celebration.
All I know is that's why we have Thanksgiving, because these creatures do weird shit, and we need to eat them first.
Turkeys are weird.
Don't eat
That's
them.
a weird
They're-
turkey. Bucks up. That's a weird turkey.
Just want to be friends.
My bad, guys. The jokes are overdone. My bad.
That was a pretty good one.
It's a sad day for the dogs, but that's relativity because it's a happy day for the turkeys. So it's all relative. Well, we don't know. I don't know what's going through their minds. Maybe they're sad. Maybe they're happy. Maybe half of them are happy and half of them are sad.
They're probably happy.
I know one thing. That day it's not Thanksgiving because the turkeys are alive.
That's funny.
If you were gonna put a date on this image, it's not the 24th of November. No, you're kidding me with this turkey shorts. He's running behind the kid. Oh my god. This is the vengeance of the turkeys. You're gonna kill me? I'm gonna get you first. He was saved by the car. Okay.
What does Scaredy get?
Is that your mixtape, Glatflobe?
Bro, no. That band is good.
Listen, if you want to start rapping, I'd support you. I could be like your producer or something.
I'm afraid not. Thanks, though. I'm all set.
If you want to start rapping, he'll help you with the music.
I don't think he's got it in him. I just don't think he's got
What?
the skills.
Oh, dear.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's fine. I'm not, you know what? As far as you know, I'm not talented. And I ain't here to sell myself. So fuck you. No, I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding.
Did anybody
beat
here
battle.
celebrate?
You want to do a beat battle, Drace? Here. Here's my beat on my my beatbox, and this will give you a clue.
Ooh, yeah. All right, mute him. Let me mute him.
I think my ears are bleeding.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're muted. Mute yourself if you wanna do that again.
Hey man, as long as your husband likes it, it's cool.
I was freaking sick, man. That was a good beat.
I was sick. Yeah, I'm definitely only a sick person who would do that.
Hey, what?
Nothing. Welcome back to Flat Earth.
I was just fucking around. You guys
Welcome back to reality.
Yeah, welcome back to the world.
I like to I got your back.
Sorry, buddy.
Who's apologizing to who?
Nobody.
You are apologizing for everyone for making people heard, like their heads heard.
It's because I was blowing right into the mic. I was trying to be funny, but you know, it's probably only funny on my end.
It's not funny.
Thanks.
I mean,
thanks, Jemsy.
The intention was there.
You know, I get it, and thanks. So
I'll give
everyone's got to
you-
start
I'll-
somewhere. All right, everyone's got to start somewhere. You're on a great track.
You tried.
Yeah, I did. I really gave it a valiant effort.
Yeah, I think it's his fault. The guy that asked you to rap is his fault. So ban him.
It is his fault. You guys know that I'm just a trigger that you can pull. You tell me to do anything. No,
You can't control yourself. Someone says rap, you just start making those sounds.
Yo, my name is Glat Flowman. I'm here to say that I like my Fruity Pebbles in a different way. Come on.
Oh.
Well, you put orange juice in your Fruity Pebbles?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Normal people use milk. You just add orange juice.
When I was a kid, I used to write raps. Right, rap was my first. Hip hop was my first love in music. So
I still do, man. It's fun.
Wait, are you saying that
to write raps?
Is it?
Yeah, man. You know, express yourself.
Express yourself.
True.
Just, you know, don't do it all the fucking time like me.
If any of the new people have questions for Glad Flow, he's here to answer any of your questions.
Oh, thanks. There's not like, I don't know, 20 other people in here that would like to speak to somebody? Is it
No,
just,
you got this, bro.
Is it just me?
We believe in you.
Yep.
Fine, that's fine. Anybody want to talk to me? I'm a chatty Cathy.
I'll go to the lobby. Let me see. Welcome to Flat Earth, new people. Glad Flow is here. Speak to you.
We will find someone for you right now.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold my breath.
These are beams.
Can't hear him that well.
Who, me?
No, I hear you good. The other guy.
Glad I got one for you. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to think about this. All right, what's the meaning of life?
Ooh.
To live.
To find a reason never to have to ask that question.
Okay.
Let me
Just
live.
live. So just live.
Yeah. Listen, you can either bow out, fall on your sword, or you can make the best of it. I don't know why the fuck I'm here. Listen, I don't know why the fuck I'm here. I'll never know. And so I found something here that I love to do, a few things, and that's about, it's pleasures of the flesh. I was programmed to like a lot of stuff here anyway, and I know this is temporary, and that's that, I guess. I don't know. Dude, what a strange thing to even try to consider. And existentialism is a big part of this conversation.
I got him going. Oh, jeez.
Wait, what?
I'm playing.
So
why did you stop him? He was rapping. He was just rapping, and you stopped him in the middle of his rap. Damn. All right, go ahead. Someone was speaking.
Living is just worrying about today, not yesterday or tomorrow.
Yesterday's history. Tomorrow is a dream, and today's a gift.
Tomorrow never comes.
You know what I like? You get the present of being present. It's a gift.
Nice.
You are presented with the present of being present. Yeah, so right now is all that matters. That's yeah.
Is the now is the only thing you can do, right?
Only thing you got. That's all you got.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This moment.
You know what? I'll say it this way, and it's cheesy, but it is what I've been living. Just to do the next right thing. That's it. Point of life is to do the next right thing, whatever that means to you. And you know what right is. It's not like you have to go fucking research it. Trust your gut, and it won't let you down. Just as long as you're honest with yourself.
But if I only do right, I will never make it to my destination, bro.
What destination? It's about the journey, bro.
But I have to take a left sometimes.
Oh
Not
my
just
god.
right.
Oh my fucking god, dude. With the dad jokes. I thought I had bad dad jokes. That was stanky.
That's me too. I'm the worst
Yeah,
offender.
hashtag
of
me
that
too.
joke.
Jesus. Sorry, what
Bro,
now?
I'm giving you some competition, Glad Flow. I'm trying to. I'm trying here.
No, you're good. You know who gives me really, really solid competition is Deus Volt. For sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's good. He's good, but he sounds too serious when he says
His
stuff.
deadpan is dead on.
When I speak, you can tell I'm joking. You can tell I'm not serious.
Kinda. Yeah, you're good. You're pretty good. I mean, you know, just gotta lose the accent.
What?
No,
You're
accent's
banned.
good. The accent's good. The accent's good.
I love the
take it
accent.
serious.
I love it's unique to you. I always know who's speaking, and that's a good thing.
Your accent is unique to you, bro.
What accent?
Yeah, what accent?
Hey, is
I
it
mean,
true
what
that
accent?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Sorry, Mastermind, what's up?
is it true that Americans have accents?
From someone else's perspective. Everything is perspective.
Unless you're from California.
Yeah. You know, Mexico is in America, and South America. People in South America do have accents. Yeah, that might be something. There's many places in America that have different accents. Yes, sure.
Everybody has an accent. It's impossible not to.
Californians don't have an accent.
Bullshit, bro. I'm gonna fucking go to work today, man.
Hey, bro.
Fat J, bro.
That's so true.
Is there a lot of bulls?
You bros want to hit the pier tonight? What do you want to do? Sorry, go ahead.
Totally going to hang out with those chicks up in the hills, you know what I'm saying?
Man, I know so many douchebags. So I can do it so well. Ah, dear. Okay, anyway, keep going.
That's a douchebag accent. That's not California.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a douchebag accent
vibe,
from
bro.
the valley in California.
That's a vibe, bro.
Vibing.
I know catch the waves.
Right.
You can't tell me people.
Dude, I caught the gnarliest set today! Sorry, go ahead.
Almost fell to Antarctica.
People in Wisconsin definitely have accents, and there are tons. Every single state in the United States has its own individual accent, if you know what you're listening for. But that doesn't mean that there is a American accent. It's a
Does accent mean air conditioning money?
No.
Oh.
Well, American accent. I'm telling you, bro. If you go to South America, you'll definitely hear some accents. You're gonna find yourself surrounded by
first language, speaking Spanish or another language, and having an accent in a second language. Because I would absolutely agree with you on that.
Bro, when you say America, I'm thinking about a whole continent with many languages and many people.
But are they speaking a different language, and that's how you can hear the American accent?
There's more than one language in America, bro. So many.
I don't think we're meeting eye to eye.
From what I know,
that's fine. I always make that kind of comment. It's okay. Sorry, guys.
From what I know, there's a Boston accent, New York accent, a Southern accent, and a West Coast accent. So that's like
5,000 in between.
It's like, how many shades of vanilla? How many shades of white are there? Get out of here. There's like 42,000 shades of white. On that note, none of this can happen on a globe Earth. Nothing can. Did you know that? Nothing can happen on a globe Earth. Because we haven't seen it happen yet. It's
Especially
pretty crazy.
microphones.
I would say I don't know how to wrap my head around it, but that would be too punny.
Yeah, man, the globe was a big old lie.
It's not that big. It's only 25,000 miles in circumference. It's actually not that big at all. You could walk that.
My dad actually walked further than that last year.
I'm sure that's not true.
I can prove that it is true.
I'd have to be speaking with your father directly. Can you do that?
How much weight did he
Well, you
lose?
can look him up. He actually...
That's not... Nope.
No, he set the world record for most rounds of golf walked carrying his bag in 1 year.
How many miles? 25,000. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me. That's not possible.
You mean they had a record for that?
He walked 1,236 rounds of golf, which on average are about 4.5 to 5 miles. So do the math.
So like 40,000 or 80,000.
Keep going.
Why is there even a record for that?
Because you have to be like really rich and really bored to even attempt it.
Like I said, you could walk it.
Right, but he carried a bag of golf clubs and actually played golf for more than...
Sorry, dude.
He basically walked across the continental United States twice and a half.
Well, your dad could beat up my dad, then. How's that?
No, he could walk further than your dad.
That's a good one.
I'm sorry, man. Once you get me going, my family hates it. So I spent all day with my family, and I was trying to be funny like this, and they're like, my mom's like, Sean, shut up. I'm like, I'm excited to be around my family. She's like, I don't care. Shut up. Fuck. It sucks. And you know why, though? It's not because what I have to say sucks. It's that I'm around little children who want to just continue to play and play and play and don't care if they break shit. So when I go nuts too, right, I'm just always talking. The kids pick up on that, and they're like, hey, he's just he's a 40-year-old fucking kid. Oh my God, we can do whatever we want. And then they just go and fucking break the place apart.
It's pretty bad when your mother is embarrassed for you around family.
She does that. She's just picking at me. It's the relationship we have. It's endearing. It doesn't really mean anything. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like, oh shit, I gotta shut up. Like, I kind of don't listen, but whatever.
Right, no.
I don't get to see these kids. I don't get to see my brother. You know, especially now during the Cocoa Pebbles fiasco. I haven't seen these people for 2 years. So my mom's like, hey, calm down. Like, fuck you. I get to see you all the time. No, I'm just kidding. The reason I cuss so much too is her fault. So if y'all want to complain to somebody about that, it's not me.
Put her on the line.
Put
her on the line.
My parents are on the line?
No, I said put her on the line.
Oh, you need to get her on the horn? She went to bed, but maybe tomorrow.
And hopefully you're flat smacking at Thanksgiving, right? I did that last year.
we barely talked about the dumb shit, let alone the true shit. Yeah, our family doesn't really get into that too often because everybody thinks something different, and it's a mutual respect, which is fine. I'd much rather it be that way than consistently picking each other apart for beliefs. It's just absurd. So anyway, yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, just like here, we all think you're special, bro.
Samantha, if you want to hop up into the VC
short bus
check-in,
kind of deal.
I want to follow you up.
I put a link to proof of my dad's endeavors in the voice text. Anybody cares to peruse it.
When the hot girl you just met starts talking about how awesome NASA is, I'd still date her. And by date her, I mean just help her get dressed and feed her every day. So wait, who posted something in the voice text that someone was supposed to pay attention to? Oh, nobody played more golf? That's your papa?
Yeah, that's my daddy.
Oh, cool. I'm actually going to click on this one, guys. I'm genuinely interested. How about that? Okay, let's see here. That's your dad?
He had set the world record at like 780 or something like that a couple of years ago. Then some kid beat him, but was using a golf cart and wasn't walking.
Mm-hmm.
And he also would be like, "Oh, I quit after 3 holes, and then I added it to the next one." And my dad was like, "I finished 9s, 9 in, 9 out. If it's not an even 9, it doesn't count towards it." Either way, he felt like he had to reclaim it, and he did it to the 9s. Like, he went up by like 400.
Former VP sales for IBM, huh?
Yes.
All right, when are we going to Cancun?
When he dies and I get all his money.
Bro, catch me outside. We out here, bro. We out here. Let's go. Let's get him.
Bro, I take Bitcoin whenever you get that money.
Well, I got multiple siblings, so
you can pay me in a Brazilian wife. You want to pay me in a Brazilian wife? That's just fine.
Ooh, nice, hot.
Start building up your
all his
favors
money
now.
on golf, so he's probably not going to have any left over.
He spends it all on golf. I can imagine he has a little bit left over for the rest of his life. Just a smidge.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
I
fucking
got
around. I'm just fucking around.
my siblings, you know.
So do you play golf?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty good myself.
Well, I would imagine.
I was taught by him.
Yeah? Has the student become the teacher?
I've
Yeah, don't
actually
change.
given lessons
That's so fun.
many times.
So the student has become the teacher? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Glad to hear it. Well, that's cool. Yeah. My dad didn't. My dad probably never played one game of golf in his life.
That's terrible.
He just wasn't a golfer. He was too busy working. He had a lot of of things to do. Yeah, he was quite the fisher. You know what we do? You got to go get worms and bait and tackle and all this fancy hocus pocus. We would just both get a can of corn. You know, just corn and water. Each of us open one of the cans of corn up. Sometimes we didn't have to open both of the cans, and we just put a couple pieces of corn on a line, cast it out. Fish officially just about anything. So the corn's got a little sugar in it.
Catfish.
No, it's just regular fish. I don't know what they were. I was too young, but all I remember was the corn trick.
Hell yeah, catches everything. Then you can use that for bigger fish.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So survival tactics, guys. That's what my dad taught me. Just always have a can of corn right in your back pocket, like fucking Popeye.
But corn is GMO.
Oh,
let's spin it.
Just kidding.
Why you gotta ruin it?
Because I'm a realist.
Oh.
Well, because I'm the realist. That's what you should have said. I'm the realist.
Yeah, where's the new people? We have.
Isn't there someone getting checked in?
Cantata, Santa Cantata, Santa Cantata.
Was that English?
Yeah, Sanata Cantata. You have been unmuted. What do you mean what? Read the name and then you won't say what.
And he's got a weeping rose at the end of it. This is a sweetheart and a half. Hi, Sanatha Cantata.
There you go. You see, that's the way you say it. Exactly like that. Actually, Sanata Cantata, can you tell us how to say that, please?
Yeah. It's Sana the Cantata. You can just say
Cantata. Sanata Cantata. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just call me Sana though.
Como también nosotros perdonamos a los que nos ofenden. It's our love. It sounds an art. No, I'm just kidding. That's cool though. That's cool.
This guy's so random.
Hey, no. Listen. His about me is cool at the end for sure. Especially he says, if it don't hit my spirit, I don't hit near it. Boom. I like that.
That's great. That's great, Glad Flow. Great. Thank you for that. Santa Cantata, what brings you to a server? Black Glow has 3 questions for you.
Okay.
Well, first you got to answer his question.
Okay. So in terms of flat Earth in general, this is something that that I'm really curious about learning more of. I think I'm mostly convinced, but I know that um, there's going to be a lot of people that have far more information than me, as well as just kind of more of a deeper insight into learning it. Um, and I even remember when I first came into came into learning about flat Earth. I was watching some videos I was on Instagram actually, and there were some people in the comments debating and whatnot, um and originally I had no prior knowledge of flat Earth or anything, so obviously I'm just like, I was someone who was um more of a believer of NASA and stuff at the time, and I was just kind of going through, and I didn't enter in their conversation that they were having. I just kind of was watching, and I was more on the side of the globe Earth believer. And then eventually, I was like, I'd went on I'd went and started doing my own research just to kind of my original intentions was like I wanted to jump in that conversation and like debunk the person that had believed in flat Earth, and then through me going on and starting to do my own research, I was like, wait a minute, like I was I was like, it was like almost like the complete opposite. Like it was like I intentionally went to do research to debate the person that believed in flat Earth, and then like a few hours later, then I'm like, wait, hold up, like there's something deeper here. Um, and the more I started looking into it, then it just I just I start to more and more become a believer in, but I know that there's so much more information that I don't know. And especially when you're on social media, there's um, you know, things are all over the place, and trying to find people that really have a greater insight and more information and more resources and stuff to help you learn more and find a deeper understanding. I think that's predominantly why I came here.
Awesome, man. Thank you for that. The whole time I didn't smell one instance of garlicky troll, which is good.
Thanks for that answer. And
That
that's
was great.
Welcome
I
to
was
the
sitting,
server.
Yeah, welcome. I was sitting back just like, yep, hell yeah, okay, all right. So, yeah, welcome.
Hey, Santa Cantata, I'm gonna give you VC Verify. That's gonna allow you to have access. You're gonna have access to other voice channels and also the text channels. So, welcome to the server.
No,
You'll be able
much
to unmute. You'll be able to unmute your mic at any time. So, whenever you're not speaking, just mute yourself so no background noise and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So, go ahead, Flo, take the mic, bro.
Thank you, sir. My friend, welcome to perhaps the most interesting learning experience, if you so choose, that you will experience in your life. But let's start real slow, just so you and everybody can get a baseline. You can get a baseline for the kinds of things that we discuss, and we can get a baseline kind of for where you're at, so we can meet you where you're at with the information and have a little more healthy conversation than just yelling at each other. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Awesome, dude. All right, so I have 3 questions. They're yes or no questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're just, like I said, establishing a baseline so that we can get you to start thinking about what this really means. So the first 2 questions are pretty easy, and my answers will probably match up with yours. So the first question is, do you know of any? Sorry. Did you just call me your love? I mean, I appreciate it.
To my daughter, actually, I'm calling her, but
weird.
I forgot I'm not muted.
That's okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Said mi amor. Okay, so Anyway, brother, do you know of any time in history when anyone has directly, physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
Personally, no. That's actually something that I've been looking for, and I haven't seen any of it yet.
That word for word would be my answer too. So, yep, I have no idea as well. So we don't know. So if somebody were to say, "Hey, Earth's moving," that's just a belief of theirs because we can't. There's no way to actually prove it just yet, right?
Yeah, you literally can't feel it. So there would be no, you would just kind of be playing off of like, what's the term? Not hearsay, but like you would basically just be happen to take their word for
It's
it
an
if
appeal to
somebody said
authority. It's all kinds of appealing, but yeah, appeal to authority at that point.
Yeah.
Appeal to consensus, all kinds of things. Appeal to ignorance, appeal to incredulity. Like there's so many going on with just that sentiment. But anyway, let's do the next two. The second question is, do you know of any time in history when anyone has physically detected the rotation of the Earth on its axis? Who detected axial rotation and how'd they do that?
That I don't know. I figured that was just something that somebody like Copernicus probably made up.
It might as well have been, yeah. So same answer. If somebody is believing that it's just a belief, right? So globe is spinning. Well, the layman can't prove that. So it's a belief, correct?
Yeah.
That was a belief of mine. Yeah. Okay. So 2 for 2. No and no. Now this next one is it might turn into the rest of the conversation. Sometimes it does, but it's anyway. So I'll just ask it and then you can judge it. So the question is, can you have gas pressure without the walls of a container for the gas to press upon?
No, you need you need like some type of physical, I guess is medium the word you would use? Like
You could
some
say
type
medium. You could say barrier.
yeah, like you need some type of physical, you need some type of physical medium or barrier in place.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. I mean, it's tongue in cheek, but at the same time, those three constituent parts of their argument, right? The Earth is curved, the Earth is moving, and it's next to a vacuum. But how's that possible if we're contained? You see what I'm saying? How do you get out of there? How does the gas pressure that we experience on Earth even stay here if it's not contained? It can't be open at all, especially next to nothingness. Like anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Someone's roboting. Who is that? Oh, Justin, you're roboting. Sorry.
I was roboting?
I seen you light up. I could be wrong, but someone was. Go ahead.
Check.
Yeah, you're good.
You sound good now. So not the.
Oh, it's you, Glaff, roboting.
Me?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
No, you're not, because you came back.
Go ahead.
How's that?
You're good now.
Super duper. Sorry about that. Anyway. Where are we?
We were, let's see, the last question you had asked me. I think we just finished up the last question that you had asked me.
Okay.
In regards to the physical, just the physical varying the gas and pressure and whatnot.
All right, so let's get to the meat and potatoes. What kind of question do you have for us? Questions?
The
Or we can
first
do Black Swan if you don't got questions.
Hmm?
Wait, if you don't have questions, we could do the Black Swan.
Do you want to know what the Black Swan is?
He said the first. He said the first. What were you gonna say after that? After the first?
I said I guess the the first thing that
Curvature?
um
Oh, sorry. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, you're good. Um, I guess the first thing that's been on my mind um in regards to this um is if space is space like what's kind of like what I'm curious as to if anyone has a more of a deeper understanding as to what's out there. Like I don't believe it's space as we're told, but I don't know exactly
So
what it
what's
would be out
above us? You asking what's above us? So from here, what we can see is the luminaries,
there. Mhm,
observable phenomena, right? We see the sun, the moon, the stars. We can track the cycles,
mhm,
and then there is a medium up there that you and I, at least, I haven't been there, so I don't know exactly what it is. We
mhm,
speculate that it might be helium and other gases, but other people say there's a container because we experience gas pressure. So
mhm,
some people describe it as the firmament or whatever that means, but
mhm,
there is a wall and we cannot see through that wall. Like you cannot see through the ocean and see the bottom of it, right? You
mhm,
cannot see the bottom of the ocean, so you cannot see the whatever is beyond what's above us. So whatever is beyond that, the waters above or the gases above,
mhm.
uh, what's up there, um, it's been described as heaven, the heavens above. But what is it? We haven't been there, so I cannot verify it.
Right,
We can
right.
only speculate.
That makes sense.
Right, since it's out of reach, we don't make claims about what's beyond Antarctica or way above our heads, right? Because we're empiricists.
Hmm. That makes sense. I do wonder if it has like the physical bear. I do wonder this. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of it. Some people refer to it as the I think they called it the skyrock. It was like some type of mineral that was found in like Africa and a couple other places. Um,
And that sounds
and
like a pretty cool story to me.
yeah, so um,
You
I
know what I
can.
mean?
Hmm?
You know what I mean? I'm being sarcastic. Check it
Oh,
out. Check out what you're saying real quick, and I'll let you finish. You're saying Skyrock, two different countries said stuff.
yeah, yeah.
So
Um,
anyway, go ahead.
I will. I'll share the
Yeah, link it up.
resources on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and so basically, there was some type of mineral that they found. And I want to say Morocco. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it was Morocco and and a few other countries. There were some excavations, and they found this mineral, and it's like it's like a, it's like blue, and it has like streaks of white in it. And when they were testing the composition of the mineral, it had high traces of oxygen in it. And so that when I found that out, it led me to um wonder if that was is somehow connected. And it could just be some type of random mineral that happens to have oxygen in it. That's highly possible. Um, but just the fact that it was like it was a mineral that was colored similar to the blue sky that we have. It was like blue and white, and the fact that um that it not only did it have high amounts of oxygen in it, but they were doing some tests when they were crushing it up, and um and basically they said it's like when they crushed it up and then they examined it under a microscope, it basically turned semi-invisible. I'm about to I'm about to drop the link now. Let me find it. Give me 1 second.
Right, so speculation about hearsay that you haven't verified.
No, because the thing is that it's been spoken probably in many places by many people. The speculation that we're doing at the moment is that's what it is, speculation, obviously. And you're saying they examined this crystal, and I think I heard this before. So from what I'm hearing from you, is that you actually have realized that you're not on a spinning globe.
That much I know. I don't know the full scale of what this is, but I know that it's sure as hell not. No, we're not. I don't believe for a second that we're spinning.
Do you
I don't believe.
experience that you're moving right now? Is your house moving 1,000 miles per hour? You don't experience that, right? So that'd be nonsense by definition, right? When you
That
see the
literally.
horizon, is it straight and flat, horizontal, right?
Yeah, it's never. I've never experienced. I've never experienced any spinning. That's one thing that's never made any sense to me. Um, when when people would tell us, like, our schools, and um even when I would have different conversations with my friends, and they're like, yeah, we're spinning 1,000, and I'm like, there's no way that we're spinning thousands of miles per hour on a tilt, and like we can't see it, we can't feel it, we can't any of this. And then anytime that you try to have them verify it in any shape, way, or form, it's always just, oh, because of gravity, and there's no other, like, um, I got into an argument with one of my friends a while back because that was that was always the go-to thing of, like, he would just say gravity, like, as a way to, like, be like, oh, well, that's why you can't feel it. It's gravity, it's gravity, it's gravity. I'm like, you can't keep using that as, like, a way to um you know.
Right. So your firsthand evidence is you don't experience or perceive any motion, right? Right. So any circular motion, that's inwards acceleration. So you would ask them if, right, is acceleration felt to begin with, right? So if you feel acceleration, right, and it's even if they say it's constant, right, that doesn't matter. That doesn't change the inwards acceleration. Plus, the globe model claims a elliptical orbit.
Say that again.
Right, the globe model claims an elliptical orbit, so it wouldn't even be constant. Right,
Yeah.
but even if it is constant, even if you give them that, it's still inwards acceleration, any circular movement like that. Right, so rotation plus orbiting, right, 1,000 miles per hour plus another 66,600 miles per hour is claimed.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of sixes.
Coincidence
Coincidentally.
I gave this guy globe skeptic. He sounds to me like a globe skeptic at the moment, related to the conversation.
Agree.
Roger that.
Right, so
Good
yeah, you
point.
can
Good
trust
point.
your senses, bro. Like, you have to, first see what you experience and then compare that to the stories you're told and verify the reality that you live in, right? So you don't have to trust us or anyone. You can actually go test the Earth's surface, right? This isn't a subjective conversation, and, verify this yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
This is what I have done, as many as all these other people actually go out and test the Earth.
yeah, and that's part of what I've been slowly getting into. I actually literally was talking to someone yesterday where I was saying how often I was like, most of the things that because we were I can't remember what we were conversing about, but I was telling him that so oftentimes you see people where, the media or someone will just tell them something, and they'll just immediately accept it as the definitive, irrefutable. And I'm like, how often have, because he was like, no, this is fact. And I'm like, how many experiments have you done? Like, how deeply have you, and how, like, how deeply have you looked into it? And he would just basically tell me, like, oh, but we have scientists to do that for me, so I don't have to. And I'm like, you can't use that as your way of, like, you know what I mean, as your way of just, like, 'cause, you always see people say that. People are always just like, oh, well,
So at this moment, you've been engaging with people that the people that you actually No, you've been engaging with them in this conversation, huh?
Yeah, because I've been slowly learning more about this and becoming more interested in this. But it's
But
they are.
are you having issues with people with a lot of resistance? And you just mentioned that someone said, "Oh, but science says the Earth is what?" They were just saying science, and what type of reply you gave them?
So typically they would just say, "Oh, scientists said," or they would talk, or they would bring up NASA and stuff like that, um and because I knew how I felt, I knew how my senses felt, but I wasn't fully knowledgeable on the thing, and so I just pretty much was like, we'll have to agree to disagree, because
So
I didn't.
since you're engaging, I'm gonna recommend you to go. I hear where you're coming from. I'm sorry
Mm,
for interrupting you,
no, you're
brother.
fine.
I see that you're having this engagement conversation with people. Try to I try to go through the information. There's a lot of resources in the server. If you
Mm,
scroll down, there's a lot of channels that you're gonna see. It's called additional information. Look through
mm,
things like scientific method, gas pressure, laser test, curvature. That there's a lot of information in the server that you probably want to go through if you actually want to continue to bring this up to the people that you um, eh, talk in talk about this, because you definitely want to do this, but if someone says science and that person kind of doesn't sound, it sounds like that person doesn't know what science actually is. And maybe you read the definitions of the scientific method, and do you know what that actually means when someone says science means the earth is a globe or whatever?
that I do not.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Go through the information, and it's cool that you answer when we unmuted your mic. And yeah, if you have any questions, definitely keep it up like that. But definitely read the definitions and go through the server. And
Right. Got your
I'm
points
not
real
I'm
quick.
not saying I'm not trying to tell you teach you whatever science is or gas pressure or any of that, because there's a lot of people that might give you a better answer than myself. But I'm just trying to guide you and give you the tools that are at the server available at the moment for you to arm yourself whenever you want to go into these conversations with other people.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
whenever your
I
friends just said,
appreciate. Oh, go ahead.
science, right? So the most common alternative to empirical evidence is something called authoritarian evidence, right?
Mm,
Which is what you are told to believe by school, media, and just society in general, right? But you have to use your powers of critical thinking to verify that authoritarian evidence, right? Because you can't just blindly trust authority. Right. And the second point was whenever they say science, the objective of science is to determine the cause and effect relationship between variables in scientific experiments, right? Like empirical evidence determining the cause and effect.
mm,
So, if then statements, that's what hypotheses are. So, if you manipulate the independent variable to establish it is the cause of the naturally observed phenomena, which is your dependent variable. So that's what science is, right? Just
mm.
in short,
Okay.
right? So
I
when they
can.
say science, you would have to ask like the scientific experiment or like what variables, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's actually no scientific experimental evidence for axial rotation or gravity or like lunar eclipses, and the entire fields of astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics are pseudoscience by definition because they're entirely observational, they're not experimental. So by definition, it's pseudoscience. Right?
Yeah.
So those are the main fields that are telling you it's a globe, right? The cosmology, astrophysics, astronomy.
Right.
I wanted to say real quick, Santa, that there is a live stream voice text channel. We've been tagging you if you haven't noticed over there. People posting information about what we've been talking about, and you can look through that stuff at your leisure. There's videos up in the channel, and just trying to guide you here through the server a little bit so you can find the stuff that we share.
There we go. I see it now. Cool. Thank you. I just want to say first and foremost that I do appreciate each and every one of y'all for even taking the time to, you know what I mean, just to share the information. And because let me just y'all really didn't you definitely didn't have to if you didn't want to do so. So I appreciate all of y'all for not only sharing the information but actually fully welcoming me in to this space and just giving me the room to to fully learn and explore and whatnot. So thank y'all.
Yeah, man, that's what the server is for. A lot of people are here, trying to have the conversation. We're here. New people come almost every day, and we're here to talk about these kind of topics. And whenever you have a question, a comment, and also in that channel, post the link that you said you were gonna share with us, so we can look at it as well. About the you were talking about the glass or that high oxygen material that you were talking about. Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank
Cool,
you
man.
for that. Just making sure. Yeah. Thank you.
You have any other questions? Any comments about anything?
Not at the moment. I think I have to I would have to sit with myself and kind of gather some questions that I might have, and then once I do, I'll kind of speak my thoughts on those and kind of get all of your feedback once I have some tangible questions that I think that I feel like I really
Definitely
want to.
keep at it, because it looks like you want to. For what you said, it sounds to me like you actually talking to people about this, and I definitely encourage you to look deeply into the topics. If specifically, if you want to talk about one topic, look into multiple and learn the meanings of all the words, the terms, scientific methods, and that kind of stuff. Because if you want to bring the flatter topic towards people, you really don't want to sound like you don't know what you're talking about, right? You actually want to sound like you do know what you're talking about. And there's three main points that you probably want to work on and expand upon, which is measurement of curvature, or actual measurements of the earth. When we measure the earth, it measures level, flat.
Check the voice
There's no
text. I'm gonna go ahead, keep going, Gemsy. I'm gonna post in the voice text while he talks about the same thing. So just check the voice text while he's talking. Keep going, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so you want to reinforce yourself in some, if you want to bring this up to people whenever you talk about this, because I know it's difficult to talk to people about this because they're gonna say NASA, blah blah. But try to keep it down to earth. Uh, Measurements of the ground, laser test. We could do laser tests of long distance observations. There is no measurement of curvature anywhere on the world, right? There's many news stories about the United States being flatter than a pancake, right? And many nations, many places of the earth are flat. This is being talked. Everybody knows this, right? So you could look into this stuff. There's a lot of information in this topic: measurements of the ground, measurements of the water, laser tests. Nobody has found curvature. That's a main point, but you gotta expand on that. Then another thing is the movement of the ground. There's no test about the ground that we're standing on. The claim that they say that the ground is spinning on an axis. Nobody has done any test that can prove that. And they're gonna say, "Oh, look at the sky, look at the heavens, look at the luminaries. They are moving. The luminaries are moving. Therefore, the ground is moving, right? That doesn't. Do you think about this? Do you think that because we look up and we see the lights in the sky moving, that therefore the ground is moving? Can you actually come to that conclusion?
No, and it kind of reminds. In fact, it kind of reminds me of when people would because most of these conversations that I've had with other people who believe in globe Earth, it was always um me. I would ask a question, and then so most of the time they would come at me. Like, I wouldn't even bring up the topic. It was more so like they would kind of come at me, or um I would find a link or just pose a simple question, and then they would kind of become um confrontational. And one of the things that I remember was which this particular topic kind of reminds me of, is people would tell me, they'd be like, oh, if the like they're like, oh, the earth has to be a globe, because they're like, look up at the moon and look at the moon and the sun, they're circular, so of course it has to be. And that in and of itself made no sense to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people would that
Yeah,
that was
yeah. Listen, you know what they're telling you? They're telling you, hey, when you go to your house, you yourself go to your house, measure the table on your house, and it measures 50 inches by 50 inches, and then your friends is telling you, no, you measure your table, but that's not what you do to know the measurements of your table. You got to look at the lights in the ceiling to measure the table. Does
Do you
that
see
make
how
any
that doesn't
sense?
work?
Oops, say that one more time.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Glaflow.
I was just
Go
gonna say,
ahead.
do you
Say
see
it.
how that doesn't make any sense? Listen, I'll tell you this. I keep trying to distill this argument, this question, into something even more and more like understandable by even like a 3-year-old. Listen, if I'm gonna see if I need to vacuum the carpet or not, why would I look at the ceiling?
That's a good
Yeah,
one.
Does that make
that makes
sense?
sense. Yeah, that
Yeah.
is a good point.
Check it out. Anytime you look up, right, what we're trying to tell you is you see the luminaries moving instead of you experiencing the ground moving 1,037 miles per hour at the equator, right? That's 464 meters per second, or 1.4 times the speed of sound that they claim. So that's like 29 times faster than a speeding bullet, or I don't know, I messed up that number, but that's just insanity, right? So you're seeing the stars moving. Same way with like sunsets, the sun gets too far away, then you no longer see it because the air isn't completely transparent. So that light doesn't push through the thickness of the atmo forever, right? It's called the
Mm-hmm.
attenuation of light, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Beer-Lambert law, or the Laplace extinction theorem,
Mm-hmm.
which is a double exponential curve. The air isn't 100% transparent. There's humidity in the air, right? They say there's like trillions of tons, or I'm not sure, of water in the air. So obviously you can't see
Billions
forever.
and trillions
Right.
and billions.
Right. So a lot of people, that's one of like their main question is like sunsets and stuff. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that has to do with the attenuation of light. And you see the sun moving farther away, not that you're rotating. You would have to believe that you're falling over backwards 1,000 miles per hour whenever you see a sunset, right? That's antithetical to your firsthand evidence.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the question, or the thing that I always got the most, which now that you mentioned sunsets, it reminds me of one question that I did have, that I
Sure.
get often, which is the topic of eclipses. That's the number one thing that I think people, um, I think that's the number one thing that people ask me,
Yeah.
and I always, um, I haven't had a lot of these conversations. Most of these conversations have been with like the same one or two people. But
I'm gonna fix this for you real quick, okay? I got
yeah.
my friend. It's called Elijah.
Mhm.
F. He might unmute his mic and he might give you something about eclipses. What, Elijah? Are you there? Because he speak with his friends about they bring up eclipses means the Earth is a globe. I don't know if Elijah can speak at the moment. He's like a top guy on the eclipse talk.
Yep.
Me myself, I will say eclipses are observable phenomena. That
Mhm.
doesn't mean that because you see something happen in the heavens, that doesn't determine the shape of the ground you're standing on.
Yeah.
Right. So I got 2 points on that. So the first one would be in whenever they say like lunar eclipses. Well, actually, 3 points. Whenever they say lunar eclipses, they say that it's the Earth's shadow is the cause. So there's 0 scientific experiments for Earth's shadow causing anything. So a shadow is just the absence of light, right? You don't
Mhm.
see Earth's shadow doing anything. The second point is the selenium eclipse, right? So
Mhm.
that's when the sun and moon are both above the horizon during the eclipse. So it's geometrically impossible for the Earth's shadow be the cause of that. So that debunks it.
Mhm.
And the third point is they would have to have axial rotation of 15 degrees per hour to even claim the movements of any of the luminaries in the sky. So that's how you handle that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that was great, bro. Yeah, that's really good. Keep it sweet like that. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Maybe expand and look into the points that he shared.
It almost didn't
Anybody want
sound
to
like
say?
you were. Sorry, go ahead. No, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, because I want to hear anybody want to say more about this, because this is great. Yeah,
No,
go
I
ahead.
don't. I don't. I'm not the eclipse guy. I mean, I
Yeah,
guess I'll say
bro.
this. I'll just say one thing, one quick thing about eclipses. I have to say something. I don't know what the fuck they are. All right, continue.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to say you don't know something, bro. Many people want to explain everything with explanations and billions and trillions of miles away and black holes that they never seen and all these explanations that they got about everything.
Yeah,
But
it's like
that's the problem that they you
Check
cannot
it out.
verify it. You cannot verify any of this.
I
And
got one more point
if
on that because
go ahead.
they say like the shadow of the moon is like causing an umbra, right? So that would be the moon is casting a shadow that's smaller than itself, right? That's not how shadows work, right? So it would either be the same size or bigger instead of smaller.
Yeah, and also, sir, what's his name again? And Santa, whenever you see a shadow, what's the color of the shadow?
It's usually like black, I guess you'd say.
Right, right. So, did you saw the blood moon eclipse that happened not too long ago?
I knew of it, but I didn't actually see it myself.
Look at some photographs of it. The shadow, it's coming from above.
Mhm.
When the thing causing the shadow is below, and it's a red shadow. Have you seen a red shadow ever?
I have not.
Yeah, you also see the black part. Obviously, you do see black, right, on the
Yeah.
moon. But why, if the sun is, if the sun, it's, if the earth is causing the shadow and the sun, it's below the earth because it's someone can
Shadows on the
explain this
top
better than
instead of the
I.
bottom, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, someone can probably can explain, but this better than me. But the shadow itself is coming from the wrong side. It's coming from the upper side of the
Mhm.
moon. When the sun and the earth are supposed to be, they're supposed to be in a line, right? For that shadow to be caused, and that shadow from the earth that is below should be coming from the bottom, not from the top. Get it?
I get what you mean.
And here's
Yeah.
another coincidence, right? Because the globe model claims, right, even though you observe the sun and moon to appear the same angular size and distance away for these eclipses to line up, like the total eclipses, right? Whatever, it doesn't matter your opinion, but they say they had to reverse engineer this number of the sun being 400 times larger in diameter while 400 times farther away for these angular sizes to match up, right? Well, that's a good coincidence, right? Exactly 400 and 400.
But that just comes from random chaos. Eventually, random chaos turns into deliberate patterns.
Yeah,
That was sarcasm, by the way.
One thing that I noticed the more and more that you like take NASA for example, the more and more that you look into NASA, the more you realize how much like because he just mentioned patterns, you start to see a pattern in when you go back and look at NASA's history, when you look at when you watch over like look over their videos and how they are constantly contradicting themselves in many cases, and like for example you have one moment where they'll say that they when they were up in space they saw all these stars and all these planets and stuff like that, and then you'll have and then like you'll have another video where they're like, oh yeah, we didn't see it, we didn't see anything, and you're constantly like, and this not even just from NASA but just like multiple there several of these quote unquote space organizations, like you see if you pay attention to their, and I know you guys have already are already hip to it, but the more and more that you look into their history and all the videos they put out and the information that they put out, you start to see that pattern of like either they're just straight up they are constantly contradicting themselves in one form or another.
They're always making stuff up, and all you get is cartoons, uh, drawings, and really bad CGI imagery.
Yeah,
that's all you get. You get stories that you cannot verify. You get cartoons. You get bad video all the time, and that's what they give us.
It's always like they always make some excuse as to why, whenever they're asked like, oh, why don't you have like, by this point you should have like a clear-cut definitive picture of the Earth. There's always some type of like excuse that they give you as to why they don't have, like, they're always just like, oh, it's because of this reason, or it's because of that, or it's always something, and it's never cohesive. It's always something.
Well, it wouldn't be a
And
problem if you were actually able to verify the claims, but no one has actually verified the claims from NASA. So it's just hearsay, right? Not only that, you can just read their website. They admit that they wrap flat maps onto a ball in Photoshop to match what they expect the observer expects Earth to look like from space. And then they have other ones where, oh, we wrap rectangular maps onto a sphere in Photoshop and then insert the layers of the clouds and this and that. And then for the moon landing, they check this out. They said they destroyed the technology to go back to the moon, right? That they would go back in a nanosecond, but they destroyed that technology and be a painful process to build it back again. Then they destroyed the telemetry data, right? So if they went, then right, they don't even have the hearsay evidence that they went. So it's even worse than what you imagine.
Listen, yeah, it's like this, guys. It's like, check out what they did. It's like, that should have been your best report card ever to bring home to mom, right? A++, right? Greatest achievement in mankind's history. A++ report card. And before going home that night, you fucking burned it. Like, you know what I mean? No evidence of the greatest thing you ever did. That's what that's like. That's what they're saying. We don't really have any data anymore about that. Yeah, I mean, it was cool, right? It's cool. You guys heard about it, right? All right, moving on.
And then they
Let's
just
go to
pushed back
Mars.
check this out. They pushed back 3 weeks ago. They pushed back the next human moon trip to 2025. Right? So they just delay. They promised moon bases by 1978. What year is it now, right? So technology regresses instead of progresses. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and that's why you gotta keep it on the ground. Things that you can practically do, things that you can verify, right? You keep it in the real thing, not in the La La Land, in the movie place, in the cartoon. You don't want to go there, because if you go there, if you go to the cartoon and your friends tell you, oh, but outer space and black holes and all this stuff, they're gonna take you into a movie, right? Whatever they've been looking in since they're children, these globes in the classroom, and these movies and cartoons about planets and all this kind of stuff that is being fed into their minds, and they're gonna argue from there. But that's nobody can verify that, right? So that's why you bring it back to the ground. You bring it back to the measurement, to the test, the laser test, the movement of the motionless of the air, because the air is motionless. We can verify that. Nobody can verify that the air is in motion, right? And then there's another bulletproof thing that you probably can use. That I'm gonna give you definitions, some references here.
Okay.
You see, I tagged you. I tagged you just now, and that's what we call. I mean, it wasn't defined by me, but it's gas pressure. And the necessary antecedent, a requirement to have gas pressure, is a container, because the pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container. If there was no container, there would be no pressure. And
Right. So any claim to violate the second law of thermodynamics and the numerous gas laws is automatically voided, right? So what we're trying to tell you is, if there was this open available volume of outer space, our gas pressure would fill that availability of volume as per entropy increased. So gases expanding into a vacuum is an increase in entropy. So we would have no air to breathe right now. So there is not an open system adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? So if outer space travel was a thing, you wouldn't be breathing right now.
Okay.
You see the references that I shared.
Yeah, I'm
maybe
actually
if you guys
I'm
if you guys want to read
actually
through them, yeah, it'll be very
I'm actually
informative.
saving all of the like all of the links and stuff that you guys have been dropping. I've actually been saving all of them. I have like a little document on my like a little notepad on my phone that I've been putting all of the links, so that because I have some free time this weekend. So I'm actually going to go through all of the links and look through all the information that you guys have been dropping.
Great, man. That's good that you're taking the information, and at your leisure, you do your own thing. You do you with the information, and then come share with us whatever conclusions you come up with.
Most definitely.
Yeah, the gas
He wants
pressure is a
to
big thing. That's like a very powerful thing. The gas pressure stuff. Where is the container? Because when right now you can breathe fresh air, right? Like he mentioned. To do that, you need the pressure in the air, and to have that, a container is required. Uh, where is the container around the globe?
Yeah.
Right. So they claim an open system because they say outer space travel is possible. They say that air is leaking, and rockets are matter leaving the system, so it's an open system. Right. So another one is like the ideal gas law, where volume's inversely proportional to pressure. Right. So mathematically, they wouldn't even have pressure either. And these aren't just like theories; these are natural laws and gas laws that we're talking about that you can actually demonstrate.
And one thing I wondered, and maybe you guys can verify this, is I I had a I, now that I'm thinking, um I always wondered about the fact that, so they would say, like, fire needs, like, in order to have like fire, that kind of stuff, you need you need like oxygen. But if there's no oxygen in space, then how do their rockets propel? Um, like that type,
Well,
like the
yeah,
way
you
that
need something to push off, right? Is what you're saying,
You need
right?
something to
So,
burn. Nobody talks about that. You need something to burn. If there's no oxygen out there, what else is burning? What are you doing? How are you making? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's like it's one thing to go down, and then the fact that they're like, then there's no explanation as for how they, like you said, have needing something to burn, and to get back as well. It's like that these are things that they give us no explanation, or they kind of, or there's either no explanation at all, or it just seems like some type of shoehorned like excuse that doesn't really make
That
much sense when you.
the way you kill that is with gas pressure and containment, because you cannot go to Narnia. You can't go into the wardrobe and go to Narnia and speak to the talking lion. That's what they're telling you, that they're going to Narnia and they're speaking to the witch and the talking lion, and you have to accept that. That's what they're telling you when they're
here's another
saying
one, right?
that.
So check this
When
out.
they're saying that they're going to outer space and these planets Mars and the moon, they're telling you they're going to Narnia.
Right. So what do you need for orbital mechanics, escape velocity, and gravity? All these things that requires the Earth radius value that they don't have. So that's another way to kill it. Right. So if you look up the formula for orbital mechanics or escape velocity, it's going to have the Earth radius value in it.
Hmm. But
Right.
if there's no curvature, if you don't, there's no curvature to be measured anywhere on the Earth. Where is this radio coming from? From an imaginary place, Narnia.
And
It's
it
in the
seems
mind,
that
in paper.
they don't factor in, when they're like with airplanes and whatnot, they don't factor in curvature at all.
No, airplanes are designed for a flat, no rotating ground, and
So
also
NASA
the
documents.
pilots.
Mhm.
So the airplane, the aircraft itself, it's doesn't take into account any curvature of the ground or any movement, and the people operating the aircraft never take into account any curvature nor any movement of the ground, right? And the people in the ground trying to shoot down the airplane never take into account any curvature or any movement of the ground. Get it?
Yeah, because I do remember, because I do remember seeing um one of the documents that said that they that the aircrafts were created on the assumption of flat non-rotating
Right.
a flat non-rotating Earth.
Yeah, there's like 15 NASA documents that says that, and flight dynamics summaries say that also. Right. So I lost my thought. But yeah, Black Swan clears up all these arguments, like outer space travel, they need the radius, gravity, they're gonna need the, consider mass, the radius. And usually they don't even know which gravity to believe in. They don't know that there's multiple gravities. So yeah, you have
Yeah,
to really teach them their own model before you even help them debunk it, like your friends. Now, you
Yeah.
want to see the Black Swan?
We haven't even done the Black Swan yet.
You want to do it, Glat? I'll post it if you'll do it.
Yeah, totally. Put her in there. Bruh. Let me get my notes for this one. Because I smoked most of my brain away when I was a kid. Let's see here. Okay. All right. That is the new Black Swan. But either way, doesn't matter. It's all good. Black Swan's Black Swan. Well, what's funny is that we have so many, and we can just continue. There's endless black swans now. It's like they're a whole new color. Did they evolve? Guys, what are we seeing here? Evolution? Anyway, I'm just kidding. So, in the live stream voice text, I'm just going to call you Sana. Is that okay, Sana?
Yeah, just call me Sana.
Sanata Cantata. Yeah, it's a nightmare, but it's beautiful. Anyway, so let's see here. So, see that picture with a bunch of words at the top, and then it's got a picture below it with a little less words?
Yeah.
Okay, that one. So we're going to keep those there. Please, if nobody could post, that'd be great. So he can just, or my friend, save those to your computer. Because why not? Right, yeah, I put those on there. But anyway, after you've done that, let me know.
I just saved them.
Super duper. Now, please, if you could pull up a browser window. Even Google. You could even do Google this time. It's okay.
I actually got my DuckDuckGo right here.
Whatever you want to do. So, but first, do you know the Earth radius? Before we even look it up, do you know what the radius of the Earth is, or claimed to be?
No.
Okay. It's claimed to be roughly 3,963, 60-ish. 3,960 miles. We could round it up for charity and call it $4,000. Okay. So, 4,000 miles. Number one, right? How are they going to get that measurement? How are you going to the center of the Earth and then measuring all the way out to the? I mean, it's preposterous. But anyway, moving on from that, what we're going to go through basically debunks, at the very least, the radius.
Okay.
Which anyway, okay. So Earth radius supposed to be $4,000. Now, I'd like you to please pull up the whatever Earth curve calculator you find, although there's the Omni one. I think it's the easiest. Hang on a sec. So,
got it.
Is that the Omni one? Omni calculator? Yep. Yeah. Okay. My friend. Yeah. Click on that in the voice text, Sana. It says Earth curve calculator. Are you there? At the calculator?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I've got to get my windows organized. Okay. So, the distance to the object is 19.8 miles. That's the first line right there.
So distance to object. 19.8?
19.8. Right. And then the eyesight level is 1.5. Am I right? Yeah, 1.5 foot observer height. Feet.
Mm-hmm.
Distance to the horizon is 31.82. Is that right? Is that what we do? Next, somebody has to help me with these last two parts. Do we put anything for
good.
distance?
The
distance
horizon's
to the
way beyond the oil rig.
Right. Oh, okay, so it's going to tell us. I haven't used this one yet, so I'm just going to go with him and do this. I've done the other one with the other Black Swan. So anyway, distance to object. Yep. Okay. Distance to horizon, 31.82.
Distance to horizon, 31.82. What was the eyesight? What was the eyesight level again?
Hold on, it should have calculated it for you already.
All you have to do is put in the observer height, right?
The eyesight level and distance to the object. Yeah, and it. Well, let's see. Yeah, it should do it. Just if you put the first two options in, it'll give you the last two results: the distance to horizon and obscured object part. Did it work for you that way?
So I just put the distance to the object in, and then I was getting ready to put the eyesight level in. I just wanted to know what that one was again.
Okay. So distance to object is 19.8 miles. Eyesight level is 1.5 miles.
1.5.
Or sorry, feet. 1.5 feet.
Okay.
All right. So now it should fill those last two spots in, distance to horizon and obscured object part, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So the horizon itself is 31.82 miles away in that picture compared to the 19.8 miles of the platform. So there should be, let's see. So there should be at least 223 feet of drop. Is that right, guys?
Yeah, that's what it says on the.
Yeah, at 19.8. So we should be seeing at the very least 223 feet of not Earth, right? And then nothing after that. So nothing. So anyway, I know it wasn't the best explanation, but if you can see what I'm saying, the horizon stays where it's at, no matter how far we look.
Yeah.
It just keeps appearing behind everything, no matter how far we look.
I think I get the gist. I get what you mean now.
Yeah, and the Globers hate it when we say, "Oh, we see too far," but literally, that's the 4-word term that sums it up. We see too far for the globe math. Now,
Well, check it out. Whenever they say that the Earth is too big, right? You ask them what the geometric horizon distance is for a foot or a foot and a half. So whenever you put that into your Earth curve calculators, which is a hijacking of perspective, right? So it'll tell you that the horizon should be either 1.225 miles or 1.5 miles away, depending if it's a foot or a foot and a half, right? Well, the globe model is saying that the horizon is physical and geometric, the leading edge of a sphere that begins to obstruct your view. What we're telling you is the horizon is optical and apparent, not geometric, right? So just to have the horizon that far away, 31.82 miles, from that height of a foot and a half, that radius value, right, if the Earth was still a ball and the horizon was geometric, would require a radius of 1.8 million miles, right? So the horizon isn't physical or geometric, and it's definitely not at 1 mile away.
Yeah.
Right, we just falsified the radius. You need that for orbital mechanics, escape velocity, day and night, everything, the entire heliocentric model.
It's done. It's dead. The globe. It's dead, bro.
Oh yeah, it's completely fucked.
There's no getting out of this.
Yeah. And it's funny, the horizon seems to slope upward instead of downward, or at the very least it doesn't drop at all. I would think that at some point it would start to drop, like I just wouldn't be able to see over some shit and it would just be space. But that's not the case.
So yeah, the black swan clears up like 80% of the globe arguments, right? They're always going to assume the Earth is a ball with that radius. Well, it's already over. They can't even assume the radius or assume like dude, all their proofs first assume to be on a ball, right? So they're already begging the question. Right, so
yeah,
they
that's
don't have
another
a
thing that
ball
you
in the
wanna.
first. Go ahead.
Sorry, Box. That's another thing that you want to sharpen on is all the fallacies that they bring, because they want to make all these fallacies and confirm their bias on their pre-assumptions and presuppositions and all the ideas they got about this movie in their mind. So you gotta learn about that too if you want to bring this argument to the people that you've been talking to about the topics. All the fallacies that they bring. Go ahead, Box. My bad.
Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Go ahead, Glad.
Oh, you're good, man. You're good.
So I'll say something. So if the radius value is wrong, say it's 2 times bigger, that means everything, the entire cosmological model, the cosmic distance ladder, how far everything is away, the radius is 2 times bigger, everything else is 2 times bigger and 2 times farther. So if the radius of the Earth is 1.8 million miles, that means the moon is something like fucking 30 million miles away. Right? So, and then the sun is, who even knows what the hell that is, trillion miles. Everything is much further away and much bigger. Because everything just scales. Because the measurement is all based on the radius. every measurement. Because you
Mhm.
got to know the distance apart you are. Like, if you're going to measure the distance of something and use parallax, right? You got to have the baseline, and that's the distance apart. Well, that is calculated. That's not measured. It's calculated based upon the radius. So they do the radius. They'd say, okay, it's this many miles per degree. You know, so I'm here, and the other person's there. There's this many degrees apart, so we're this far apart. So it's all based upon the radius. Without the radius, it's all wrong. So if they got the radius wrong, like, how did they do orbits? How did they go to the moon? How did they go to the moon if it's 10 times further than what they said? Like, did they bring 10 times extra fuel or something? Like, how did they do all that, right? So we only got to falsify the radius. Once that's done, it's a wrap.
And the rest of it just kind of.
It just has to fall apart because they're claiming they went to space, and like like I said, imagine you went on a trip. You thought it was a 30-mile trip, but it actually ended up being 300 miles. You would have run out of gas.
Yeah.
So think about it like this. Let's say we were like extra kind to them and we let them get away with everything they've gotten away with up until now. If they were to try to measure the radius now, well, which horizon distance are they measuring? Are they measuring an optical one? Is it the actual geometric horizon? Because if the horizon moves around, what are they measuring? They're not measuring the circumference of the Earth. They're measuring the distance to the horizon as it fluctuates. So, like you said, there's nothing left.
Right. So any and all methods that uses the horizon to derive the claimed radius is all already voided as null. Right. So that throws Al-Biruni under the bus whenever they claim refraction for the black swan. Right. And just to cover what India was saying, not only that they assume the Earth radius, but also Venus to have the same radius as the Earth to get all the distances. So it's just assumptions on top of assumptions. So once you clear that radius and falsify it the whole card I don't know what it's called.
House of
All the
Cards.
cards fall.
Yeah, the House of Cards.
There you go.
Yeah, it's built on sand.
Good job, Glatt. All you need is the observer's height in feet and the horizon distance. That's all you need out of the Earth curve calculator.
Listen, I don't need help from you. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it, man.
And don't let them act like the horizon distance doesn't matter, because if you look at the formulas for calculating anything in their model, right, how much it's obscured, what the drop is, what the angle dip is, the horizon is the first value that has to be calculated for any of that. It's the first value they need before they can do anything else. So if you don't have that value, you have no other value. Can't make a prediction about any other value.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where the rig is. The horizon's the most important part.
Yeah, well, they're getting the radius from the horizon, supposedly. The radius is not measurable, even, like, period. It's not even measurable, even conceptually, because you'd have to go to the core of the Earth and take a tape measure, right, to the surface. Like, unless they're planning on going in their, like, 10,000 degree core, like, I don't think that's happening.
Who measured the Venus radius? They don't even have the Earth radius.
Some chicken bones and, something like that.
So yeah, Sana, go look up all the different ways they try to calculate the Earth radius, and then you'll realize what we're telling you, where they only calculate their assumptions of already being on a ball and all the other assumptions instead of actually proving to be on a ball, right? Right. It's always shadows or like sunsets and a time clock, like stopwatch. Nothing about physically directly measuring Earth curve, right? So there's no counter direct measurement to the laser transits that we were telling you about, right? Globers aren't going out and be like, oh, look, we just falsified all their laser transits, right? Because by the time they're doing the laser transits, they're already a flat earther.
That makes sense.
Yep, no counter direct measurements, no direct physical measurements. There's just only assumptions and wishing to be on a ball.
Yeah, and then when you take into account all these facts about, level, uh, flat, stationary, motionless, and you see everything that people can do practical things like buildings and even travel on airplanes and all that kind of stuff. There is no globe ever taken into account for anything practical.
Not only
It's
that,
only
whenever
in
you
the
travel,
imagination. Yeah.
yeah, not only that, whenever you travel, since that radius is wrong, the distance between every 2 points will be wrong.
And I've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I definitely could be wrong. But I I've heard that the the maps that pilots use, um they don't use a map like their flight their flight maps aren't really um they don't really they're not really cohesive with the globe model as far as like the maps that they use when they're when pilots are taking or doing their flights and whatnot.
Right, so whenever you talk about flight paths and stuff, right, so that's kind of more subjective unless you're actually like on the flight, looking out the window, seeing landmarks and have a compass, right?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you're just looking at computer screen where they're telling you where the flight is, right? So that's not very objective, right? So not only that, if you want to like argue with someone about it, you would ask them like what degree pitch does an airplane fly at? Are they pitching up or down? And how do they account for the Earth rotating underneath 1,037 miles per hour for Coriolis? So if you look out the window in an airplane, you see the Earth rotating underneath you, right? Obviously not.
Say that one more time.
Right, so whenever you're looking out the airplane window, do you see
Mm-hmm.
the rotating 1,000 miles per hour underneath you? So zero flight paths work on a globe because every flight going west would get like a apparent 1,000 miles per hour boost because your location would meet you more than halfway. And if you were trying to fly east against the rotation, right, you would have to fly faster than the Earth rotating just to even make any progress. So yeah, whenever they bring up flight paths and like airplanes, I love it because there's like 10 different ways to just destroy that.
Yeah, it was that the that was one that's one of the main that's one of the main things because I've been really recently um I've been getting into maps a lot. Um and so it's been something I've only watched a few videos I've only watched a few videos as of the past couple of weeks as far as like the flights in the
So check
in
this out. So any map with a linear scale doesn't work with the curved surface of a globe. All the distances would be wrong. Not only that, whenever you navigate, you use a compass and you hold it flat. Right, so that's two things.
Okay. And I actually gotta
And by linear scale, he means like, 1 inch equals 1 mile, right? So if it was a curved surface, that's not really possible, right? As you get toward the edges, it would have to like compress. It's a projection, right?
Mhm.
You have a curved surface projected onto a flat surface. It can't be linear all the way across.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And an airplane really isn't like a measuring device. you know.
Yeah, for globers, all lines are curving. There's no straight lines on a globe.
Yeah,
What
and we
about
don't
like
really
straight
use
down the
the
middle?
maps to navigate. But if you think about it, we don't use maps to navigate. Like long distance navigation is done with stars. It's not done with a map. You're gonna fly across the ocean with a map? Good luck. Hey, that water looks like this other water. Hey, you sure you're over the right water? No, we're supposed to be over that water. The water with the waves or this other? Like, how are you going to use a map to fly, to fly across the ocean? It's ridiculous. And if there was an error, like say you did use a map, right? And so like, oh, you look, I flew like here. I'm supposed to be on the west side of St. Louis. I'm on the east side of St. Louis. Let's go report this to the Geospatial Agency. No one does that. It's like, okay, yeah, we're close enough, right? I can see St. Louis, close enough. Let's keep flying. They're not going to land the airplane and report that the map's wrong.
Yeah.
Imagine how fast many of these airplanes go. They say 600 miles per hour. Imagine going against the rotation of the Earth that is going over 1,000 miles per hour. Will you gain any ground? I know the other
So
argument.
check this out. The globe claims something called Coriolis, right? Are you familiar with that, Sana?
I don't know what it is, but I have heard that before.
Right. So check it out. Two reference frames. Earth-based Coriolis would be the Earth would be the non-inertial spinning reference frame. Right. So you would get apparent deflection of objects in the inertial reference frame, not because they're actually deflecting, but only appear to do so because you're the one rotating underneath. That's how they try to explain, like the sun, moon, and stars move across the sky. They're not actually moving, like the flat Earth claims, but you're the one moving, causing that deflection, right? So everything not attached to the ground would have that 15 degree per hour axial rotation, causing that apparent deflection, right? So how would you demonstrate that? Right. So if you take a drone straight up into the air with a camera on it off the surface, right, and do a time lapse, say 25, 30 minutes, right, do you think you would see the ground rotating underneath you, or do you still see the sun, moon, and stars move across the sky? Right. That's a demonstration you can go out and do.
Okay.
All right.
I
Yeah, I can show you. We actually have some.
Oh, definitely.
Real quick, we have Wizin. Wizin, you've been listening for a while now. I've unmuted your mic. You can unmute if you like at the moment. Do you have any questions? Wizin, the dog with a tie.
So yeah, Sana, check this out. So the Globers are saying that the Earth is rotating underneath sniper bullets and footballs and pendulums and gyros, and they say they're measuring it, right? So Earth is claimed to be rotating underneath everything. So when you actually go out and test that, right, it's easily falsified. If you look out the window of an airplane, Earth isn't rotating underneath. If you have a camera on a drone, on a time lapse, you don't see the Earth rotating underneath, right? Or even a Felix Van Gardner. I don't know how to say his last name. The world record guy jump, basically, where he took multiple hours to go up before he did the world record jump and before he came back down. But instead of landing in the ocean, if there was this Earth-based Coriolis, he landed in the same desert.
I see what you mean.
Right, so you still see the sun, moon, and stars moving while you're in the inertial reference frame. That means the Earth isn't rotating underneath. And they're not measuring it. And they say, it's underneath footballs and sniper bullets and all that. Well, that just debunks all that as well as their heliocentric model.
I'm actually jotting this down because I'm gonna, as I mentioned earlier, I pretty much have this entire weekend free, so I'm gonna be deep diving into a lot of this
Yeah, we'll
stuff.
be here, man. And
Most definitely.
yeah, just remember about Coriolis that it's a apparent deflection. So usually what they'll try to do is say that the air is also rotating with the Earth, right? So they'll say that these unbonded gases are also rotating with the Earth, Okay, well then they just debunk themselves because they don't have Coriolis if the air is rotating with it. So yeah, it puts them into a lose-lose situation whenever you bring this up. They either debunk their own claim of Coriolis, or they admit that the Earth isn't rotating underneath objects to have Coriolis.
It's like it seems like all of the every area, kind of every area of the heliocentric model, it's like it's constantly just in a state of, if one thing, in order for one thing to work, then this other factor, this other aspect of it completely debunks it. It's like constantly, almost like constantly, just the the system itself is like constantly destroying itself, if that makes sense. It's like,
Yeah, it also contradicts itself all the time. Like they Globers try to claim instead of a direct measurement, they claim sticks and shadows, Eratosthenes, some anarchic guy. I don't know how
Even
to say that
though,
word. Go ahead.
oh, you weren't finished. Go ahead, man.
They claim parallel sun rays for Eratosthenes, right? And then 2 seconds later, they claim light doesn't travel straight past that. It's all refracted and bent, right? So we go from Eratosthenes, parallel sun rays. Literally 2 minutes later, we move into the black swan, and then they contradict themselves and say that the light rays are bent and not parallel. So, and then for them to even explain eclipses, they claim not parallel rays. So yeah, it's constantly like that, bro. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because I wanted to make a point about when we say heliocentric model, they don't even kind of claim, because they claim so many things and so many, that they show the model of the earth and all that kind of stuff. But the heliocentric, it's not that anymore, I guess, because they claim that the sun is going around the Milky Way, and the galaxy is moving towards the Great Retractor or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So it's not heliocentric. The model is not heliocentric anymore. It's more like, what can you call it? Black hole centric or something. I don't
I've seen them
know.
say that there's an edge of the universe with the wall at the edge. So yeah, it's always changing and gets more crazier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah, there's there's certain things that that I would see, um like especially recently, that I would see, um where you'd have, like, for example, you'd have, like, let's say, oh, this is a this is a quasar, and this is how a quasar works, and in order for, like stuff, like things that, like, you just sit there, it's almost like things that they say takes place out in space, that you just kind of, it's almost laughable in a way, you know what I mean, where it's like, you're like, yeah, well, a quasar works in this way, and then and this, when this, when this star explodes, then this happens, and then this happens, and this happens.
Well, they saying that they're showing you a cartoon.
Exactly.
Yeah, it smells like farts on Uranus, right? And it diamonds on was it Saturn, Jupiter? They claim there are stars spinning at seven rotations a second, right? Stuff you
Roger,
have to believe.
it's even worse than that, Roger, because they say that the stars you are looking at are not even there, that they're
Yeah,
dead, that yeah, those stars are dead now, and you're just seeing the remnant of the light traveling to you. So not only you're not seeing the stars move across the sky, those stars aren't even there, bro.
In the past, right?
Like one thing that I always laughed at was when they would say stuff like, "Oh, the wind speeds of this, this planet outside of our solar system is," and I'm like, "There's no way that you could possibly know that." Like,
Yeah.
let's just
Not
be
only that, check this out. So whenever they talk about the like burning balls of gases in a vacuum, right? So gases, they don't have no inherent shape. They take the shape of their container. So whenever they say either atmosphere, they would have to be invoking a sphere-shaped container, right? And no longer have a open system to have space travel. But yeah, and just ask them to demonstrate this ball of gas in a vacuum, right? Because that's impossible. That's antithetical to the second law of thermodynamics as well as the numerous gas laws we told you about. Go ahead.
like right here. When you look up. It's like you can tell that they're like every day they're just shoveling new shit out of nowhere. Like the it says like this thing. Um, the winds of Jupiter are now at top speeds of 400 miles per hour. Like,
You know how winds are caused, right? So winds are caused by high pressure moving to low pressure. So if there was these Jupiter gases in a vacuum, there would only be wind for a second because all those gases would escape into that available volume.
exactly. And this is the kind of stuff that like this is the common because one thing that and I've noticed this since high school, um, is that and I noticed this because of the fact that um whenever I had back when I was in high school we would have these science classes and they would have us go on like they, we would have to either do different reports or they would have us go on different sites and we'd always see NASA discovers this or NASA says this or SpaceX says this or blah 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 whatever whatever the space organization was and every time it would always be every time that we went on there it would always be new stuff like it would be new stuff like this and I
Right,
think
every week they tell us that we barely dodged an asteroid that would have killed us all. Like it's constant fear porn, right? And then now they're saying like there's kamikaze satellites are like falling down.
Yo, I want to say that we are the luckiest planet in the solar system if that's the case, bruh. You gotta be kidding me on
And
that.
then not only that, like we're not even a planet by definition because planet by definition right now is you have to be orbiting a star and because Earth is motionless, we're not a planet by definition. So your friends will often say, "Are we the only flat planet?" Well, that's a false equivalence because we're not a planet by definition. Makes sense?
yeah it's like that 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 stand up by I can't remember his name. Um, I can't remember the comedian's name at the moment, but
George
where
Carlin?
um no it was he was talking about super although George Carlin is really good. He was talking about Cat Williams.
Mm.
I don't where he said he was like so NASA came out and said that they've discovered a certain like 16 new super Earths. He was like, and I'm trying to figure out what in the fuck is a super Earth.
Yeah, that's real.
It's a product. It's a product of the imagination.
And just moving back a little bit, real quick. Sometimes the globers will say that the air is also rotating with the Earth.
right? But we have time lapses where the winds and the clouds are going in all directions. So that already instantly debunks their claim that the Earth air is rotating with it. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And don't forget that these products that they make up every day, this news, they selling them to you in the news. You know, it's news feeds and news that they made these discoveries over 1 trillion miles away from here, right? And this product that they're selling you is for you to put in your mind, buy them and put them inside your mind. But don't ever forget that the earth is not a product, it's not an object that you can just quantify it like they're input it into a drawing or a cartoon or a movie. The earth is not that, okay?
Right. So there's something called the Flat Earth Society. Have you heard about them, Sans?
Yeah.
Right, so they try to derail the flat Earth movement by making it look dumb and ridiculous. Obama plugged it in a half dozen speeches. They claim that we're a disk in space accelerating upwards with the edge you can fall off of in a solar system. And there's no real flat earthers in the Flat Earth Society. None of us believe what I just said about what they believe.
Yeah,
Right, that's obviously dumb.
Yeah, I went on their site, I think once when I first started looking, when I like first did a search, and it wasn't really that hard to tell that um that
That
they
they're
were
trolling.
yeah, literally that they were basically trolling. Because the first time I went on their site, I started reading some of the information that they had on there, and the first thing that came to mind was I was like, I don't know anyone that logically thinks this. Like I don't know any people who, because like I said, when I first started looking when I first started looking into flat Earth was after I was viewing a conversation between an actual flat earther and a glober, and I was like, and I was viewing their conversation, but I was also viewing different people that were Chinese. I'm pretty sure that none of them believe, because it almost sounded like they were intention. Now I know obviously they are, but when I was first reading it, I was like, it literally reads like they're intentionally trying to troll.
And check it out.
To
So whenever you
misinform,
Google,
to misinform, yeah. For people to look at into that and just sway away, be like, oh, this is ridiculous, flatter. These flatters are crazy. It doesn't make any sense because you cannot use your senses and logically come to those realizations and those conclusions that they're claiming, right? That you cannot say that the Earth is moving upwards at these speeds of or whatever. That sounds crazy, right? Oh, that Australia doesn't exist. If you live in Australia and you're paying your taxes in Australia and you build a house in Australia and you go to the Flat Earth Society website and it says Australia is a conspiracy theory or something like that, right? You're gonna be like, these people are crazy.
You gotta think. You gotta think. This was me not even knowing. Like this was me literally just curious, looking into it, and then reading what they were saying, and it didn't take any more than two brain cells to realize that I was like, um, I don't know the full depth of behind flat Earth. I was like, but literally took 2 seconds for me to realize that they were
So
a
now,
troll site.
so now
well, it's
that
how
you're
they turn
here,
people away, right? So you Google flat Earth and it takes you straight to the Flat Earth Society. That's already suspect enough. And then you go read and see all the ridiculous claims. And that's exactly what they want you to do is go check out the first link whenever you Google the flat Earth, or go to the images and you see a flat disk in a solar system that none of us is claiming. Right. So immediately people are like, oh, that's stupid. I'm never looking at flat Earth again. Right. And then they'll make fun of you. But Yeah, that's exactly the goal. Go ahead.
Yeah, once you click in the images and you see this replacement of the globe, and this replacement looks like a disk going through space, this is part of the extra programming, right? They programming you with a replacement or a theory replacement or a conspiracy replacement of a disk in space. And a lot of people see that and visualize that, and then they think in their mind that that doesn't make sense, right? Because where is the edge of this flat Earth? They start thinking like that. But let me ask you this: during the conversation, all the information that Box has been talking to you about, and everything that has been presented about multiple people in here, using your senses and logic, is there anything that you will say, you guys, this guys, what you're saying doesn't make any sense, or it's not practical in reality? Have you think about that, of anything that has been said in here compared to the flatter society?
So far, I mean, genuinely, everything so far that you all have said, it makes sense.
Oh, it makes sense. Does the globe make any sense?
All right. Well, now I'm gonna have to tell you what actual common sense is. Check it out. I'll post it in the. People have like this
Common sense
misnomer.
is, ma'am, ain't so common.
Yeah, so like sense, right? You have to sense it and experience it. So by definition, globe is nonsense just because none of your senses perceive it. Right. So we had a glober in here a couple weeks ago that said that the globe is common sense. So we had to break down what common sense even was. Right. So impressions conveyed by the five physical senses. Right. So which of your senses is telling you you're on a magic spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum?
This is true.
Nonsense. That's the answer. Nonsense. So
Like,
for you to come to the conclusion that you're standing on a ground that is spinning, right? And
mhm.
the level flat experience that you're having, it's not what you actually experiencing. That is actual nonsense.
Yeah, and I think I was always kind of meant to somehow I feel like I was always meant to stumble onto this. You know, when I was one thing that my parents always told me, they were like, when I was a child, they said that the one thing that I that they noticed was I was like super inquisitive. Um, as a kid, like I was always questioning like everything. Um, every little piece of info, because I literally used to get in trouble in elementary school and middle school for like just questioning literally all the stuff that they were teaching us, which is I, I I would like to believe, and I don't know, but I would like to believe that that's probably why I didn't do that well in school, because or more so that I didn't really care about school itself, because like
Because all of the nonsense.
even as a kid, most of the stuff that they were saying, it didn't make sense. Um, it didn't make sense to me. And like when you try to when you try to sit there and think about it, because I've literally had people that were like, oh well, sometimes with science, it's not supposed to make sense to you. It's just it is what it is. And that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough for me. Like I've literally had somebody tell me that, like, hey
Yeah,
man,
science is always evolving. Just kidding, guys. Go ahead, take over.
they're
I'm
just
being
like,
silly.
they're just like, they were just like, hey man, because what is the I'm trying to think of the term. Um, I here let me so that I'm not misusing it. I think I want to say it was I want to say it was Occam's razor, but I could be wrong. I want to look it up just to make sure that I'm not misusing the wrong.
That's the one where like the most simplest explanation is probably the truest, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now listen, you can't always appeal to that, though.
Right.
There's a problem there with that. I think it's almost a cop out.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, instead of saying, "Oh, everything at its simplest explanation is the truth about the thing," it's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's more of like the law of averages, I guess. Does that make sense to anybody?
So whenever you like start a premise, there's something that you need called an axiom, right? And that has to be something that's self-evident, very basic assertion drawn from your experience.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the globe doesn't have a single self-evident logical axiom to even start either a mathematical system or a premise to assume that they are on a ball. So instead of having like a natural phenomena to say that they're on a ball, instead they just assume it. So in reality, they can't even assume it because they don't have an axiom. Make sense?
Yeah. I definitely gotta want to take a lot of time to, because this is this is the kind of stuff that I love to almost, I don't want to say lose myself in, um or I guess I would say lose myself in a positive way, like in a good way, like
You like to get into the deep end of the pool and wade around a little bit.
yeah.
Yeah, try to find one globe proof that doesn't already assume the Earth to be a ball, right? So what they do is like, my model proves my model. Look, I can predict something, right? Well, it's not even prediction, it's post-diction because everything's on repeating known cycles, right? So that's
Mhm.
not prediction anyways, and they don't have a mathematical system without an axiom. Plus, they don't have the radius for any of it. There's so many ways to tackle it, dude. Like, it's easy sauce.
Yeah, and how many times, like, I just want to know about one time when they went and measured the radius. If they could even do it once, they had to have done it multiple times, right? We don't even have the one instance.
I want to
Yeah,
know.
make sure if the conversation ever goes to that, to measurement, you ask for measurement of the radius and the curvature of the Earth, right? Some people might come and tell you calculations. Let's do calculations of the globe. Measurements doesn't equal calculation.
So, yeah, what you ask is who directly measured and how. That's the short question. And they'll just say, like, we calculated based on a set of presuppositions of already being on a ball.
Yeah, I've with some of the people that I had mentioned previously that I've talked to, um the one thing, because they usually will move off into other kind of areas of the conversation, but one thing that has typically stumps them is when um and I don't intentionally try to necessarily stump them. I just bring up they can never back up anything when it comes to the topic of gravity. Like the one of the main people that I've had these conversations with that believe in the globe is like, we would just kind of, they would kind of give some of their perspectives and I would give mine, and then it would they would, because like I'd mentioned, typically um anytime I would question certain aspects of the globe Earth model, and their go-to would always be,
Oh, because of gravity. Because of gravity.
Yeah, they say gravity. It says sound like parrots. They just say a word, and they think that word has any effect on physicality in reality.
It's
They
like, but
say, oh, they don't know how it works. All they gotta do is say gravity.
it's like when but it seems as though like whenever they would bring up gravity, and I would when I would ask them questions like um such as when was the time, or how have they measured Earth's gravity, um or what are the how have they irrefutably proven gravity.
Well, here's the problem, right? So let me go through it. Right.
Okay.
First of all, there's zero scientific experimental evidence of gravity. They're claiming a cause to be gravity that requires the scientific method. There's none of that. So here's how it started, right? So Newton and Einstein, they both assumed gravity to exist, and then they wrote math equations based off that presupposition. They didn't do experiments proving the cause to be gravity, right? Even worse, Newton's was so bad they had to replace and supersede him with Einstein, which is about the conceptual fabric. The bending, warping, and spiraling of a conceptual fabric of space-time, right? So four-dimensional, right? Obviously, it's only a concept, right? It's called the theory of relativity. Obviously, you can't put that through the scientific method. It's unfalsifiable, right? So it's only assumed to be true. What they do is they observe effects like something falling, right? And then they assume the cause. So that's affirming the consequent fallacy. So usually if you debate a glober, they'll just say drop something, and that's proof of gravity. Well, okay, you're observing an effect of something falling, right? Or you can just say, drop a helium balloon, it doesn't drop, right? There's the gases in the air drop at 9.8 meters per second, right? So no, that's dumb. So it's not universal like they say, right? And it doesn't apply to gases. So yeah, everything would have to be falling at 9.8 meters per second, right? So not
Yeah,
only
you want to
that,
make a difference. Oh, go ahead, finish, bro. Go ahead.
yeah, I already lost it. Go ahead.
You said not only that,
Yeah, I forgot what my last point was. It's all good. I've
because
been hogging the
the
mic.
thing is that you spoke about Newtonian, right? And then now they say Einstein, but there's a third one which is specific gravity. That one move closer to reality. You know about that one, right, Box?
Right, so they hijack relative density and then call that gravity, the same way the Earth curve calculators hijack perspective and call that curvature. Right, so if you go to any curvature calculator, there's no perspective added into it or calculated because it only hijacks it. Right, something called the Riley criterion formula. It also starts with 1.22, kind of like to calculate the distance of the geometric horizon is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So yeah, just hijacking reality and making it what they claim. Go ahead, yeah, talk about the specific gravity with them.
I wouldn't be able to say much, but I'm posting links so you can go through the information. You see the links?
Yeah, I'm actually clicking on them right now so that I have them when
I'm gonna
like I
post
said,
another
when
one.
I go through.
Right, so obviously when you drop something, not everything is going to drop, right? Some things go up, like a helium balloon. So that's the fastest way to debunk their claim, right? And just the behavior of gases itself debunks their claim of gravity because gases are omnidirectional, right? And they have something called elastic collisions where they bounce off each other, losing no energy. So they're not attracting each other, the exact opposite and antithetical of attraction instead of bouncing off each other. Get it?
Yeah.
So yeah, here's some examples of relative density. right? So all you change is the medium that it exists in, right? So we call it a relative density disequilibrium because if something is not in equilibrium, it's going to try to seek its equilibrium. So if you take a beach ball to the bottom of a pool and let go, right, there's going to be that buoyant force to push it up to the top, right? And yeah, whenever someone says force, that itself is something called like a tautology fallacy, where they try to explain force just by saying motion, right? Well, force is just like motion, so they, that's how to explain it. So you can do multiple like actual scientific experiments following the scientific method, where you change the relative density to make an object either go up or down, like an egg in water. You change the medium, make it salt water, so that egg will go up, right? Resolve is called a tautology fallacy. It's like TAU. I'll post it.
Okay.
One second.
I posted another link about specific gravity.
I just copied the link and put it in my notes so that I can check it out.
Yep.
All right.
Well, if you sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. I'm done.
I was gonna say, excuse me. If you do this right, you're gonna have so many places where you're sticking links and quips and little things about truth or reality just everywhere on your phone, on your computers, little post-it notes, little pieces of paper. And I've only been at this research, like seriously researching these topics. 10 years, I guess. 7-Eleven was an inside job. Was like, oh boy, and then Alex Jones came around and all that stuff. But yeah, the me more. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know where I was going.
Tell me more. I said, tell you. You said that. I said when you find this information that goes contrary to the popular belief. When I got that the first time, I was like, I want to know more.
Fuck yeah, dude! I couldn't get enough. Seriously, like, every day. I'm not kidding. Because I turned it on, right? I got bit by the bug, and I don't know, just it's endless curiosity, and it's dopamine hits that aren't in vain, like drugs, alcohol.
Yeah, but it's
being
definitely
a dickhead
good
to
to
somebody, something. You know what I mean?
It's good. It's good to have a good touch of reality instead of being in the la la land all the time and imagining this globe stuff.
Right.
We do talk about it, but it's good to have fundamentals of how things are practically done and how they work actually.
Yeah, this definitely has gotten this stuff is really like I definitely understand what Glot was saying when he said that it's like a rush. Because for me, I have this kind of spirit to me where I'm just like I feel like I have to know. And not that I have to know every like the meaning of life and all that, but more so like just if there are certain things where I just feel like I just get there's such a drive to learn more, and especially if there's a particular particular topic within this conversation, like I said, whether it's whether it's maps or whether it's circumnavigation or whether it's gas pressure or whatever it is. Whenever I find that a particular topic that it kind of lights up in me, and it's just like I can literally wake up and spend the entire day just like immersed in it. You know what I mean? And just
because I have that feeling of like I have to, like I have something in me is just like I have to know.
And check this out. Check this out, right? So we were talking about gravity and stuff, and Einstein's all about mass. So if mass was the reason things go up or down, say I have
Mhm.
two objects, right? One of
Mhm.
little mass and another one
Mhm.
of big mass, and throw them into a lake, right? One's going to
Mhm.
sink and which one's going to float, right? So the mass isn't going to matter at all if that object goes down or if it floats, right? So say I have a pebble and I have a log, right? So a log is a lot more mass than a little pebble, but that
Yeah.
pebble is going to sink down to the bottom of that lake, right? Because it's more dense than the log, right? And that the log is less dense, right? So that's why
Mhm.
mass doesn't matter.
I get that. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Right, it's all relative density. Right. So if it's in disequilibrium, if something's like more dense or less dense than medium, it's going to move accordingly.
Hmm.
Right. And then the Einsteinian bending of a conceptual fabric of space-time is just insanity. How do you bend a concept? So yeah,
This
it's
is
called a reification fallacy. You can't bend a concept.
so it's called the reification fallacy.
Reification, yeah.
Yeah, how can these concepts of time and space bend reality? How can these things cause anything on physicality?
So let me put this link in my notes.
You got any questions?
Currently, currently I don't actually. I think I'm just gonna I think I'm just gonna take and absorb all of it because I literally have like an entire set of I copy pasted all the links that you've all been dropping for me in the into my notes, and I'm gonna go through all of these
Hell yeah,
tomorrow.
brother.
Um, and so I think I think I'm just gonna I think I'm good for now. I'm just gonna go through these, and then as questions arise, when I'm going over all of this stuff, then I will pop back in tomorrow
Yeah, hit us up.
and definitely hit you up. So
Yeah, man, we'll be here. That's the best part. 24/7.
Take
Yeah,
notes
that's
and
great.
write your questions down as they come to you.
Right, so you can
Yeah.
believe your senses and compare that to the stories you're told by use of your powers of critical thinking and empirical evidence and your firsthand evidence.
hmm
And
Yeah, just
use the
verify the
research.
reality you're in, go do some observations, it would be the best.
You use the resources on the server, the additional channel informations. If you want to look to some other stuff, there's some good links over there.
The world
Yeah,
will
this
never look the same to you.
yeah this is like I feel like a kid in a candy store right now, and as I'm looking through the all the additional information sections, I'm just like, there's so much here. I can just go through all of this and get lost in it. I'm actually really fucking excited.
Right. Well, thanks for hopping in.
Nah, no problem. Thank y'all for sharing all the information, and just like I said earlier, just being so welcoming and inviting, and I genuinely appreciate all of y'all for sharing everything and
Yeah,
allowing
man,
me into this space.
back at you. And if your friends are anything like you, bring them on in next time, you know?
Most definitely. Yeah,
Yeah, man.
I actually have one of my friends, he's actually really he's curious about this kind of stuff, but he's unsure. So I might bring him in, and maybe you guys can. He's one of the people that's kind of on the one of my friends is kind of on the edge, like he's
on the fence.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
those
he's
are our
like
favorites. My mouth is watering. Bring him in. We can't wait to talk to them. No, I'm just
You
kidding.
send him a link right now. Just freaking send him a link.
That's right.
Their names wouldn't be AE or Killa, would they?
No.
Okay.
And that's our bread and butter with like ice cream on top. Anyway,
Yeah,
sorry.
because
It sounds weird now that I keep talking about it.
yeah, because because we were having, and this is what I'll say before, because I actually gotta, I'm actually gonna catch some Z's in a moment, but um, me and another one of my friends who already believes in flat Earth, um, we were having a conversation because even though I was unsure when it came to flat Earth. I knew that I didn't trust shit that NASA was saying. That much I did know for a fact, and so me and him were having a conversation about just talking about all the bullshit that NASA says, um, and he was dropping some of his knowledge on flat Earth, and my friend, one of my friends who's on the fence, he got like he started hearing what we were saying. He's like, "Wait, hold up!" And he started kind of getting into the conversation, and um, he's kind of caught little things here and there from our conversations. Like he's kind of heard little things here and there, and he's done a little research on the side, but he doesn't know like where to start, and so he's only kind of caught little bits, and so yeah, he's really like right there, like on
One quick thing,
the
as you're talking to people about this, try to use the word belief as little as possible. Try to talk about beliefs as little as possible. I wouldn't be doing this if this were merely a belief. This is the truth, straight up and down, left and right. There's no way around that. So that's why I'm here and doing it.
It's kind of hard for anybody to actually do research because they like any actual information that's put out there that is truthful flat Earth information usually gets buried, it gets censored. So if when you say that he has questions and he's caught a little bit here and there and he's done his own research, he's only going to get the mainstream version of it. So maybe you could help him out with that. That would be let me ask you, are either of these friends that you're referring to friends of yours in real life?
Yeah, these are people that I've known since like middle school.
Good.
Cool.
Oh, those are the best ones, man. They'll listen to you. Good.
You know what that means? It means you've got some partners in crime that you can go do observations with.
Most definitely. I'm actually going to I'm gonna message them tomorrow and see if I can bring them in, and
don't rush it.
then
Just take it slow. You know how to talk to your friends. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
that's a great idea.
I know one of them is he has that drive to learn stuff just like I do. So I do know at least one of them would be super amped to come on to.
I would start with him, bro, and then you two just take over the world together.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
Cool.
thank y'all all again so much, and I'll chop it up with y'all tomorrow.
Cheers, man.
Have a good night, brother.
Cheers. Peace. Have a good night.
Peace, baby.
He wants peace that is peaceful. He did the double peace. What's up, dude?
What's up, man? Take a big shit, dude. On Friday day.
You took a big shit.
Well,
that's tomorrow.
Everybody's gonna take a big shit tomorrow because you ate your fucking.
I did.
Your fucking pie holes.
I ate my weight in stuffing. It's bad. Bad.
Stuffing is my favorite dish out of the entire
It's got to be good, man. Where do we get the bad stuffing? You know, it's just
You
like
know what I'm saying though?
gooey,
Stovetop,
too
bro, is still
gooey. It's
number
not
one.
crunchy. I need crunchy. I need a crunchy.
Yeah, like
It's like freaking
slightly
candy, man.
slightly overcooked stovetop is my favorite. Oy, give me some of that. I'm not kidding. We used it tonight, and my parents could afford better shit, and they don't. And it was
It's like
great.
candy. It's like
It's
it's literally like candy.
Yeah, yeah, it
too
is.
salty, man.
No
Stuff
way.
like- it's like
You didn't
fucking-
grow up in the right environment. You need to be, as an American, you need to want to have salt or like ketchup on everything or something ridiculous. But yeah.
Maybe whoever made it with some broth that was too salty.
Boy,
Yeah.
your boy sounded good, man.
He did.
Yeah, that was a nice little drop in there. That was good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was sweet, man.
Knocking him down. He sounded genuinely interested. Thankful to have had the candor from everybody that was experienced. Yeah, it's good.
All right, glad you can stop patting yourself on the back now. Have you spoken to Wisdom?
I wasn't talking about just
Talk
me,
to who?
man. Sorry.
Who we talking to? Whizzing? Whizzing.
Puppy dog.
Got to take a whizzing on the globe.
It could be a purse dog, could be a biting chihuahua.
Whizzing. What's up?
Biting chihuahua. Are there chihuahuas that don't bite?
Didn't say before he just wants to listen and he's doing stuff.
Yeah, the dead ones.
Yikes.
So, Zeolite, you opened your mic just now. What do you think about the nonsense of the globe?
I mean, I was just speaking up and saying what Wizen was saying.
So, Lord Zeolite, how do you feel about the fact that all scientists admit there's no evidence for evolution?
Check.
I am not like I literally don't care.
Oh, I don't care.
That's good.
Perfect place to be if you're an I don't care. We get a lot of them.
Well, you're here, right? So you at least care about the Earth, right? So you want to talk about that?
It's just really interesting listening to people how they argue things, like on both sides. Like that's just why I'm here. It's very interesting to hear people argue, or not argue, but like trying to explain their point of view.
Oh, we argue sometimes.
A lot of people are very bad at it, like just completely bad, and it's kind of funny.
Well, you know what the best
On both
part about
sides,
that
on both
is?
sides.
People are people, but the information doesn't change.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. But that's why I'm here. I enjoy it. Let's listen.
Yeah, that's great that you're here. Welcome to the server. Have you realized that you're not on a spinning globe next to a vacuum? Have you come to that conclusion yet?
Hey, don't think about it. That doesn't matter. Like, there's enough that I have personally. I don't know, like a lot of the like models and theorized stuff don't match up with the southern hemisphere, so it's hard to.
Wait, hold on. You don't have a hemisphere in the first instance, so you have a radius for that to have another hemisphere.
Yeah, well, you can say like there's two positions of the Earth, right? Because you got to like believe there is an equator or
Like
a middle where
north
the
or
sun
south,
does rotate.
right?
Wait a minute, Fox,
Yeah,
wait a minute.
you got to say there's
Wait a second.
two parts.
Yeah, the problem is that all models used in reality are flat Earth models. So there are no globe Earth models. If we knew of one, we would be talking.
I'm just saying like the models that of how the sun rotates and stuff doesn't like if.
All right, hold on.
doesn't
There's no
realistically relate.
scientific globe model.
There's no such thing though. That's just a cartoon on TV. That's not a model.
Yeah, I'm saying well, there is no model that I have seen that. There is
Right,
no
there's
model
no
that
scientific globe model
represents it.
that I've
So
seen.
therefore, I
There's no
don't
such
believe
thing
any
as-
model.
What does the models have to do with reality? Nothing. That's the point. We're trying to teach reality here, not models.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you can't model it, it's like hard to believe.
Yeah,
either
you
way,
can't model it.
right?
There is
Either
no
way.
globe model. Yeah, there's no globe.
Yeah, I'm saying,
model.
I say either way. I'm not saying like.
Yeah, that's right. That's the point. You can't model a globe. There's nothing that models a globe. Everything that's modeled is based on a flat Earth model in reality.
Yeah, but there's like no model the other way either. So it's like, oh, until there's a model, I have kind of no opinion.
Yeah, all models are flat Earth models. So that was easy.
like the flat Earth models that I've seen don't relate. Like don't actually convey what actually happens.
No, I'm talking about all the models that engineers.
Wait, what
and pilots
conveys?
have to, hold on, Box Ops.
Sorry.
All the models that engineers and pilots have to use when regarding the shape of the plane of existence underneath them are flat Earth models. So all models relevant to reality are already flat Earth models.
I was just meaning the ones that I've seen on like on flat Earth that like obviously there's ones that the model that conveys what's it called, seasonal sunlight.
Right, that would be beyond the models that we use in reality. That's not a model, that would be a cartoon or something, but all the models in reality are already flat Earth models, all of them.
Yeah, like I'm not saying they're not. Like, yeah, I'm just saying that there is no seasonal
flat Earth doesn't
models that
have
I've seen.
a model, so I'm assuming that you're talking about the conceptual idea that's been posted about seasons.
Yeah, pretty much. I was like, if it hasn't been modeled yet, it's like, you know, like that's not known, right? So either way, if it's not known,
Well, you
cool.
don't have any seasons in the globe model without axial rotation. You don't even have the movements of any of the luminaries, including the sun, right? So you see the sun moving across the sky. So, okay, I guess we're done here.
What's that? It's like amount of sun for time, like during the year, right? Like it lessens in one part of the year, and you have more sun in another part of the year.
So yeah, the globe model claims the sun is farther away in the summer and closer in the winter, antithetical to logic and reason, right? So you're closer to the sun, but it's wintertime, right? Tell us how that makes sense.
So, I don't know, I don't care, but I'm saying no, there's no model that I've seen that would fit the what currently happens.
All models. Well, hold on. The stars above us and all the celestial bodies move in a two-dimensional motion. They don't go underneath us. So just looking at them disproves the outer space cartoon anyway. They all disprove it.
I'm not approving it. Like,
no, I'm just saying that's what everybody already experiences. Yeah. There's no claim for anything else. There's no claim for adjusting for curvature or spin, and all the stars rotate above us, concentrically repeating themselves, literally in perfection, 365 days a year.
How long have you been in here, Lord Zeolite?
Oh, dude, like years. I don't know if you can see like a thing, but I've been here for years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you've
I was
looked
here
into
before, you know, the whole.
Sounds like you're projecting. Hold on. Sounds like you're projecting your lack of a model, right? You're wanting this flat Earth model when you don't have a scientific model to begin with.
Yeah, so any model would be good, but hey.
Right, so just go outside and use the Earth, right? So what do all your senses convey to you, right? All your firsthand evidence, right? You don't have a globe axiom to even begin to, assume to be on a ball.
Hey, real quick, do you need to have a model?
He's agreeing that there's no globe model that is accurate either. So,
I guess the question for everybody, is it necessary to have a model to live and experience this Earth as it presents itself? That's what I want to know. Do we need to have a model at all for anything?
Of course not.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm just checking. Okay, keep going.
That is a good question. Now, do you feel like you need to have one, Lord Zeolite?
I do. Yeah. I feel like you have to be able to model something. Like, if you can't model it, it's not.
So
not
let me get this straight.
Hold on, wait. Okay, wait. Okay, so you're admitting that you don't believe in the heliocentric or globe Earth model, then that it doesn't exist, right? So you don't believe in outer space because there is no model for it.
I mean, that's like what I believe in isn't like right. Like I might believe there's a globe, but doesn't mean that the globe is right.
No, that's the point. There is a model for something. Model, though. I'm just trying to hold the same standard, though, since there is no outer space or globe model. You don't believe in that. Asking that you have the same standard.
I'm saying like it doesn't exist. Like I can believe something that, like people can believe in something that doesn't exist. Like their belief doesn't make it any real, and that having it not exist doesn't mean they don't believe in it.
Yeah. Right. So it has nothing to do with the model. So your beliefs are outside of the fact that you don't have a model for your beliefs, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like what you're taught, right? And you're taught what you believe, and you believe.
Okay,
yeah,
that's good. Yeah. That's all I wanted to make sure. Go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah. No, that's. He said he admitted it's a belief. I mean, that's half the battle. So yeah.
Do you
But
think
when you
that
move
the Earth?
away, sorry, go ahead.
Do you think that the Earth curves anywhere? Do you think it's spherical?
Yeah, I mean, like, because I guess, like, I believe what I've taught, and what I've been taught's been a lot more, which is like, yeah, the whole curvature and everything.
Well, you said you've been around for a while. Have you checked that out yourself?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, like, a lot of it's like interesting, and like, it's like there's like, as I said, there's like so much reason to think it is flat.
Well,
Yeah,
how about
I
instead
don't
of
blame.
thinking,
Yeah.
we just know. You can end up
Measure it.
knowing that it at the very least,
That's what I
yeah,
wanted to say.
measures
That's what I
flat.
wanted to say
Go
because
ahead.
he was talking about not believing in the models. But when you go to reality and you go into the knowing, the things that you know that you do practically, you experience and do everything on a flat stationary Earth. So no belief required for the flat Earth. But if you want to believe in the globe, you need to believe. But there's no way you can prove that the
And
globe.
here's the beautiful thing about what Jimsy just said is once you go out and you look for yourself and you find out and it doesn't matter how well formulated someone's argument is later, they're never going to convince you otherwise because because you experienced it and you saw it.
Right. So, are any of your beliefs backed up by any of your senses from whenever you go outside?
Like, I don't think about it. It's like literally, yeah, don't think about it.
Well, you don't have to think about what do your senses convey whenever you walk outside? What do you experience?
How many, like, realistically, how often do you actually think about your senses? Like, when is like, like, how often do you actually like?
Constantly.
Well,
Yeah, constantly.
yeah, I
all
mean,
the
but a
time.
lot of time you just like you're on like you're on autopilot, right? Like, you don't be like, that smell when you walk outside the same street that you do every single
Yes,
day.
I do. Well, you don't when you smell things,
Yeah.
you don't go, hey, there's a smell there, and then it doesn't trigger memories or anything, olfactory kickbacks or whatever. Nothing. You're just like a smell. I won't think about it. Next.
Well, it's like when there's a change of smell.
Change of
Where they're
smell.
like-
It's always changing. Well, anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think about it. That's my answer.
I just was obfuscating, and that I do that sometimes. It's a tick, OCD thing. Sorry.
But
Go ahead, guys.
the important thing is that we can differentiate between the belief that is required to think that the globe is actual something, but that's just belief based. But the practical real thing, the thing that you know of, is the flat level, motionless container, verifiable, measurable, right? But you cannot say any of that for the globe. The globe is only based on belief and imagination, cartoons, presuppositions.
Have you ever seen a body of water to be curving?
No, I'm not here to be convinced. I'm just like chilling, right?
Well, no one's trying to convince you, right? You have to
that's
do
okay.
that
Hold on.
yourself.
Okay, so that's okay. He doesn't want to answer that question. Do you think truth matters, though?
Like, yes, in truth matters. But like, so like realistically, what anyone thinks about whatever anyone thinks doesn't matter. It's like if the answer matters.
Okay, so it might not matter. Do you think teaching children things that are not true does that matter, Lord?
I mean, it's like a whole like life is a marathon, right? Like it's about like it's more than one generation that matters, right? Like in the end, if you get the answer, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if it comes in our generation or in 10 years' time. If you get the right answer, you got the right answer.
Well, does it matter that maybe a generation for over 150 or 500 years, which would mean dozens of generations, are told a lie? Would that matter?
I mean, it happens. Like it is what it is, right? Like,
but I know, but does it matter? Is that wrong, or does morality not exist in your world?
I mean, it's just like there's so much you could change, right? There's so much you could fix, but you know, as long as you're on the right track, you're on the right track.
During the marathon, real quick, Exo, during the marathon, going through that track that you just mentioned, can you go through the marathon without lying, or do you need to lie to the children, to the people, while you are going towards that track?
I mean, like,
do you need to lie, or can you be truthful?
Well, it's like,
and finish the marathon.
The truth and lie is like up to the person, right? Like my truth and lie is different to your truth and lie.
No.
Like if we're going towards the
that's
answer,
the
right?
point. Is it just subjective to you? Do you not believe in morality? Is this part of the evolution belief system you have?
What do you mean by morality?
What do I mean by morality? That's the point. Is that for some reason flat earthers don't have to ask, what do I mean by morality? That's the point. These globers come in here and they don't believe in morality. That's one of the ongoing consensuses that I've noticed.
Can you please define morality for me?
Well, yeah, right versus wrong would be more. Yeah, knowing good and evil.
I mean, it's like very subjective, right? Like there's no like black and white. Everyone, like one person.
Hold on.
If you
That's
someone
the point, is that no, that's not. No, I'm not asking about your opinion. I'm just saying, do you believe in morality, Lord? You can't answer the simple question.
like, do I believe it is a thing that inherently someone is wrong and someone is right? Or
yes.
like,
is there such a thing as
no?
Yeah. Right.
Like,
because you
like,
believe, right.
Yeah.
Okay. There it is. There's the
Yeah.
no, that was an honest answer, and I appreciate
Yeah,
that. But
yeah.
that's the point. If you believe in this evolution, magical ball cosmology, this outer space religion, morality goes out the window, and I just have to point that out to the audience.
Good job.
Like I mean, it's like all sorts of life, right? Like I believe when someone doesn't do things for the fact on wrong, something bad on purpose, they for themselves do things because they think is right. It may not be right,
like Jeffrey Dahmer,
for
right,
the majority of
Jeffrey
people,
Dahmer.
or
Yeah,
law.
Jeffrey Dahmer kidnapped boys and killed them and ate them and put them in the refrigerator. He thought that was okay, but I think Glatt Flobe and Truth Prevails and Box Ops and a lot of people in this room know that that's wrong. Know that it is absolutely wrong. In fact,
you don't think that there's people that when they do something wrong, they know inherently that it's wrong and they do it anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, that's they are then
Here,
doing it for a different reason, right? For their own.
Let me see if I can help.
Good point, Truth.
Yeah, that is a good point. I want to ask, piggybacking off that, do you believe in objective right and wrong, sir?
Yeah, like 100%. Like
really,
like I mean, like if someone does something, some people will think it's right, other people will think it's wrong.
No, that's not subjective.
Okay,
that's
what
not
do you mean?
objective. That's subjective.
Yeah, we keep falling in the hole.
Okay, well, so what do you mean by objective?
Basically, you've got your two kinds of things. You've got objective truths and subjective truths. Objective truths are basically natural laws you can't escape. Subjective truths are based on purely perspective.
Right. I guess like. I mean, it's like no, right? Because no. I guess is my answer.
For example, like lying to children about the reality, telling them not to trust their senses, like making them nihilistic.
Or that water boils at a certain temperature and at a certain pressure every time. Do you think that's objective, or do you think that's subjective?
Well, we're talking about like the acts,
do you
right?
think that there's any objective truths? Is what we're trying to find out.
Yeah. Is there really a right and wrong, or is it just everybody's opinion? That's my question.
Are we talking about actions? I mean, like it's like
everything.
I guess
in the whole thing. Is there a right and wrong that exists separate from human beings?
I mean, I guess I say yes because there's such thing as numbers, and you get into like programming and shit like that.
Well, you got the first part right. I don't know about numbers, but you got the first part right. Okay, somebody continue. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, like if we're going to like very like every single particular thing, then yes, there are like absolutes.
Yep. Yeah, there are absolutes, right? There just are. Because there's subjectivity, there has to be objectivity, right? What are you going to compare it against if not? So, God, now I got to remember what I was going to say. What Exo brought up about lying to children, right? That's immoral, objectively immoral. Like, bad, no evil, don't do it. It's an objective thing that makes it wrong. And so that's, at least for me, that's why I get so upset, but then motivated about this topic. I don't want children lied to about anything at all. Why would you do that?
Numbers are concepts too, by the way.
Some, I mean, like there's like Santa, Tooth Fairy, right? That
But it's the same thing, is it not? Globe is just Santa for adults.
Yeah, but like a lot of people would say that it's okay to lie to children about Santa and
Exactly.
Tooth Fairy and such.
Evil people, they don't even realize what they're doing. They're like, oh, it's okay to lie to him, because I'm also going to lie to him about a lot of stuff in life, so it'll kind of prepare him, right? It'll muddy the fucking waters between ethics, morals, and evil.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
So that's what this does. That's what this whole belief system does to the person. It takes them away from the divine creation that they truly are, bogs them down with a material world that has nothing to do with the spark that's inside of them. Anyway, that is a tangent. Continue talking about the Earth, please.
It's a naturalistic paradigm, though. This is an honest belief system from what they've taught us to believe. And this means that there is no morality. If they teach you just come from animals, in the time span of billions of years because of death, then actually death is the reason you're here. So how could morality even exist?
So can you give us anything objective for your globe religion?
I mean, okay, there's like one experiment I've thought of, which, in my opinion, like I've asked it here before. Do you think this experiment would prove anything? If you had someone leave South America, South Africa, and New Zealand at the same time, you can prove that by calling at the same time, saying, "Okay, we're jumping on the plane now." You all leave, and you arrive at a place at the same time, be it the South Pole.
So you're saying if we do something into the future that's escaping into the future fallacy, has it been done? So you don't have.
What do you mean by future fallacy?
Say again?
Yeah.
What's the future fallacy?
Escaping into the future fallacy. You're saying, oh, if we do this in the future, then maybe we could prove a spinning space ball, right? Hasn't been done. Do you have anything objective? I'm not asking for your speculation of an event that hasn't happened. Right, and whenever you bring up airplanes, there's 10 ways from Sunday to destroy that.
It's worse. It's much worse than that, box ops. But I'll let them answer.
We don't want to have an opinion here at all on anything. We just want a fact. We want the facts.
Let's go.
Well, we're gonna dissect this, Justin. Watch what happens.
Right. So are you saying traveling in airplanes?
I mean, I guess you could do it by boat as well. But yeah, it's just like the fact that if you were to get to any other point, and like it would be hours difference.
Okay, so how are you going to calculate the wind speeds for all those three? Like you're not going to have all the variables, right? Not only that, if you're in an airplane, you're not seeing the Earth turn underneath, and you're not adjusting for curvature. So none of your flight paths or ideas are going to work, dude.
Well, that would only be show distance anyway. It wouldn't show anything about the shape of the Earth. Wouldn't it be easier and better to just look at the Earth?
Correct.
Well, the point is that you could do it to there, and then you could do it again. I mean, almost even at the same time, going up to the North Pole.
Okay, real quick.
And then,
before we go in the weeds, Lord, who has done something like this, and what has it proven regarding the construct?
No, I'm just saying this is a
I know
experiment
Lord,
that could happen.
Exactly.
No one has.
So that's what
I mean. Probably.
That's what.
Could happen.
Box Op was saying. So that's what Box Op was saying, that you were talking about appealing to a future, ideology or whatever. You're appealing to the future because you just admitted it's never been done. So why do you think that would prove anything anyway?
I mean, because it would. I mean, I think it would prove moving distance and time to reach the same spot, and to reach any other spot would have had an increased amount of time. So all it would prove is that you left these three spots, and you arrived at this place at roughly the same amount of time. Within an hour.
Right, and that would have nothing to do with changing the fact that we're on a stationary plane of existence. That's like saying, what if I took off from L.A. and Box Ops and Glat Flobe took off from southern Arizona, and Box Ops took off from Florida, and that might prove that horseshoe crabs are actually dogs.
Well, it's proving where the middle of those three places are, right?
Well, you
Not
can't
proving,
even
but
you can't even just go. You can't even just go up in the air and fly whatever path you want. Anyway, they have set routes that you have to follow if you're going to go. If you're going to take a flight.
We're going to Antarctica. Like there's like set paths to Antarctica, yes. But the thing is, still done by certain time, right? To fly from
So let me ask you, what do you think?
America to the.
What do you think it would show if two people were in two different locations and they had a laser and there's supposed to be a hump of Earth between them due to the curvature of an Earth with radius of the size that they claim that it has, and that hump of Earth isn't there?
Yeah. Where do we go from there?
Or if you're not supposed to be able to see a horizon extend beyond a certain point and you can see 100 times that distance. What would that say?
I mean, like, I don't know. I don't really care. Like, I personally like. It's more. I was just kind of thinking of it as a theory and wondering if it would prove anything. You guys saying it doesn't.
But now you don't. Cool. But you said you don't care though. But you keep saying you don't care over and over again. It just looks like you're trying to escape morality. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just here to listen to how people argue, like, and convey the opinions. And I said this is one experiment which I had thought. And on the topic,
it's not an experiment. What's the claimed cause, right? So you don't know what an experiment is either.
Yeah, fair. I don't like. Okay, I don't know the definitions of all these words. I'm sorry.
So you've been here for years and you don't know what an experiment is?
Oh, I mean, I don't know the definition of I don't know the definition of an experiment.
Okay, so box up. So I got to put this out there. So if this so-called future experiment that you're wanting to run by us happens and it agrees with our presupposition that we can accept reality, then I guess, what does that mean? Do you start caring about morality at that time?
Oh no, then we can start like designing a new map.
Start designing a new map. All the maps are already flat maps and they already work.
Yeah, they don't occur. No map accounts for curvature, so we don't have to change anything.
Wait. Now we have a problem. Why do we need a new map when all of the maps already get us from point A to point B?
And that's a good point, Jamesy. He's wanting something about AV flight on aircraft dependent on flat Earth. Well, they all do. And there's some, if you look in the flight manuals, they all assume the Earth to be flat, stationary, non-rotating.
Well, yeah, we see on a map, right? Like those three locations, as I said, right? Like New Zealand, South Africa, and South America. Yeah, like they're quite far away from each other, and with a common point, being the bottom.
Right,
so
well,
if we can prove we can.
There is no bottom, but that's the point, is that they already were actually not presuming a bottom of the Earth. They presume a widening of the Earth. They presume a southern part of the Earth is much wider than the northern part, because that's why it's called an AE map. That's what the U.S. Air Force and Navy have to use, the azimuthal equidistant projection. So they already have to use a flat Earth for long distance travel.
Yes, but so if all those three countries arrive in roughly, the same spot at the same time.
Well, we already dismantled this fallacy, so move on to your next claim, because this
I have
one
no
already
other point.
fell through.
I have no other point. You don't have to talk about it. Let's go.
Okay, so for the record, if it agrees with us that we are correctly assuming reality's true, then what would that do for you?
I think. I mean, for me, it's like I have no power, right?
Idea,
it's other people that need to map stuff, right? And so if you're saying that
this is your issue. Everybody else already relies on not adjusting for curvature or spin on flat maps. So this is your issue. So what does it do for you?
It's not an issue. Is that?
So nothing. So you would do all of that, and then it doesn't do anything. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, is it for truth, right? It's like the bigger picture, right? Like if it.
Well, that's the.
Like, does my opinion matter about the big picture?
Once it confirms everything we've said, what does that do for you?
Hail, Couch Potato, hop up into the VC check-in and I'll follow you up. We'll get you a row.
He's unmuted.
Sorry?
If you like.
Hold on. Separate conversation. So, Lord, what does that do for you? If it ends up you do all this, which is a massive partaking plan you're making.
I wouldn't do it.
Once you get it done and then it agrees with all of us, what does that do for you?
See, I wouldn't do it I wouldn't really care. It's more of a. It's for the bigger picture. We're talking marathon, right? It's for the marathon. It's for the marathon. It's for truth.
Right. All of that, and you don't even care. That's the point. You're just trying to hide from morality, Lord. keep proving it.
Like, go back to like the first statement, right? It was like it's a marathon, right? It's like if this generation gets the truth in quotation marks, or in 10 years, 10 generations time, it doesn't
But you
really
don't care.
concern.
You just keep saying you don't care, but you don't care about any of that. It doesn't matter. You said you don't care, right?
Yeah.
See, we're just going to keep going in circles. You're just going to keep telling us you don't care, which is exactly what we predict when we meet people that believe in this evolution cosmology. They don't care. That's the reality.
And you're a liar
Yeah,
too.
that's
I'm sorry to tell you that you lied to us. Every time you say that you don't care, it's a lie. And the necessary antecedent for not caring about something is not involving yourself with it. My friend, you are here, so you care. Thanks.
I mean, I listened, right? Like, I only got talked because I got provoked to talk and keep getting provoked where I keep saying,
Dude, don't blame this on anybody else, man. You're here, you're curious, leave it alone.
I'm explaining the situation.
So don't say you don't care. You care. That's okay to care about stuff. All right? That's all. Thanks.
Who made you join the server, made you join the voice chat, made you argue with us, right? No one's forcing you here, right? So do you want to move on to your next claim where we already dismantled your escaping to the future? If we get on airplanes from 3 different locations.
As I said, I came to the server to listen to people. That is my goal out of this. That was this one statement I have thought about while listening. And yeah.
So out of all those years that you've been here, you don't have any other objective claim because that one was subjective, theoretical.
Because I don't really think about it, to be honest. I'll just listen,
He doesn't care. He doesn't have a moral compass. He believes in evolution. So he's just here to investigate why other people don't believe in his non-moral compass.
I'm interested in how people try to convey their feelings on both sides, because it's like real interesting. Cause like there's a lot of like people that believe in the globe that come in and try, and they can like the way they try to explain it is just really stupid,
lackluster.
Yeah, it's just like a lot of like you don't know anything. Like what you're coming like a lot of it comes down to people from both sides not respecting other people's intelligence. Like you're not respecting the person you're talking to about.
My friend, I guess, but listen, it's not about intelligence even. There's something else going on inside. It's an emotional, there's a barrier going on where some of the smartest people aren't allowing themselves to come over to the side of somebody taking seriously anything that goes against their 100% comfy worldview where they have to do nothing and can trust everybody.
Yo, Potato, do you have some questions? Welcome to the server.
Yeah. Sorry, you've probably answered this like a couple times, a couple too many times. How are like images on Google?
What about them?
Are they like fake? Are they edited? Or what are we talking?
Man, so you do this long enough, you'll be able. I mean, it doesn't matter. Images from NASA, like what? What do you want? What are you looking at? For one example,
if you just search up Earth from space.
Earth from space, okay.
That's not how Google Earth doesn't work that way. That's not Google Earth shows a flat map when you're operating the map.
Well, that's true.
No, not Google Maps. Just Google.
Google the Earth. Yeah, it'll give you a bunch of all kinds of different things. All sorts of stuff that doesn't match up.
Have they claimed they took a picture of the Earth? Which one was that?
Sorry?
Well, they already admit they're all CGI. That's actually, we don't have to make the claim. They admit they're not real pictures of Earth.
Oh, they do?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so I'll give you some NASA links where they admit that they wrap flat maps onto a ball in Photoshop to match what they expect the observer, what Earth would look like from space. Right.
Okay,
so
perfect.
But here's the thing about images, right? Even if you prove that they're faked, that what they're saying is fake in images, it doesn't really prove anything about the Earth anyway. It just proves that they're liars. So what you need to do is ask yourself if it's information that you can verify. And the thing you can verify is the ground you're walking on.
Look into the Livestream voice text channel.
Yeah,
it's right. Okay, so I gave you one NASA link. There's plenty of others. I'll give you another one while I'm at it. Right, so they already admit that they're, flat maps wrapped onto a ball. Not only that, none of your senses have ever detected the spinning ball that you're purported to see. Right. So they claim to have, you know, images from space. Well, we don't have outer space to begin with. Have you ever been to outer space to verify any of the claims that NASA has made? Or is it just hearsay that you're accepting?
No, I'm just using Google. I've never been to space. It would be cool to go though.
Right, so you've never been to outer space. Have you ever seen curvature or felt the Earth spinning?
I mean, like, you wouldn't feel the Earth spinning because it's just so big.
Right, so why would that matter? So do you
It's like,
feel, you know what acceleration is? Is acceleration felt?
no, but it's like the same situation. If you're in like a big vehicle, let's say
No.
like a
Okay,
train.
hold on. That's already a false equivalence fallacy because you're trying to equate a linear velocity of a closed system versus angular velocity of an open system, right? So try to make that claim again, but being in a convertible, going in circles 1,000 miles per hour, then that'd be a little more equivalent.
I don't got anything. I was just gonna use an example.
Right, so yeah, it's not equivalent. So you've never been to outer space. Have you ever seen curvature? Since you already said that you don't experience the Earth moving, so no reason to believe the Earth is moving. Are you aware of any? Okay, two options here. Have you ever seen curvature, or are you aware of any scientific experiments validating the 15 degree per hour axial rotation of the Earth?
I haven't seen curvature because I can't see far enough to possibly see where I live. There's mountains everywhere.
So have you ever been to a large body of water? Have you ever seen water to be curving?
No.
Right, so you've never seen curvature, never been to outer space, never felt
No,
the Earth rotating.
I've never been to a large body of water.
So have you seen curvature?
I mean, I can't say I have.
Right, so you just have a belief that it's a spinning, curving ball in a vacuum, and you haven't validated any of those beliefs. You see where I'm going?
Yeah, I see.
Right, so are you aware of anyone that has physically directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Right, so you have a belief that it's curving that you haven't verified. How about the axial
No, I
rotation?
don't have any beliefs. I'm completely neutral. Sorry, my bad.
That's fine. Saying I don't know is a perfectly reasonable, honest answer, right? So I'd rather you not lie and just try to, waffle through it, right? So we went through curvature. How about, are you aware of anyone's directly measured the Earth to be rotating?
No.
Right, so no measurements of the Earth to be curving or spinning, right? So the third point would be, how do you have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon? So gas pressure presses against the containment, right? So how's that work?
No clue.
Right, so you have no clue how you can be on a ball that's curving, spinning in a vacuum.
Yeah, I have zero clue.
All right, well, thanks for being honest.
Okay, how about the moon?
So you observe the moon, right, moving across the
Yeah.
sky, not that you're rotating underneath 1,037 miles per hour. So you don't have a premise here.
No, but I mean, just like how about the moon being round?
Right, you only see one side of the moon always. Have you ever seen another side, or are you aware of anyone who has measured the geometry of the moon? Because you don't even know who's measured the geometry of the Earth.
No. I'm not aware of anyone.
Right, so you don't have a
Oh,
premise here either.
it's like a disc.
Oh, well, we don't make claims about
Not
what the moon
necessarily.
is. How are you going to verify that?
Yeah, I guess true.
Right, it appears round, sure, but what does that have to do with the ground you're standing on? That's a non sequitur fallacy, right? So whenever you go in your living room and you're trying to measure for flooring, Right? Do you observe the ceiling lights in order to get the measurements of the floor?
No, but you can observe the ceiling.
Right, you can observe the ceiling has no relation to the floor.
No, I've never seen someone's ceiling who's bigger than their floor.
No, the ceiling lights, right?
Yeah, but that's completely indirect.
Really? Because
Yeah,
you're
you
talking
can't
about the
tell.
moon.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, but both of them are planets.
The
One's a
moon's a
moon.
planet
Right?
now?
Do you know
If
what
your
the word
ceiling
planet
light
means?
is round, does that mean your room is round like a globe?
No, but if your roof is square, does it mean your room is square as well?
So the word planet means wandering star. There's no
No.
indication
I know,
that the Earth
I
is
was
a wandering
retarded
star.
there. I didn't mean to say that. The moon is not a planet. My apologies.
Okay, here's the
Right,
problem.
so
We're not gonna try to measure the floor because of the ceiling anyway. That's not our claim. That's what we're just trying to show you.
Yeah.
so do you have any natural phenomena to lead you to the conclusion of, any of your senses
Oh, no.
conveying that you're on a spinning ball?
Okay, I got another one. How about the rocket ships, right?
What about them?
Like, what are they doing? Are they just going into?
Well, they're not putting. Well, here's what they're not doing. They're not putting a camera on them to show us when the curve starts. So, do I have to remove any claim? They're not showing us anything. They're showing us a feed, then it cuts out. It's obviously
They
fake.
do like a
And then
bottle
the
rocket.
rocket goes into the ocean. I mean, do I need a further explanation?
What's it look like they're doing?
I've seen one go into space.
They
When
go
does the
up
sky turn into
They,
space?
they
and
never
they
they
come back
never do
down.
a curve. No. I've seen it go straight up and then it's just gone.
Oh,
So if
nobody
you
took
look
a
at
video of
time
it, right?
lapses, go ahead.
That is a standalone claim, though. Nobody claims that. They all obviously head horizontally outwards. They don't go straight up. Nobody's ever seen that. It's never been recorded once.
Sorry, say again.
So look in the live stream voice text, right? So we showed you some time lapses of these rockets. They go up, level out, and come back down, right? So have you ever been on a rocket to verify that they went to outer space?
No,
Right?
but
Because you
I've seen
said you
one.
never been, so that's a subjective claim. Do you have anything objective for us?
No, but I've seen one go straight up.
Well, that's when I just said nobody else has seen a rocket go straight up. NASA admits they don't go straight up. So that would be in contrast to what even NASA says. So somebody launched a rocket that did something that had nothing, nobody knows what that is. So you would be the first person that's ever witnessed a rocket just go straight up to space.
Shit.
And even
Not
if
only
you did,
that,
even if you did see one go up, it doesn't mean it's going into this medium of outer space. You're making that inference. You can't verify where it's actually going. So
for your rocket to have escape velocity in orbital mechanics, you're going to need that Earth radius value. Where are you getting that from?
Sorry, say again.
Orbital mechanics and escape velocity for
I don't know what
rockets.
orbital mechanics are.
Right, so you need the Earth radius value for that. You know what an Earth radius value is?
No. Pretty new to this stuff.
yeah, all those hyperlinks that I put in the live stream voice text takes you to an area at the bottom of the server labeled additional information. You'll find tons of stuff down there. I would say take a look at the information first. Get familiar with, if you're going to question whether or not the Earth is spherical or whether it's flat, you should get familiar first with what they're claiming the Earth is. Because if you don't know, like, the things that they're claiming, then when you live your daily life and you do your own observations, you won't really be able to understand or be aware when you see something or experience an observation that totally goes against what they claim.
So wait, has NASA said that they've been to space? Or they said they haven't? Or I'm kind of confused.
Well, you claimed images from outer space,
No,
and we
just
showed you
NASA.
their
You guys
website.
gave me like a couple links about NASA.
I've been in your back seat, but I really haven't. I could just say that though. I've been in your back seat. What's
Well,
the matter what NASA says?
Here's the thing. They even they say and they claim that they've never been outside of Earth's atmosphere.
Well, then how would they have won the Cold War? Sorry, not the Cold War. The space race.
Well, because they say that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere now. Did you know that?
No, wait, but if they say that they've never been in the atmosphere, wouldn't you think that Russians would have seen that and been like, "Oh, you haven't actually won"?
Okay, hold on. You got a few problems here, right?
It's a
So
Russian.
you're saying that there's a space race, but when in reality, both the United States, China, Russia, all these world superpowers already under treaty with each other called the Antarctica Treaty. So you think that they're against each other, but they're
They
in
can't be.
reality in a treaty. So it's
We buy our
not.
rockets from them. We rent the rocket and we send guys to Russia and then send the rockets up. So yeah, it wouldn't be no. Yeah, we're together.
Oh, mysteries them up.
But they change their claims though on a daily basis. So you did. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but they do claim that Earth's atmosphere extends beyond the moon. That the moon is in our atmosphere.
Oh, okay.
Not only that, back to the third point that we covered, right? Take a big breath right now, right? So you're breathing gas pressure. So that's proof right there that there's not Narnia of outer space, right? You said that you don't know how you have measurable gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container or containment, right? So you're breathing right now that requires containment. How can you have an open system adjacent to the vacuum of outer space?
Okay.
Right. Well, it sounds like you're not understanding, right? So outer space can't possibly thermodynamically exist, right? So any claims of outer space travel, like going to the moon or Mars or anything,
Yeah.
is a claim to go into Narnia. So it's a subjective claim you have never verified.
And to keep a lie going, you've got to be on your A game all the time. And they're not always on their A game, so they slip up and say shit all the time. Like they even say we live in an enclosed, we are enclosed. We cannot leave this place. And Buzz Aldrin told a little 8-year-old girl that when she asked him, she said, "So why haven't we been back to the moon?" He goes, "That's not an 8-year-old girl's question. That's my question." He said, "Because we didn't go there, and that's just how it happened."
When did he say this?
I'll show the video. I have it right here. 1 second. Right. So he said that we never went. Right. So that was one occasion. And then on another occasion, he said the footage that you saw was an animation. Right. So not only you haven't verified any of NASA's claims, they're telling you on their website they wrap flat maps onto a ball. They have astronauts saying that we never went. Right. And plus you don't have. And plus those claims are antithetical to natural laws and gas laws.
And all aviation manuals refer to the Earth as flat, stationary, non-rotating.
Sorry, I'm watching the video.
Yeah, just to add to all this, right?
Sorry, say again.
They refer to the Earth in their own documents as being a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane.
Okay. And what's proof that those are real documents?
NASA.gov is what they're telling you.
Okay, hold on. So if we prove that they're real, then you're good to go, or would you have any more questions?
Oh, no, like I said, I'm a neutral. I'm just, since most of you guys are on one side, it's easier if I ask the questions from the other side, because then there's more people who are ready to answer.
Right, but that's the thing, is that if they admit that they have to depend on a flat, non-rotating Earth, then what would that do for you?
Sorry, say again?
Well, if they admit, which they do, that they depend on a flat, non-rotating Earth, not just the United States government, but the Russians as well, and every other government that flies airplanes, what would that do for you since you wanted to know the authenticity?
If you were on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being globe and 10 being flat, what he's asking is, would that tip you on the scales more towards another direction? Does it do anything? Because actually, the reason I put it that way, the same question that he asked, is because I would like to know where you stand right now on a scale from 1 to 10.
I think I stand at a 5.
Dead center, yeah, that's what he. Well, I mean, it's an honest look. It's cool to be like if you really are, and you're just not want to take a stance because you don't want to be trying to defend the globe. I mean, that's cool. That's a good place to be. Just take some time to give an honest look to the information.
Right. So you already admitted that you don't experience the Earth to be a spinning ball in a vacuum, nor do you know anyone who has proved it. So would you then first trust your senses that tells you that it's flat and motionless, or would you continue believing known admitted liars?
I mean, like, I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
Right, or you can go out and test the surface of the Earth. This isn't a subjective conversation, right? So have you ever, well, obviously you haven't, but that's what you should do is go test the Earth's surface. We're not here to convince you. You have to convince yourself.
Okay.
Right, we have countless observations and direct measurements.
Okay, I got
proving
one
that it's
last one. What about the sun? Where does it go?
Sun-
Does it go on the bottom side?
There's no bottom side. So
It
the
moves
sun
away.
does what we see it do. So we see the sun move in the sky, right, Hale?
Yeah.
Okay, so when it goes far enough away, because we have limited vision, that's why we need things like, binoculars and telescopes, and we can see farther. When it goes out of your field of view, then the sun is no longer visible. The sun from the light will still be visible for a little while, even after the sun sets. I'm sure you witnessed that. And then the sun comes back around in the corner from the east and then sets in the west and goes around in a cyclic motion about us, right above us. And that's what it does. Once it goes out of your view, you can't see it anymore, just like everything else on the planet of existence. Once it goes too far away from you, you cannot see it.
So whenever you're on a highway, you see the street lights in the distance, right? They appear lower with distance.
Yeah.
So it's much smaller than what they've told you it is, right? You're thinking, well, what they teach is that it's 10 times larger than the Earth, and it's 93 million miles away. So if you're going to consider this, you need to realize that it's much smaller and more local. Just observe it for what it presents itself to you, like how it looks to you, and you actually observe it.
So your two options for sunsets are you see the sun moving farther away, or that you're falling over backwards 1,000 miles per hour, which you don't experience. Right.
Wait,
so are you familiar with the?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So the sun just goes away?
Right. So do you know what the attenuation of light is?
Okay, so the sun starts on the east, you said, and goes to the west, right?
East to
and
west.
then it slowly disappears, okay? And then you just see a little bit of it, and then it just goes completely dark, right?
That's what's called a sunset. Yep.
Yeah, and then after that, what happens to it? Does it just stay there? Does it like?
No, it
Like I already explained, it goes around in a circle, comes
in
back
a circle,
in the morning,
buddy. Like if you swing a ball above your head, it's gonna keep coming back and coming back and coming back, and coming back. If you had a long enough string, you wouldn't see the ball.
Yeah.
You wouldn't see the ball. The ball would disappear, but then it would come back.
But then wouldn't
So I
there
was
be a
trying to get
period
at-
where no one can see it?
No, because there's people
that
on the
doesn't
other
make any
side
sense.
of the
Not
plane.
if they're underneath it where they live.
Yeah, there's people in Australia. As soon as I have a sunset, Australia gets their dawn. Do you understand?
Yeah.
It's just going over the top of the countries, dude. When it's not over yours, it's over somebody else's. So somebody's always going to see it. You can't hide.
I think it's a smaller sun. Smaller.
Yeah, the sun's smaller than the Earth. Maybe that'll help you out. The Earth's way bigger, and the sun's like a little light source over the Earth, and it only lights so much at a time, and that's where your daylight and your time and all that shit's from. So.
Check it out. So yes, objects appear lower with distance, same way with the street lights into the distance, right? Not only that, the air isn't 100% transparent. So the light of the sun can't infinitely push through the thickness of the atmo, right? So it follows something called the Laplace extinction theorem and the Beer-Lambert law, right? So because the air isn't 100% transparent, the light doesn't push through.
Okay.
That's how you get night. The sun is too far away, right? You experience a small local sun because you see divergent sun rays, right? So if you scroll up in the text a little bit,
Yeah.
I posted like 7 images of it'll say divergent sun rays. You see the sun rays going in all directions. That's your firsthand evidence, right? The globe model claims that the sun rays are parallel, right? Do those look parallel to you?
No.
Right, so you experience what you get, right? Small local sun moving through the sky, not that you're rotating, not that you have parallel sun rays.
Yeah.
And
Wait
the
a minute.
eclipses and all
I
that
probably
too.
should have asked this first. Is there like an image of what the flat Earth looks like?
Every
You
image you've
guys
ever
can
seen in
supply me?
reality. Yeah,
Yep.
every image you've ever seen in
No,
reality.
but those are all round. I'm just curious. Like, is everything
No,
on
you
one
haven't seen any
side? Are
round.
they on
You
both
haven't.
Oh, you've never
Okay, you
seen
gotta
anything
relax.
round
Listen,
that
just hold on
wasn't
a
filled
second.
with plastic.
Just hold on a second. Okay, relax. Yes, all
Yeah.
pictures in reality show a flat Earth. You don't have an example otherwise. That's the point. They all show a flat Earth. All photos.
They do.
Right, so you're still trying to assume that outer space exists, that you can just take a picture of the entire Earth.
No. I just want to see like a diagram or something.
Well, that's
Because
not a
like,
picture. So
is
you're
everything
stretching.
like is everything on one side, or is it on both sides? Like, how does that work? Is it
How
on
does
the
it work?
edges?
Well, what do you? Well, we're only telling you that what you experience is true. Are you experiencing something other than what you're experiencing? Obviously
Experiment
not, right? You're
surface.
experiencing what you're experiencing, and we're telling you that's reality. You're not experiencing a magical ball in a vacuum for millions of reasons. That's
Yeah.
reality.
Are you
So
underneath your backyard or are you on top of it?
who said anything about another side? Anyway, because like the deepest they've ever went was a little less than 8 miles.
Okay, so there's no other side. It's just one side. Just confirming.
We
No,
have
the Earth. No.
surface.
Okay, yeah, we experience the surface of Earth, and
Yeah.
like she just explained, the farthest anyone's ever dug down is a little bit, which is about 7 miles deep, and that's it. How could we claim anything else other than the Earth is deep? We can't reach the ends of the Earth or the ends of the waters or the inside of the Earth anyway. So again, that's all speculation. That's beyond what we can test and prove. What
Yeah,
we
they
can
tell
test
you.
and prove is that
So-
we are on a flat stationary plane of existence under the heavens. That's what's
They
factual.
tell you you're on a big ass ball that you could dig through and maybe go 6,000 miles deep, but you can only go 8 miles. Not even 8. Isn't that sad?
So we don't make claims beyond that 7.6 miles deep, right? Because there's no physical evidence, right?
There's
That's
not
the
even
gist of it.
that
Yeah.
deep. Still, yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah. Yeah, it's not even actually 100 million% proven, but 7 miles, that's fine. But I mean, what's that say about the globe where you're supposed to be able to dig like thousands of miles to get to the center only? That's not even, that's just to the center. You're supposed to be able to dig thousands of miles, and you can't. You can't dig anywhere on the supposed globe.
Yeah.
All the
I mean, that's
globe
weird, right?
predictions came up wrong because obviously when they dug into the Earth, they didn't find anything of what they expected.
Yeah.
Diagonally be able to end up in other places. Like if I diagonally put a line through my name on the little picture with the green line, the little circle right there. If I take a diagonal line and just draw everywhere on the edges on this planet, we should be able to do that. You can't do that. You can't dig underneath one place and then pop up and go down head first in the hole, right? And then pop up right side up. That's how you should be able to do it on a sphere. And this will never happen. Nobody's done it. Nothing's ever done it. Not a cable, not a pole, nothing.
So that's why they meme flat Earth to death. They want it to be in people's minds. That way they just think of ridiculous things when they think of flat Earth. Right. That's why they set up controlled oppositional websites like Flat Earth Society, which claims it's a disc moving in space, and they put and then what the president of the United States mentions it several times, 5 or 6 different times, 3 or 4 that I know of. And like, why would they do that? Why don't they just go out and show a measurement of the Earth? Because they don't have a measurement. Why don't they just prove it? Because they can't.
Physical demonstration of any kind of curved anything. Have you ever seen a curved ball with a tide on it working?
A tide on it? Oh no.
Yeah, your Earth is supposed to be so many percent of the surface.
I've never seen like a flat thing with a tide on it either, though.
Huh? I can put an oscillating fan over my ground right now and spill some water on it, and it'll be a tide all day on the flat surface.
Have you ever been in a bathtub and moved the water? Because that would be a flat surface, right? But
Yes,
every
sir.
body of water from
is a flat surface of water.
Atlantic Ocean is a flat surface. Yeah.
All you got to do is either move the water or blow on it, and it'll move. So you blow it, it goes one way, you stop. There's your tide. Now, can you show me a tide on a ball? The same way?
Not a small ball without gravity, but yeah.
Not a small ball without excuses.
Wait, hold on. Which gravity?
What does gravity do?
Gravity
that doesn't even matter. If he can't show a small ball do anything, he doesn't have gravity. He doesn't have anything.
What if people use gravity for?
And drop it.
What if people use
and then
gravity?
water's going to be a tide on it?
So hold on real quick, Mock, hold on. So hell, do you think things didn't drop before they came up with the word gravity?
No, but here's the thing. Gravity existed for the word gravity.
Right, so that's the thing, is that did gravity change anything when it has to do with science or engineering? This is a tough one. After they discovered the word gravity, did any science or engineering change for the word gravity?
Okay, wait, could you say that again?
Did any science or engineering change after they came up with the word gravity?
Not that I know of. I mean, like...
Right, so that's the point, is that nobody uses it. So gravity is just an assumption based on something called weight. What gravitas means weight. So yes, we can weigh things. That's not a cause. That's a measurement.
Right. When you said drop anything...
What do you call it when you drop something and it goes to the floor?
We'll drop a helium balloon, bro. What happened?
Hold on. That's called something's falling. So for 6,000 years of human history, they built the pyramids thousands of years ago, right? They knew things fell. Things go down when you drop them, irrelevant from what they weigh. So gravity just means weight.
So what are you seeing when you pick something up and drop it? What are you seeing?
Well, I mean, like, wouldn't it be
you're seeing an effect, right?
If the Earth is round, then you're being pulled towards it, no matter which side you're on.
That's irrelevant. No. Okay, no. There is no if the Earth is round. We're talking about what we experience. So she asked you, do you experience things falling? The answer is yes, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's it. That's the answer. There isn't. Oh, if the Earth is a ball. No, it's not a ball. Things fall on flat surfaces. Yeah.
But what you're seeing is an effect. Okay, what you are looking for is the cause of that effect. So if that's what you need to do. That's what you need to science. That's what you need to. Do you know where anyone has ever done an experiment to prove and validate that gravity is the cause of anything?
That's not even the thing, though. He said gravity.
Right, but I know. Hold on, though. Let him answer, because we just told him it's a measurement. So I'm waiting to see what he's going to say.
Sorry, say again.
Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, have you ever seen, can you find anywhere, or have you ever seen anywhere where they've actually validated gravity is the cause of anything? Like, they will talk about it as an effect, but then there's this inference made that is also the cause. So they want it to be the cause and the effect. Have you ever seen where they validated that it is the cause of anything?
What's the cause of you dropping to the floor?
You picked it up.
No, not stuff being dropped on the floor. Listen, if there's a 2-pound apple in the tree, right, and there's 72-pound apples in every other tree, plus another couple apples that are 2 pounds in that tree, and gravity's a constant, why would one 2-pound apple fall and not the other 7,000 2-pound apples?
Because it's right.
No, because his ass. They're all 2 pounds. They're all exactly the same. Now, why would one fall and not the other? They're exactly the same. Gravity's a constant.
Listen, they've told. Okay, so
one more thing. One more thing, real quick, and I'll be done. They also told you that gravity, like you just said before she asked you, that things are pulled towards the center.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
have you ever seen something be pulled towards the center of Jello? Where have you seen a BB end up in the center of Jello, a ball of Jello?
Why are you
Show me
talking
that.
about Jello?
Yeah, mass and mass, buddy. A mass of Jello, a Jello ball, bigger
Yeah.
than the BB, right? Now the BB has to be denser and enter into the center of the mass of the Jello. Have you ever seen that? Mass attracting mass.
Why are you
The
talking
center.
about Jello?
Why are you talking about mass and attracting mass to the center if you can't show it?
Whoa, I'm just talking
Well,
about
he hasn't
gravity.
defined
He
gravity
does.
yet.
He
Let him
doesn't
define
even
gravity.
know which. Like he doesn't even know whether like
You don't even know Jello's a mass? That's sad for you, buddy.
he hasn't even. Never mind. I don't care. Go ahead. Someone else.
Yeah, it might be a straw man, but yeah, that's the thing. So weight. Do you
I
think
like
weight
the
is the
Jello
cause?
Earth. I'm gonna change my name.
Okay, hold on. Flat Earth dude. So hail couch potato. So is weight
Yes.
the cause? So we're saying weight is the cause, right? Because gravitas.
Weight is
just
like
means
the
weight.
speed that it falls. The heavier something is,
Okay, then
the
you
faster it'll
just
fall.
disproved. Okay, then you just disproved gravity because gravity means weight. So we're good now. We can move
Since
on.
when does gravity mean weight?
I've told you about 6 times. That's what the word means. You can't tell me. Can you tell me another definition?
That's what the word gravity means.
Can you give me another definition?
What, like, can you define the gravity that you're talking about? What is gravity? Tell me, because I have no clue what gravity is. Can you tell me what it is?
It is the force that attracts a body towards the center of the earth.
Okay, so can you give me a citation for it?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, it's just a presupposed belief. So that's why if I just stick to the etymology of the word, then of course we have to ignore that because that's all it means. It's just a measurement. So that would be like saying my floor is caused by the width and the breadth. No, it's not. Thanks.
So the word gravity just means weight. If something has weight, then yeah, you pick it up, it's going to fall, but that's the effect. Right? If you want to know what the cause is, then you have to be able to do an experiment to determine what is the cause, which means you need to be able to manipulate the thing that you.
You cut out.
He's on deafen.
He deafened himself.
Yeah, I can't let people run away from the terms because if you're hiding from the terms, then the game is over, and that's what you got to hold them to. What's up, Glat?
Hello?
Yeah,
Glad.
Yep, you're on.
Oh God damn it! Stop.
He's killing the roaches. You're a murderer.
Hang on. I gotta put y'all back in my headset. And
okay, sorry, I'm back.
Roach killer. Fucking
I kill roaches.
Don't kill those atheists. I need to talk to them. Don't kill them.
No, not atheists. Roaches. They're different.
Okay.
Atheists are still people. These are just roaches in the
I get confused.
YouTube chat.
I'm sorry, darn it, I gotta hide those bodies.
You're right. You're fine. Yeah, right. All right. Well, get to it then.
Get on it. Make it fun, man. Do it the fun way.
Do it
fun. All right, so hail couch potato. Okay, so real nice and slow and easy. Hail couch potato. Just continue to what you were saying. Obviously, Truth Prevails has a question for you.
Yeah.
No, I would just like for you to look it up and see if you could find where they've ever manipulated gravity to determine that it is the cause of anything, where they've ever done a scientific experiment of validating gravity. Since you're just fresh into it, like I don't want to start like just pummeling you with the fact that gravity is what they claim it is not real. I want you to just look it up and see what you find.
So what did they say, Hale? Did you look it up?
Sorry, I'm doing it right now.
Is this guy's name Hailstorm? Is that the guy?
Hail couch.
Hail couch.
Hang on. Hail couch potato. All right.
We're trying to figure out what gravity is, and if we can find out what gravity is, then we get to talk about it.
Do 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 do.
He's deafened again.
Do. The final Jeopardy question.
I don't know.
What is gravity for 500?
Gravity for 500, Alex. Oh, it's final Jeopardy. I bet it all.
He mutes to do research. I like that, actually. That's cool. I'm down with that.
That's
I mean,
pro.
he seems really respectful and like he seems inquisitive, like that.
Yeah. Seems very very young and very, needs to just check out a few things and go outside and check out water. It's cool, man. It's flat. Check it
He's
out.
indoctrinated, but he's being nice about it. So keep it.
Check out your own eyeball.
We all were. We all were. It's people like this that you have to go and teach them.
Yeah, but somebody told me to go look, and I went, okay, I'll go look. Oh shit, there's no curve. Fuck.
So everyone that, since he's deafened, I can say this. So everyone that wants to make a difference, here's a good chance to go in teaching mode.
Yeah, man. I'm
all
here.
Right, Hail Couch Potato. Hold on, Flat Earth, dude, real quick. So Hail Couch Potato has undeafened, so we're just waiting on you, man.
Sorry, what was the question again? I kind of forgot.
Wait a minute, you were looking it up, but you forgot it. Then that means you
Gravity.
probably don't have the answer. I know that this is hard to remember, but because
No. I actually no. I know what I know what I was looking up, but I forgot the question that you had.
Listen, just relax. Hold on. So, Truth Prevails wants you to get a citation for your official claim to what gravity is. That's what.
Gravity.
First,
claim of gravity.
First, you need to define what it is. Then you need to see if you can find where they've ever validated it, ever tested it to validate that it is the cause of anything, manipulated it.
Okay. Gravity is the force by which a planet or other body draws objects towards its center.
Right, so you're 106 years behind in the current rhetoric. Gravity is not a claimed force. You're actually invoking Newtonian gravity that was replaced and superseded 106 years ago by Einstein. So it's about the bending, warping of a conceptual fabric of space-time, not mass attracting mass. You can't even calculate that using Einstein's field equations. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're still wrong. Yeah, they're 106 years out of date. That's the point, is that even NASA admits this isn't true.
Then why did NASA post it on their website?
Yeah, because they're contradicting themselves. That's the
They
point.
do it all the time.
Why would they do that?
Absolutely. Yep, they do it all the time.
I don't know. Ask them, because they do. They contradict themselves all the time.
See, that kind of question is rhetorical around here. Why would they lie?
Where's
we go,
the contradiction?
Yep. We go, yeah.
Where's the contradiction of this? I gotta see it.
Einsteinian.
Could you send a link real
Gravity is
quick?
the contradiction.
Well, I gave you one link already that says gravity is in a force. We have probably a dozen of those.
No. I want a NASA link.
Helium doesn't go down. Heat doesn't go down. Carbonation
Wait, hold on.
doesn't go down.
You want a NASA link that gives you the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity?
No, I want a NASA link proving that this one I'm looking at is proving that they proved themselves wrong.
Hey, check the live stream voice text, man. There's like about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 citations. They're called. Scientifically proven gravity is a bunch of shit.
No, I'm looking for NASA. Just NASA.
Well, I'm
Dude,
looking for two objects orbiting each
This
other
is
in
like
a
way
gravity
more than
field.
NASA, man. These are top physicists and scientists in the world, bro.
Yeah, I know, but I just want NASA.
Well, fuck NASA. I mean,
Well, NASA's nothing but
Okay,
these are scientific, validated fucking citations. Fucking
No. I just want NASA because
guys like this tell NASA what to
NASA
do.
show you astronauts
It's like
in a
this
vacuum.
fucking work at NASA and fucking.
Does NASA show you any little rockets working in a vacuum, in a big vacuum? Any little toy rockets? Does NASA show you any guys in a live vacuum chamber for like an hour or two?
Regardless, whichever one, it doesn't matter which one you subscribe to, which one you're biased towards. See if you can find where they've ever verified and validated that it is a thing, where they've tested it and manipulated it.
Would you
Find that.
Right. Go get NASA's tested, validated, manipulated gravity.
Sorry? Say again?
The scientific experiment validating gravity.
When you drop an apple, it goes to the floor.
You're observing an effect. You have to prove the cause, dude.
What do you mean?
You're only observing the natural phenomenon.
It's called the scientific method. It's real simple.
That's part of it. He's kind of there. He's like a small fraction of the way there with an observation. But go on, keep going. What else would you do to determine such a thing?
Determine gravity?
Yes.
Just dropping stuff. If you throw something.
That's just an observation of a natural
That's called
phenomenon.
affirming the consequent fallacy.
Say again, sorry.
Affirming the consequent fallacy.
What do you mean by
So
that?
you're affirming with your presupposition the conclusion of this, but it's just a presupposition without evidence. Does that make sense?
What do you mean without evidence?
You're affirming it. You're saying that not the.
So the
The thing you're
observed natural
arguing
phenomena
is
cannot
that-
be the
yeah.
cause.
I think we
No,
should
the cause of your thing dropping to the floor is gravity.
That's you
It's
dropping
all-
it.
okay. Do the boiling water thing on him, man. Just understand the fucking scientific method with boiling water. Okay? Simple.
Okay.
I'm telling you, dude.
So,
Look
another way
for
of
it,
saying
you'll
this.
never find it.
So another way of saying this is if you could take, for instance, in a laboratory anywhere, you could have a box, you put an apple in the box, and then somehow, some way, turn off gravity for a few minutes inside the box, and then let us observe the apple just floating inside the box with no gravity, and then turn gravity back on, put gravity back into the situation, and let us observe the apple falling in the box. See, if you could do that, then that would validate the claim that gravity makes the apple fall down. But the problem is, as far as we know, nobody's ever done that. Nobody can do that. So thus, this claim that gravity made the apple go down is invalid. It's an invalid claim.
Like Papa Smurf made the apple go down.
And I want to postulate that the only reason that they abandoned Newtonian gravity is because mass attractive mass is something you can test and something you can verify or falsify. So, and that's the reason they abandoned it and went to a conceptual gravity, which is the bend and warping of space-time, because you cannot manipulate, bend, or warp space-time. Like, it's nothing that you can't cause an effect with it. You can't change it. You can't manipulate it. You can't science it. So it's just a conceptual idea of what is causing this effect that you're seeing, and you can't test it. So that's no. If they hadn't abandoned Newtonian gravity, then everyone would have known that it's false because there is no mass attractive mass. And not only that, but Newton even said not to attribute it to him. He thought it was preposterous. Actually,
quick,
I think he used the word insane, maybe, didn't he? Insanity.
Extremely insane. Yeah,
That was Tesla. Yeah.
Real quick, 59 minutes after that, there's my source right there. Relatively, a thought experiment behind Einstein's theory. So that's a photo from NASA on that website from space.com. That's the general relativity picture with NASA's, with Einstein's face in the photo, and that's from NASA. That's 3 years after. That's 2018. It says 3 years ago. It says first published. So that's them admitting that it's general relativity now.
So first it was stuff attracts smaller stuff.
Big stuff, baby.
Yeah. Then people stopped buying that because of the narrative they had to continue pushing, but changing because it's a fucking lie. And it turned into the bending and warping of a conceptual medium known as space-time. And I like the way Hank sums it up. So if space and time are a thing, distance is time, well then, is my head older than my feet, or my feet older than my head?
Oh. Your feet are older than your head. Actually, no, it matters how you came out.
Okay, so you see the ridiculousness, right? You see how retarded that is?
He does.
I hope so. Couch, do you hear how ridiculous it is to think something like that?
Okay, I'm still waiting though.
For what?
For the NASA link proving themselves wrong.
No, I just explained the citation. Did you ignored it already?
No, sorry, I was watching a video.
He's got, dude, the guy's getting hammered with.
I'm going to try again. So 59 minutes after the hour, it's approximately 2 minutes ago. Hold on, Flat Earth, dude. There it is.
Yeah.
www.space.com, AMP/409220, relativity, power of equivalence, right there. That's a photo from NASA showing the relativity.
No, but I know that's not NASA's website.
They even put Einstein's photo in the picture, and the photos from NASA. That's why I gave the link.
Then why isn't it on the NASA website?
I just gave you the link. You haven't even investigated it yet. You're just hiding from it.
Oh, the bottom one?
Top
it
one.
says www.space.com. AMP. That photo's from NASA.
Space.com is not NASA.
Yes, the photo is from NASA. I know that this is hard for you to understand. This is their claim. Where do you think space.com got their information from?
Anywhere. TheOnion.com.
No, they didn't. That's the point, is that they got it from NASA, and now you're going to hide from NASA's claims.
What's the proof they got it from NASA, though?
Oh, and
It's
again,
in the
when they show it to
article.
you, you'll hide from it. That's the point.
It's
Where do
in
you
the
think they get
article.
their information?
But
All of their information.
there's no one verifying it. You
I
can
know.
put
Listen,
anything.
I know. Child, listen. All of their information comes from NASA. That's the point, and you're hiding from it now. That's where they get their information
but
from. That's
if
why
it
says
comes
circa
from NASA,
Okay, so that's okay. So you're admitting that they could be lying about this, right?
no,
You're
I'm
saying they
saying
could
if
be
it
lying?
comes from
No,
NASA, why can't I just have the NASA website?
Just relax. So you're saying that they could be giving me false information about NASA, right? Is that your
Anyone
claim?
could be giving false information.
Right,
I've
there you
seen
go. So
the
that's
Canadian
my point.
flag is a
There
swastika.
you go. There you go. So you're saying that they're lying to children about outer space.
Thank you.
See, I win either way. So you're saying that they're lying to children about outer space. That's all I need is a concession.
Sorry, say again.
You're admitting they're lying to children about outer space and gravity because you're saying this might be false. Space.com, they get their information from NASA, and you're saying they could be lying.
Yeah,
right?
they could be.
Yeah. Wow. There you go. So they're lying about outer space, right?
They're
So why would they
lying.
lie?
Oh no.
Right.
No.
That's all I'm claiming is that I can prove that the mainstream is lying about outer space, and you're confirming it. That's the point. So
How
why
am I
would they lie?
confirming it?
You just said you don't believe it. You're saying that they could be lying about it.
Yeah, I
So
don't
either
believe
they're
some
lying,
website called
right?
space.com.
So they could be lying, right? They're lying, so they're
Me
lying to
neither.
children about
Yeah.
outer space. Right?
Okay,
They're
You
lying
should
about
call it the
space.com.
vacuum of space. You should really call it the vacuum of space, because remember, that's what they claim it is. They claim it's a vacuum above our heads that we
Yeah.
do not observe in nature naturally. No one can demonstrate a gas pressure without a container, but they claim that the vacuum of space is above our heads somewhere.
Okay,
So
so
we
instead of
asked
hold on one second, real quick. So I'm going to finish up here, and I'm going to let the other guys take over. I'm going to go anyway because it's too late for me. Hale. So, how would you feel if NASA showed you a document? This time it'll be from NASA saying the Earth is flat
Yeah.
and non-rotating. How would that work?
How would that work?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Right. So you'll
They
know
would
the Earth
prove
is
their
flat
point,
and non-rotating.
and then
So
yeah,
NASA admits it. Would that change your mind then, or do we have to find another citation?
no, that would work.
Okay, we'll get it right now.
Hold
Yeah,
on one
perfect.
second. We got that actual document.
Right.
Right
Well, we
here.
gave you 15 earlier already saying that.
But this is right from NASA's asshole, right out of the old pooper.
Let's see it.
And here it comes. It's coming.
Which one?
Hang on.
I just posted those again. It's like
What if I said
20 of
there's
them? 15 of them? 20 of them.
15? Yeah, 15 documents that.
Okay, which one do I click?
Hold on, and we're gonna get it here. Exo's rocking it.
Yeah.
Grab them all and save them all for later and take a look at them, because it'll take you some time to look at all of them.
It does. Takes a few days, man. You might. You could spend like a whole week on moon landing hoax website called Alice.com.
Flat Earth, dude. Right. Thank you very much. 6 minutes after
Right.
the hour, they were just posted right there with the citation, and you can go to NASA's site and find it. Flat non-rotating Earth, right there.
Could I see it on NASA's site?
Yeah, you got to just type in the link. Yeah, I gave you the address right there below it. NASA 1988 Dryden Flight Research Center. Yep. There it is. See
perfect.
for yourself. They love to put truth in front of your face. The moccasin and the globe. Still think you're spinning ball. HTTPS www.nasa.gov centers Dryden Flight PDF 88104 main _H-1391.pdf. There it is. One of
Click
many more.
Click away, man. Click it out.
Where's the link? I'm blind.
You're
No,
blind.
it's okay. If you can't find it, it's fine. No, if you can't find it, you're not supposed to find it. So
No.
that's
I
the
mean,
thing.
like,
There it is.
did you post the link in here, or do I have to search
I
it
just
myself?
posted
Live stream
I
voice
just showed
back,
you the
yeah.
entire link is in there. 6 minutes.
Oh,
after
I have
the
to
hour.
search it myself. Yeah, sorry.
Well,
That's what I was
well,
just
if I
curious.
just gave you a link, you wouldn't trust me anyway. You'd say, "How would I know this
No,
is a real
no.
NASA website?"
That's not true. But
Yeah, it would be.
You can.
Yeah, so there it is. Flat non-rotating Earth, 1988, Dryden Flight Research Center. Yeah, all you got to do is type in flat non-rotating Earth NASA, and you'll just get the document. You'll just type in that. You don't have to type in the exact address. It's been copied thousands of times for some reason in the last 7 years.
So I would say save those links and check them out when you've got time to, or take time now, whichever. It doesn't matter, but just do it. Be honest to yourself. Do yourself a favor. Give yourself a chance to know the truth and to see through the lies, and just look at it, check it out. You've got a lot of information to look at.
Could someone send me the link? I can't find it.
No, that's okay. No, if you can't find it, if it's too difficult to use Google, then just forget it. Have you ever seen a flight simulator, Hale?
No.
You don't play video games?
No, I don't play flight simulators.
Okay. See, the flight simulators show you bigger maps of the Earth, to simulate reality, and they're all flat. So for the last 30 years, flight simulators have been very popular. They're made by Electronic Arts and the other parts of the industry. I don't know about them, but every single one of them shows a flat map as far as the eye can see. So all the maps literally look like two-dimensional squares or rectangles, because in order to simulate the Earth, they have to make flat maps in the flight simulator in order to simulate reality.
Okay.
It's quite the paradox.
Yeah. What page is it on?
Well, if you just type in flat non-rotating Earth.
No, I got the document. I just got to find the page.
Oh, check the last page. Just check for conclusions, or check the very first page. Usually they're at the first or the last. Yeah, propagation.
NASA.gov. There it is.
Let me make sure I got the right one, because I don't have these saved.
Repeat. Documents derivations and definitions of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft. Can't read that part. Mass. Flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. So this is how they have to build all aircraft, because there's no such thing as adjusting for curvature or spin. So all aircraft are designed this.
Sick. You need to hop up into the VC check-in so you can get a roll.
I had way too many rolls tonight. Ugh.
And anyone else that's in here without a roll.
All right, so did you go to the last page? All right, here's a screenshot of the last page. Flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. All right, so I gave you the link,
linear aircraft
page, screenshot of the page. So now you can finally agree, right? Because you said you would agree.
That's right. You did.
It's okay. It's a hard pill to swallow, box ops. So it's best to give them space, because they are. Remember, they're raised in a cartoon and they think it's real. It's hard to get them out of there immediately. Sometimes it takes years for people to wake up, even after they've seen the evidence, which we've hardly gotten into. Yeah.
And remember, this is only one out of dozens, right? It's not just they say it one time.
There's 15 of them in the back in the old live stream voice text chat.
There was about 150 4 or 5 years ago. For some reason, they've deleted most of them.
I don't even know why you're relying so much on a document anyway, because the Earth is something that you have access to and something that you can see for yourself.
Truth. I can go outside and check it out myself. Really? Oh, this is so cool. That's so easy.
Sure can.
Too easy, man. It's got to be a trick.
Look at this. Why would they listen? Why would they fucking type any word of this if the Earth were anywhere near flat? What is the problem? Why can't people see this?
You mean anywhere near a globe? Why would they put that kind of wording in that document? Because it's not.
I guess that's what I meant. Yeah. Sorry, too much tryptophan. I'm going.
Tryptophan on the head.
They literally described it as not only flat, but non-rotating, just in case you.
Non-rotating. Also known as stationary.
Flat, non-rotating.
Weird.
Dirt.
That shit ain't going nowhere.
The dirt ain't spinning.
Nope.
But just sit tight for a second, though, Helio Couch. Sick. You're unmuted. Welcome to the server.
Who's that?
That's their name, Sick.
Sick. You're checking them in here live?
Yo, what's up?
They already been checked in. Sick been checked in.
Bro.
So what brings you here?
Nothing really. I was just looking, typing in discord.jj/whatever.
So you're upside down on a globe over in Australia?
Yeah.
You're on the bottom side.
So
How does that prove anything? I'm still kind of lost.
Have you looked into the topic of flat Earth?
Oh, did you hear Hale? Did you hear what Hale Couch just said? He's completely vomiting on himself right now.
No. I'm actually. How does it prove
I'm
anything?
completely lost. He said,
It's
"What is
talking
that
about
prove?"
aircrafts.
Yeah, what does that prove? I'm completely lost. You were
Yeah.
already lost when you were here. That's the point, is that we answered your question. You asked for actual documents from NASA saying the Earth is flat and non-rotating. We gave them to you, and now you're saying, what does it prove?
No, but
Thanks
how
for
are they
proving my
saying
point.
the Earth is flat and non-rotating? Where
So
does it say that?
did you read it? Okay, so Hale, did you
Yeah.
read it?
Last page.
So
Last
okay,
paragraph.
hold on. Oh,
I'll
dude, hold
let
on. Wait.
I'll
I just have to go
remute
through this.
Sick
I'll get
and
out of here.
let Sick wait then until this convo's over because I'm
I'll
not
get
just
out.
gonna
I'll
leave
get
him
out of here.
unmuted.
I'll get out of here soon, but that's the point, Hale, is that we answered your question, and now you're having trouble with words. You're saying, what does flat mean? What does
No.
non-rotating mean?
I'm saying it says flat and non-rotating, but the rest is talking about an aircraft. How does that have to do anything with the Earth?
We're not We're not talking about the aircraft. We're talking about the
Aircraft
Earth being flat
flies
and non-rotating.
over Earth.
Dude, hold on. So it says the Earth is flat and non-rotating. Do you think aircraft have to fly over the Earth, or do they fly somewhere else, Hale?
What?
Do aircraft fly over the Earth,
man.
or do they fly somewhere else, Hale, couch potato?
In your reality, airplanes
Hold on,
fly
dude, hold on.
over the.
He went
He's
on
going back
deaf.
on deafen. Yeah, listen, he's having a seizure panic attack, so I'm gonna have to get out of here anyway, guys. So you just go ahead, truth prevails, but I couldn't let that go. The guy just spiraled bad. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm not gonna unmute these guys in live stream because there's like three of them that's got the same PFP. They're gonna have to go up into the VC check-in.
Yeah, that's dangerous. All right, guys, have a good night. It's been fun. Thanks, guys.
XO, man, great job, bro.
Have a great night, XO. Good to see you, bud.
A little wild. It's Thanksgiving and all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised I'm still awake, but I
Well,
can't get enough
We
truth.
don't have to work tomorrow. Woo!
No, I don't. Mm-mm.
So we can party like it's Thursday night. Sweet.
You know why he said party like it's 1999?
Because it was
because Purple Rain. I don't know, but really, purple, right? The Mason's favorite color, or the Rothschilds? No.
My favorite
Whose
saying
favorite
is
color is it?
party like it's a Tuesday.
Party like it's a Tuesday afternoon. like 12:14.
Party like it's a what?
Really? Okay, I guess. You know what that will mean? I'm on lunch break and I can't wait to get off work. That's how I'm going to party?
No, you don't go to work. You go party. It's Tuesday.
I don't go to work. Fuck work.
Yeah, you just go out and party. It's a Tuesday, man.
If I'm at work, I can't.
Dude, those documents, man. I read through most of these years ago, and I was like, "Oh shit! Fuck! Look at that right there, man. Right there. Oh shit! Yeah, the technical paper for the user manual for the linear. Yeah, I read through all that shit, man. I'm like, wait, flat.
Oxops, you're going absolutely ape shit, and I love it. Thank you.
Good documents. Good read. Good night.
I've got a.
Well, he wanted the links, and I'm actually quoting them out. So, yeah, I need to save these anyways because I have all the links, but not the page and the spot.
I've got like 100.
Usually, I'll tell you what, man. Most of those documents, first few paragraphs of the first, abstract or whatever it is in the beginning, man, they're gonna tell you straight in, man. You can read it yourself, man. It says flat, non-rotating, stationary Earth. It's real simple. Every fucking one of those documents says that. It's not like I'm making this shit up, man. You can click on it and read it.
Would they do that?
None of us are making this up, bro. Just go read it. There's 15 documents right there that say Non-rotating flat, just fucking stationary. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
You,
attacking.
you want citation page numbers? Nah, I mean, there's a couple of people out there that had some pretty good documents.
If you look into stuff, you're not going to need to do that. You need to read the whole document and understand the context. Get into it, you know.
He said if we show him NASA, he'll then believe us, right? He kept saying NASA, NASA, NASA. We give him NASA. Now he says, "What does it prove?" Right. So is 15 documents enough?
It's not enough. I need more.
What do you need? What are you looking for?
Why would they lie?
Document.
I want to know. Why would they lie?
No, I'm genuinely looking for it. What do I
What are
search
you
on
looking
NASA?
I quoted them all out for you. You don't even have to click on them. I did all the work for
Are
you.
you not paying attention to the voice text, Hale?
Look in the voice text.
Oh.
What?
What is ntrs.nasa?
These are all NASA.gov.
What is
Technical
NTRS?
Service.
Dude, listen, if it says .gov
NASA
after it, I don't know what else you need.
Research Service.
Yep.
Well,
thank you.
Are you going to read it or not?
Excuse me. Yeah, have fun reading a few of those. You know, don't believe us, man. Check it out yourself, man. It is hard to find some of this stuff, man, especially NASA's website, man.
Went back on dev.
They're not, exactly free flowing with their information. They kind of.
I don't think this troll is working out the way he thought it was going to work out.
I don't
not
think
you.
we
I'm
should be
saying
relying on
his
third parties at all.
Yeah, you got to go outside, man. Check it out yourself, man. Watch the stars, the moon, the
Put on your
sun.
mask. Leave the basement.
Take your mask off. Leave the basement. Get some sun on your face. It'll be good.
It'll hurt at first for someone like you, but don't worry about it. You'll get used to
Look
it.
at the water. Look at the mountains. Watch the shadows. I always mess with people. I'll be like outside. I'll be like, "Hey man, there's something weird going on outside." They're like, "What?" I'm like, "Dude, I was outside, right? Come here. See this shadow right here? Like a half an hour ago, it was over there." And they're like, "Well, that's because the sun's moving over your head." And I'm like, "Are you a flat earther or something?" It really messes with people, bro. You got to try it. It's fun. Try
I know
it
it
out.
is.
You'll
I
like
don't do it
at
that
home.
well. That's
You
very
can get-
eloquent. But
you can
I
get
like it.
2 for the price of 1 if you call now.
Okay. Sign me up.
Yes, call in. Make a pledge. We'll give you a shout out if you pledge.
Oh, well.
I'll give you a shout out.
I'll shout you out for free. Especially if you bring globe evidence, bruh. That'll be the
bring
last
the
shout
globe
out this server ever sees.
Free shout outs if you bring the globe evidence. You hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Speaking of shouting out, who's in the chat?
Nobody. I banned all the trillions. She came back with about 4 or 5 accounts.
JH82. What's up?
Yeah, that's a baller.
He's a baller. All right, get real. Come on. Her eyes on level. I like that, man. The eyes are level. Level eyes.
Yeah.
The horizon always rises to your eye level, as I've heard. I checked it out. It's true.
Yeah, near eye level. Right. If you're not like
we all have different. We all see different things, man. I get it, but basically, it's eye level. If you're looking at the horizon, whether you're 38,000 feet in the air or sea level, it's pretty level, right to the old eye level. Damn.
The Red Bull jumped from 128,000 feet. The horizon doesn't drop at all. It should be like 9 solar diameters or something.
Yo, I'm kind of lost though. Why the people who posted that document you gave me don't exist?
What was the question? What way?
The people who posted your document that you're using, they just you search them up and I can't find anything on them.
Which document are you referring to?
The one just straight up saying the Earth is flat.
So let me get this straight. If you can't find it on the internet, it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Never said that.
That's exactly what I'm saying, man.
And that is what you're saying.
No.
Are you saying that? Are you saying NASA doesn't exist?
Not at all.
Not on
Are
the
you-
Google, man.
Are you saying NASA
No, we'd
doesn't
just mute you if
exist?
that were the case.
You guys are just avoiding. I'm asking the people, the authors of that
Okay,
document.
give me the name. Let's all search him up. What's the name you're looking for exactly?
Yeah, dude.
What's the name?
Okay, 1 second.
Okay, drop it in the.
Is it someone who measured curvature, or where's it going?
I don't know which document. What's the
Here's what
name?
he's doing. He's wasting time trying to be even more hyper specific than we usually are to try to make it look like we have holes in our arguments. It's not gonna work. Sorry.
That's what I'm doing.
I know. That's okay.
Definitely.
Continue doing it, because now that the audience knows to be suspicious, they're gonna be regardless of what you say. Does that make sense? Continue.
Duke Eugene L. There's nothing on the NASA website about him that I can find.
So
You
you're
know,
trying to-
NASA employs contractors, right? What's the guy's full name?
Who wanted it?
What's the guy's full name?
That you're trying to find.
What is his full
Do we got a
name?
name yet? We got a name. I need a name. Let's look it up. My niece, so it's let's search it up. I'm like, I like that. Search it up.
No name then?
I got a citation here. That was pretty easy.
Yeah, okay, what's it?
You suck at this. There it is.
Yeah. There you go.
You said
Check it out.
citation. There's no site. Give me the site.
Most Globers do suck.
Wow, what
Yeah.
what are you asking for?
Can you copy paste the website in?
How about you copy paste that entire paragraph and relevant websites with that exact shit in it will come up. How's that grab you? Why are we doing your work for you? Pleb, why are we doing this?
Oh, here we go. There we go.
Oh, goodness. Wow,
Okay.
that's a lot.
Could I have the website? I just want the website.
Check it out, man.
Yeah, see, did you see in the voice text what he posted?
Yeah, it's not a website. That's an image.
Right, and what you'll do is you'll take from the image any one of those links and type it into your fancy dancy little thing.
I said NASA.
Do you see what he posted? And like all he had to do is put the name in and hit search.
I don't. That one's called tokentube.net. If I'm reading it right, core.ac.uk.
Well, maybe I don't know where the
Here we
guy's
go.
from.
This next
So
one.
you want the actual link from NASA.gov. Okay, I got that too. Dude, you just,
Yes, perfect.
There
you're
you
just
go.
throwing shit against the wall, hoping something
All
will
right, this is
stick.
the last one, man.
So there you go.
Okay, perfect.
It's the last one.
Right, you keep moving the goalpost. You said if we post you NASA the first time, you said you would believe us, right? And then you said, okay, well,
I
hold
still
on,
need a
what
link.
page? Okay, then we gave you that. Then you wanted the link. We gave you the link. Now you're wanting a person, right? So
Partner,
after
listen,
I need the
you don't
links
need
to
anything. We're being
reads.
very nice to you right now. So this is your last request. Go ahead and make it.
Just a link from the NASA website.
I
It's right
did.
there, man. It's
I
in the
did.
there.
I posted it.
it's in the live stream, man. Right?
NASA.gov is a NASA website.
No, but that's the article that he wrote. I'm looking for him, not his article.
What do you want about him?
Him.
What of him do you want? His profile? His
Just
NASA
his
profile?
You think he doesn't exist?
Yeah, what are you trying to get at, dude?
His background.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Yeah, you're going to
Check his
tell us why
credibility.
now.
Move the goalposts a couple more.
Brother, you've been
So
obviated.
hold on.
Listen.
Stop. The NASA website is posting him on it, you fuck.
Where?
Exactly.
That's what I want. Yeah, give me that link.
So the truth of a claim is based upon who says it. Is that what you're saying? So if
Yeah.
Hitler says the sky is blue, it's
Listening.
not blue
You're not
because
even
Hitler
listening.
said it, right?
You're not even
That's you're
listening.
telling me.
You said, show us NASA. And then we show you NASA.
And the NASA that we're showing you has all the fucking people in NASA. They're not going to post the damn NASA on NASA without having the people in NASA.
Kind of lost. Where's the NASA link?
Everything we posted was NASA's.
All right,
well, he's just trolling at this point.
Have we
I'm not trolling.
This is
Not a
over.
single one of those links from NASA.
Dude,
that one's DL.acm.
Shit.
But why does it matter if it's from NASA?
The one I posted, ntrs.nasa.gov, API citation is 198. Posted at 3:25 a.m.
But
Yeah,
see,
that's-
if you're
that's-
saying that
that's the
person's
article
not
that you gave me in
real,
the first place.
Yeah,
then
it's at
NASA's lying.
nasa.gov, dude.
It's from NASA.
It's at
You're an idiot. You're not even
NTRS.
listening to yourself. You're
Yeah,
not
that's
listening
called
to
a
yourself.
subdomain, right? You cannot register a subdomain unless you have
I
control of
want
the
the
domain
guy.
name. Listen, genius. You
I want the
cannot.
guy.
Cannot
Is this
compute.
guy? Is he,
Cannot
Well, this was
compute.
published in
this
1988.
guy
Maybe
fucking
he
lying?
doesn't work for NASA
Error.
anymore.
What the fuck's going on?
504 error.
504 page not found.
Page not found. Brr. Dude, NASA is posting that. Okay? We're
Shoot,
posting
I mean,
it from
God.
NASA's website. And the people in that thing are at NASA. They wouldn't have it on a NASA website if they're not from NASA. Holy fuck!
Love the energy, man. Love
You are
it, bro.
not
That's just some
listening
like
to
dodgy
yourself.
website.
You are not listening. It's a government fucking website.
You're spiraling, dude.
Don't trig.
Just
Don't
not
trig out,
listening.
man.
You don't want to listen. You
trig.
just don't want to care to listen. You want to hear yourself, and you're
You've
not
already said that
actually
like
sounding
1,000
very
times,
well.
EXO, but thank you.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, there you go.
this, and I had to leave, but now I have to come back. So you're admitting that NASA's lying now?
This guy's streaming. Is he streaming?
So Hale, you're saying the NASA
We're
websites
streaming,
are
so it
lying
doesn't
now?
matter.
I don't
Hale,
care
are
if
you
he's
saying the
streaming. I just
NASA
want to know.
websites are lying
True,
now? Hale?
No.
Hold on,
Give
dude.
a
Are you
fuck.
saying that NASA websites are lying now?
Yeah.
See?
NASA's
I rest my case.
websites
Thank
are
you.
lying.
I rest my case.
I love
No,
it.
I still want the link.
You just admitted they're lying. You just admitted the whole entire crux of this entire argument.
Hey, Hale, Hold on, guys.
Shit. Of course.
Hold on. Gosh, jeez. Hale.
This needs to be
Yeah.
recorded.
Hale, buddy, listen.
Yeah.
Why do you want that so bad?
Because that's important.
Why is it important to you?
He's smiling and fucking
Stop
trolling.
it. Just fucking let me do this.
I'm
Why
not
is it-
trolling. Why would I be here if I
great.
was trolling?
I don't know. Anyway, why is it important to you? And give us a multi-word answer. Try to spell it out. Say we're in 4th grade and we don't know what you're talking about. Really lay it down for us. Why do you want just a NASA link?
Because that's a credible link, according to you guys.
Not to us? Absolutely not. No.
Then why are half
We
the links in
use
this
it because
Discord
you think it's
yours?
credible. We use it to show how stupid you are.
It's called a hostile witness.
You're just like embarrassing yourself, dude.
Truly did embarrass yourself.
Right. First of all,
So the guy
you
works
asked-
at Ames Research Center. That's where he worked. He worked on the NASA F-15 flight research program.
And he's not from NASA.
He just said NASA's lying now, but he believes they're credible. I'm really confused.
He's the one that is like really gone. He's really gone.
Wait, he has to believe in NASA, but now he's saying NASA is lying. I mean, this is a phenomenal expose.
Can't have it both ways, kiddo.
So he's a light switch that got turned off, and it's an endless loop on a circuit.
Hey, I had
Worse than that.
Thanksgiving dinner with a guy who worked on the first 3 space shuttles, STS 1, 2, and 3.
Wow.
It was amazing. The bureaucracy, the cheating, the lying, the shit that don't work is fucking is beautiful, man. I was listening. I hardly said a word, man. But I knew STS 1, 2, 3. I'm like, oh, really? Well, STS 1, 2, 3. Okay, tell me more. And it was one of these discussions. It's just kind of this older guy, man. He really laid it out, man. How fucked up and the colonels, all these people involved. This is fucked up. That don't fit. Fucking. It was just awesome. I was just smiling. Now I'm just listening to I fucking hardly said a word, man. I just kept the conversation going for like 2 hours, man. And the building and the the different people, and every 5 years you had to switch a job and do this and that, and they just move you around from the department to the department, and they just completely got you spinning in so many goddamn directions. You don't know which way's up. That's how they keep these people
for the link.
compartmentalized so big time, man.
Yeah, man. That sounds like a good dinner.
I was shaking my head, going. My wife's like, she kept like, giving me that eye, like, like, keep, don't go flat Earth on his ass, please don't do that. And I didn't, man. I didn't go flat Earth. I was just listening, man, because his stories were so good about it.
Dude, I couldn't have fucking held it together. Way to go.
It was too many people around, but him and I were like, eyeball.
Dude, I wouldn't have cared. I would have like relapsed right then and there and been like, all right, motherfucker, you tell me what's going on for real.
I wouldn't have got all that information if I'd have done that.
That's true.
He would have just shut down. I'm like, no, don't let him shut down. He's telling me shit. Really?
Okay, so here, hold on. Okay, so after a little siesta there, Hale,
NASA.
You're back at the center of attention now. Can you tell us? Can you tell us why you need just a NASA link for your suspicions about something to be confirmed?
He got a NASA link. He got a NASA link.
So what more do you need?
He's got a NASA link.
I need a NASA link.
He is being
You got a NASA link, liar.
You got a NASA. Anything that has NASA.gov is a NASA link.
Yeah, see how it says NASA.gov on it?
Anything that says NASA.gov is a NASA link. You're a fucking moron if you don't think.
I don't know why we're letting him talk.
So hold on. Okay. Do you know how domain names work?
He doesn't. Then see, you're a fucking moron. Stop your fucking
NASA.gov. Listen, you cannot use a subdomain unless you own the domain. So ntrs.nasa.gov is a subdomain of nasa.gov. NASA.gov controls the domain name. So there's something called the DNS, domain name server, right? So the DNS system tells when you type that into a computer, it resolves to a server that's out there in the world, but it has to go to the WHOIS record that for NASA has. So it's registered, right?
Yeah.
So domain names through ICANN, they're all registered domain names. So it queries NASA's record at ICANN, says, what server are you using for that domain name? Says this, and then it says, okay, we want this subdomain. Then it says this. You need permission from NASA to use that domain, to go to access that server in the first place. Okay? It is a NASA website. It's nasa.gov. They control the domain name.
Are you going to argue with that now?
You want the WHOIS record and all that shit? Because I'll give you all that information.
WHOIS, baby? That's a beautiful place, man. You can find out WHOIS. Fucking just type it in. I love WHOIS.
No one here wants to lie to anyone.
I can find out who owns Pepsi.com. Boom. WHOIS.
Okay.
We would lose all credibility if we were lying.
Fun. The internet is fun. You guys know it's fun.
Hey, but does the internet prove the shape of the ground?
Last time I checked, man, like 97% of all telecommunications is through underground cables.
But ipso facto, not really though. But right, I mean, no. It's
Well,
just
maybe it's 80%, 90%. I could be wrong.
A well job.
Anyway, hail couch potato.
Hey, guess what? Satellites are fake, man. Did you guys know that? They're not real. I mean, their satellites are real on balloons, but not in space. I checked it out. It's not true.
Why don't you look up what is STG or whatever the heck it is?
Who is
RS? I mean, why haven't you looked that up?
It's called the National Aeronautics Space Administration Technical Reports Server. So what they're basically telling you, it says NASA twice in the URL. That's what ntrs.nasa.gov NASA means.
It's double
NASA
NASA.
twice.
www.nasa.gov as well.
Right. Anyway, my question, Hail Couch Potato, is there anything that is going to satisfy you while you're here with us? Are you willing to learn perhaps anything? Because you do keep asking questions, but none of them are good enough for you. So a teacher would get pretty frustrated at this point. And so let's have a little sit down and figure out why you're still in here with us.
Because I find it interesting to see other people's point of view.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But do you love your own point of view, man? That's really the question, man.
How about direct measurements? Are they point of views?
Oh, I love my own point of view. I have no problem with it.
Cool.
Clearly.
You walk out. Guess what, man? Water will always find its level. Do you think that's true or what, man?
Sorry, water will always do what?
Find its level, man. It's going to find a level
Nice.
at rest. A body of water will find a level, like a lake, a glass of water. Do you think can you prove that in your own kitchen? Can you just sit down and say, hey, man, water's level? Can you admit that much?
Water's level?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, yeah, when it's not moving, it's level.
Yeah, a lake, a swimming pool.
And if the Earth is covered like 70% water and 29% land on the surface, and water is always level.
What's the 1%?
71% water.
Oh my!
71%.
I thought you said 70.
71, whatever. They tell us 71% water.
29% land on the topography or the surface, supposedly, of the globe.
Okay.
So if water always finds its level, what do you think you live on, man? Something that's like round?
Honestly.
Seems impossible.
Neutral.
Seems very impossible. Last time I checked.
Both
I checked it in my bathtub recently. Shit was level, man.
The only thing we've ever used balls for is games, really. Tennis balls, racket balls, soccer balls, golf balls,
baseballs,
cue balls, baseballs, footballs.
Football? No, wait. Football's like, it's not round like a ball.
Yeah,
it's more of a.
It's still called a ball.
Last question. This is my final question of the night, and thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Here it comes.
The run up. The run up. He's doing the run up.
Just why?
Why are you guys so stupid? Why are you so retarded?
No. I'm not going to do that. Because most of you guys have been respectful all the way through, so there's no point I should do that.
Cheers, man. Cheers to you, bro.
But
that was a mistake.
What happened? What was a mistake?
But he said
being respectful to a liar.
But
no. Like, why would they lie? That's the last question. No.
Why did you lie?
Question.
Why would they lie about you?
Why did you lie?
I haven't lied yet.
Yeah, you did.
About what?
Why would they lie
we
about
didn't
your
post an
ignorance
NASA link? You lied.
Reality?
You lied
They
multiple
lie about
times.
your
Why did you lie?
reality.
I don't know why I lied. I guess I did, but why would they lie? That's my final question.
Listen, but ask it. They're lying for the same reason you're lying. They don't know either.
Money.
So when someone comes in here and they say they saw curvature from an airplane, which is idiotic, because you could only see curvature from an airplane if the Earth was a ball of 300 miles radius.
Yeah.
Okay, so why do people come and lie and say that, thinking that we're going to think the Earth's a globe because they said it's from an airplane, when they have no benefit to it at all? Why? Because y'all are in a cult.
In a cult?
Yeah, you're in a cult.
Wouldn't it be the other way around, though?
No. Why would we be in a cult?
Because
if I type in what's in the shape of the Earth, I don't get flat Earth. I get the Earth's a globe. I turn on the TV, I get Earth's a globe. I turn on a movie, they're in space. There's a bunch of space balls. Why would we be in a cult?
Because there's less.
What are you talking about?
in
That's what?
general, around the
That's-
planet, there's less
Dude.
people who believe it's flat than believe
That you are literally making my argument.
Belief is the enemy of knowing, brother.
You're literally making my argument. There's more people that believe that the Earth's a ball. That's why we're not in a cult.
No, but that could
That
be
is why you're in a cult. That's the exact
We
reason
don't
why you're
go
in a
by
cult.
belief. We have direct measurement that it's not a globe.
We go by scientific evidence.
This is how easy it is to prove you're in a cult. I can ask you what the proof of the globe is, right? And you don't know what it is. You'll have to Google it.
The fact they went to space.
No, okay, hold on.
Okay,
We went
so
through the
hold on.
brief-
Okay. Now I want to demonstrate he's in a cult. The
Yeah.
fact somebody went to space. How do you know that's a fact?
'Cause I've seen it happen.
You've seen someone go to space. Where were you when you saw this?
TV.
I was watching.
You were watching a screen, right?
It was in my backyard.
So you saw a rocket go to space from your front yard.
Yes.
Okay. So where'd the rocket go? So you saw a rocket go up, and then where'd it go? Straight up?
It went up, and then I couldn't see it anymore.
You're
Yeah.
lying.
I saw
And
an
you're
air.
lying some more, dude. Because when a rocket
not
goes
lying.
up and goes to quote unquote space, they take a parabolic arc and you lose them at the horizon. They don't go straight up. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're still lying. So tell us, why would they lie?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Why would they lie?
Why are
What is
you
the
lying?
benefit of them? I'm not. I've
Why are
seen
you
the
lying?
rocket.
You did not see a rocket go straight up and go into space because that's not how rockets fly.
From my angle, that's what it looks like. So that's
Dude,
what
you're
I've seen.
lying.
No.
We have fucking tons and tons of fucking time-lapse
make
video of rockets taking off from
parabolic,
Cape Canaveral and every other thing. They take a parabolic arc, and the last time you see them is when they're at the horizon. You think they... Listen, how could they go into an orbit if they flew straight up?
Sorry, you're right. That's completely true.
Yeah, you're a
There you go.
liar. So
Yep.
why would
I'm
you
not a
lie?
liar. But why would they lie?
But why would you lie?
No.
You just lied
I'm
to us
besides
trying
the
to convince
point.
us it's a globe, and you have
shit.
nothing to
There you
benefit.
go.
Why?
I
Because
already
you're in
said
a
I'm
fucking
neutral.
cult, dude, and you're being a good cult member by lying
I
and
already
try
said
to
I'm
prove
neutral.
them flat earthers wrong. You are in a cult.
I'm neutral. Is there a neutral cult?
Sure.
A neutral cult, and why are you lying for the cult then?
Neutral cult.
Are you like
I'm
just
not
like an
lying.
ally?
No, I'm not lying.
I
Here's
already
kinda how it
demonstrated
works.
that you lied twice.
No, but I'm still. The question is why? What does it do for them?
We don't
to
know
lie?
why they would lie any more than we know why you would lie. What did it do for you?
Nothing.
Nothing. Exactly.
So why would they lie?
We don't know. It's speculation.
I heard of a guy that
Yeah.
embezzled $100 million from his own company. $100 million. I heard of a guy that did this. Why would the guy embezzle $100 million from his own fucking company? Why would somebody do that?
Question.
So listen, let me ask you a question. If the police show up at a murder scene,
yeah,
and they don't know why the person was killed, do they stop investigating because a murder didn't happen? If they don't know why it happened,
no, they continue.
Exactly, because motive is not the element to be proved in any crime. So the motive is irrelevant.
I watched this show called American Greed.
And well,
it's been around
listen,
a minute, man.
Let me finish with this guy because he doesn't understand some basic thing. It doesn't matter why they're lying. We don't read minds. And even if they said we're lying because of XYZ, why would I even believe them in the first place? Why would I believe a liar lying about why they're
So
lying?
watch a couple of episodes of
It
American.
doesn't matter why they're lying.
American
Who knows?
How would it
You're
benefit?
not privy to that information.
So
We
many
don't have that information.
and do shit because you're like, why would somebody do that? I don't know. I don't know, man. I've been watching American Greed for 13 years, and I still don't know why somebody would embezzle $100 million from their own fucking company. It makes no sense.
Look,
It's
why
zero
would they lie?
logic.
Yeah, we want to know too. If you find out, tell us. Because you know what? They could all sign. Everyone on Earth could sign confessions. Yeah, we all lied about the shape of the Earth, and you know what? Proven not a fucking thing.
Hey,
It wouldn't
couch
prove the shape of
potato.
the Earth. It would only prove that It would only prove that they signed a confession.
Couch potato.
Yeah.
I
Whether or
thought you
not
were
they
making
lied.
fun of him. I didn't know that was his name.
Listen. If you found out that why they lied, would it change the fact that they did?
No.
Then why does it matter?
Because there's no reason for them to.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, the appeal
Doesn't
to
matter.
personal incredulity.
I did not just hear that.
No, because if everyone was told the Earth is flat, then they say that, boom, everyone, that's just a normal.
So
what?
What do you mean what?
No.
You mean what? Do you think there's no difference?
Sorry?
The idea that the Earth's a globe is the foundation of Western civilization, right?
Wait, sorry, say again?
The idea that the Earth is a ball is the foundation of Western civilization.
Of most civilization.
Well, the Enlightenment, right?
Yeah.
No, the Western civilization. Why Western civilization says it's better than everybody else.
I mean, like, yeah, true.
Yeah, that's the foundation. Why would they tell the truth?
Why wouldn't they?
I just told you why. It's the foundation of Western civilization and why they say they are better than everybody else.
Well, who created God?
When they went to China and they killed all the people in China, and then when they went to the South America and they killed all the people in South America, and all those people were flat earthers, right? They said, you guys are stupid heathen savages that don't know anything. The Earth's a ball, so it's okay for us to kill you.
Damn.
Damn.
That's
Damn.
They're really killing people.
Well, if you weren't aware of, the conquest of Western civilization, I don't really know what to tell you.
I'm aware, but I was never aware of this killing them because they're flat earthers.
No, listen, they killed them because they said that they were superior, but the basis of that superiority was that they were more intelligent. And the proof of their more intelligence is because they figured out the Earth was a ball. You understand?
Or
it's a progression. It's a logical progression.
They're just more powerful.
So,
well, that's the method, but we're talking about the moral rationalization. Because most people don't want to kill other people.
That's a great fucking.
Wow.
I love that.
You're right, Indio. You're right.
So they went so far with the Mayans that they actually they burnt all their books, right?
The who?
So the Mayans could predict the motions of the planets, eclipses, and every other, all the motions of the celestial bodies better than the European Copernican Kepler's law model, right? So they burnt all their books. Only 3 are left out of hundreds of thousands of books. And, too bad they didn't burn the Dresden Codex, because that exposed the fact that they were better at predicting celestial bodies as flat earthers than the Europeans were.
How do you know they burned all the books? Where are you getting?
Because they wrote down that they burnt all the books.
Where?
I don't know. You want to read the diaries of what the hell was his name? Hernando Cortez.
Who's he?
He was a conquistador.
But it's a diary.
Cortez, man.
You don't know what a diary is now?
I do.
I got to point out something. I think it's so funny that he's questioning that particular detail. How do you know there's burning books and everything of the story? And it's like, I learned exactly the story you're talking about of them burning the books, only 3 being left. I learned this in public high school. And he's like, are you sure that's true?
Yeah, me too.
Shit.
Well, he definitely has us in the weeds. Do you want to talk about the Earth, dude?
Well, guys, thank you for your time. Have a good night. I gotta hop off.
Yeah.
Okay, man. Tell your audience we said hey.
Hey, man, I learned it in high school. It's got to be true. Come on, man. Please.
I'm too tired to talk a normal amount of shit that person deserves.
Exactly,
so.
man. I'm ready to shift gears.
What a headache. Anyway, anybody want to talk about the Earth?
Or more about the just the whole situation happening here on the Discord, man, is awesome, bro.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I got to clip that part. If anyone needs more evidence that Globus a cult, it's that guy. That guy,
man. That's all we got, baby.
Literally telling him he's in a cult, and that,
really
asking why he's asking why would they lie, and then while he's lying, at the same time proving he's in a cult, and then saying everyone believes it. So, like, proving even more that it's dude, you're providing my evidence by talking.
Yeah,
yeah, they do like to do that.
I come on here late at night usually, and fucking just take a piss on. Sorry I interrupted a little bit, but there had to be some humor.
Don't worry, I just don't let them get off. I don't like.
Because
yeah, dude,
it was ridiculous, man.
Like them running away from shit, dude. I hate it. Like they try to change the subject and run away, and if you give them any door, they'll run right through it.
They will weasel and slime. Even if the door is slammed shut, they'll find a way through it with their little
slither under
shit
it like
going
slime.
It's like a germ that just shoots through the bottom of the door, and if you don't have proper face coverings, you could have a problem.
Hey, you're right, Flat Earth dude. Not only that, we have a Shalarambo that wants to discuss the globe. I've never heard this person talk, so person, I hope you're right about that. Shalarambo?
Democ, say Shalarambo for us, Democ. Come on, one time. Democ? Oh, shit. That voice, I can't do it. It's beyond my vocal range, but Democ could do it like, no.
Jeez, man.
See, I can't even do it.
Well, he does have a deep voice. So yeah, anyway, Shalarambo has never talked that I've seen. Yeah, so.
Let's do it, Rambo. What do we got?
Well, and then he's always got the idol thing going on. I've never seen it green either, so I don't know who that is.
Rambo might be a bust. Damn it. Rambo's.
Right, well, good night, guys. Good talk.
Cheers.
Have a great night.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember, lying liars lie about lying.
Peace.
Lying liars like liars' lies.
You guys are deep. Damn. Deep and heavy. You guys, that's heavy, man. It's heavy. It's like gravity. It's heavy. Gravity's heavy? Haven't you heard? It's a very heavy trip, man. Come on.
If gravity's fake, drop something.
Hey, man. Take a couple of magnets, bro. And 2 magnets, right? And if you put them together, man, just right, you have 1 magnet. You know that? So there's 2, 1 + 1 = 1, man. Because you're putting 2 magnets together and now they're 1 magnet.
I think somebody should kick Shalarambo just to be sure that, because I'm serious. I never seen him ever speak, and I think it would be funny to just kick him out and see if that's when he comes back. He's like, what the fuck? Like, well, where you been?
Yeah, you can't just park it in here, man.
That's true.
You can park it for a little bit. I've parked, believe me, man. I forgot to hit exit. I'm out of here. But yeah, you can't just park, dude. You gotta participate with your parking. So if Rambo don't shout out soon, he's gonna get the Rambo treatment, man.
You're gonna get that 50 cal right through the dome piece. Straight through your dome piece.
Yo, Glatflow, look at the last meme that cut the shit out of this.
I've seen it. It's pretty good.
Oh god.
Awesome, man. Are you shitting me? That's why I come on here for laughs, man. I hope you guys know that, man. I'm down with, the scientific method. Let's do it. What do you got? But
my question is, why would anybody be so stupid as to go next to Leonidas, go with Leonidas next to a big bottomless pit? That's, you know what I'm talking about? Like, who's doing that? I'm not. Look at Leonidas. Although I would say he does need to focus a little bit more on leg day. Ooh, yeah. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. his arm's as big as his leg. That's not how we do it around here, man. If you're gonna bulk up, bulk up. Does that make sense? All right. Anyway.
Yeah,
Got me talking nonsense. We need some Globers. Actual Globers, not that dude. Nothing like that dude.
Well, the Globers are out there, by the way. There's lots of them. And we'll find them. They'll find us. We'll find them. Whatever. Yeah, it's all to each his own on that one. So.
Yeah, I mean, Gerard Butler just needs to hit leg day one more time a week, and I think he'll be fine. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Why do I keep bringing that up? It's so weird.
You're.
Plus, the movie's old.
I think you love the anatomy of things.
Yeah, 2003, I think, is the year that came out. Am I wrong?
You know, that was a minute ago. Oh man,
it was a minute, dude.
I have a 2004 car, so yeah, it was a while ago. It was a minute ago, 2004, man. Damn. Yeah. I'm trying to think what I was doing in 2004. What the hell was I doing? Oh, shit. I started a guitar company that year. Yeah, that was cool.
That is cool. I didn't do that. That's nothing I did. Twadwazzle.
I did my first NAMM show in Nashville, Tennessee that year. Summer 2004, man. Yeah. Displaying my guitar mastery work.
You were already that good in 2004. I guess I was the best drummer I knew in 2004.
Yeah,
never mind. Okay.
I was nobody, man. I'm nobody doing nothing, but I was doing something.
Bullshit. I could hear it in your voice. You'd be the only one I'd want to make my goddamn piano.
And I'm just, let's do this thing. I'm here, man. You having a good time? I'm good. Good. You good? Okay, cool, man. Hey, what are you guys doing for dinner? I was more interested, being in Nashville. I'm like, fuck, I'm doing the show, but fuck, what's happening is after the show, man. When you go drinking and listening to music all night, right?
There's nothing wrong with that. I spent a career of
drinking, listening to music. It was a horrible time in my life.
Yeah, I would never want to ever be that comfortable in behaving like that ever again. No.
Yeah.
No, because see, listen, I couldn't be. My body, no fucking way, dude. If I get trashed right now, if I go out on the town and get loaded, I'll get the flu.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, I'll just get sick. Or just I'll just get exhausted and be like, holy shit, how did I used to do that? It's day after day, night after night.
Well, I'm still doing it day after day for you.
Not like I was. I'd be able to tell. You wouldn't really be here talking to us too much if you were. I'll tell you that.
Well, I have my moments in the evening where I like I said, come on here, have a couple beers, and laugh about the craziness of this globe thing they keep coming up with.
Yeah, they keep coming up with
it. Fun, man. And it was started out a little slow this evening, but it caught up. Got a little speed going. And then when he brought in the why would they lie thing, man, that was just
it's always the cherry on top, right? Every time.
It was like that was the climax, right?
And like I was saying, like a great portion of the time, that's what the climax is.
Yeah, it was.
Get your minds out of the gutter.
Okay, well, you got me on everything, and I got the NASA, but why?
Exactly. Yeah, and basically what they're doing in that moment, they're conceding that basically we're right, and like, yeah, okay, man, so whatever, like, okay, yeah, it's what?
Yeah, it's
exactly
weird,
what they do every time.
It's so fun. I hope you guys keep it going, and we'll keep doing this for a while. Everybody's going to burn out at some point, but for those that don't burn out, there'll be replacements. You got to have second shift, third shift. You know what I'm saying?
Do you though?
Yeah, but at some point, man, YouTube's going to pull this live stream, man, and that'll change everything. I guarantee it.
Yeah, they're going to sooner than later
They're
too.
gonna pull
Listen, because the agents they send into the YouTube live chat, I'm really making a mockery of. So
Helio's not supernatural. It's gonna happen, man. Somebody's gonna say something.
Yeah.
Who knows, man? I know I've seen this movie many times.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's like channels just get fucking wiped out. Boom. Yeah, you start a new one, and you know, you got like 14 subs on the first day.
Let's not talk about it.
I'm just telling you the truth, man. I'm not lying to you
That's
guys.
like the ugly girlfriend. That's the ugly girlfriend that you dated that you don't want to talk about anymore.
I can see the future, man. And I know we're all these great hangouts and Discords, live streams have been amazing, man. So many of them, and they've all gotten fucking racked some way or another, right? And I'm not being a Debbie Downer, but I just watch your P's and Q's, and as long as you keep it to flat Earth, I think we're good, man. Let's keep it going. You start switching subjects. It's if you do switch subjects, man, you got to like be super coded.
Yeah.
You can't like just say, there was this thing that happened at the school, years ago, whatever. You got to be super like stealth is stealthy, right?
Well, sure. In your arguments, you're saying?
No, if you're going to switch subjects other than flat Earth, if you're gonna go maybe the 7-Eleven kind of thing, or schools or different things they're doing today, man. They want people to do things without their consent. You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by consent is like you have a full understanding of what's happening. And they just want to do this thing to you. They're just like, wait a minute. I don't understand it all. I need to look into this a little bit more. But they want to just shove it down and make everybody do this without, full understanding. That's all. And it sucks, man. It sucks to see our friends, family, fall for that trick. Damn. It ain't good. But it's, it is what it is. And we'll deal with it when it comes around. So
yeah. We're not going to bring those people back.
Yeah, you can't. There's so many people are gonna fall off the ship, and you're like, okay, shit, man. The water's like 29 degrees. And you're like, oh shit, man.
They think that they got enough to work.
I'm not jumping in after you, by the way. Fuck off.
They think that they have already enough to focus on and worry about in life. That if they had to also consider that everything they grew up believing is also a lie, I think most people are afraid that they would have a psychotic break and wouldn't be able to handle it. And you know what? They're right.
They're right. They are.
Only a select few can actually do this.
Yep.
Every fucking day, knowing what we know, dealing with the world as it is anyway.
And not yielding to the ridiculousness. You're like, oh, wow. No. There's not even a second thought of there's not even a first thought of like yielding to the masses, man. No.
Right.
So that's called standing your ground, and
that's called integrity. I don't know. And I haven't seen one Glober with an ounce of integrity come our way. Come our way.
Yeah, anti-flat earthers or Globers?
Even Globers, but I'm mostly referring to the angry anti-flat earthers. The ones that know it's flat and stationary and are pissed about it, so they come to us.
Yeah. They feed off of us in a lot of ways. They come and they like, oh, I got to go in there and straighten out these or I'm getting paid to straighten out these people.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that's the every day they're cracking their knuckles, going, "All right, fuck the flat earthers today, all day, baby. Fuck them. I don't have anything else to do. No other responsibilities. Nothing in life. It's just."
Was it Jazzaconda was in here with
Yeah.
last night with
and yet they don't care, right?
Anthony,
They
right?
don't care. No, they don't.
And Jazz, you know, I relate to him in a lot of ways. Is like, okay, a guy likes to throw a couple back and have a laugh at things, but you can tell he's such a cuck when he just he doesn't give in to nothing, man. But he just keeps egging on, and I don't think he's paid shill, man. I think he's just a guy that likes to be a dick, right? Just for fun. There are people out there that are just dicks for fun.
They're doing it well, and the ones we were talking about are the ones that get paid to do it, and those are the.
Well, I don't think Jazz is getting paid to do it. I think he's just a psycho fucking, you know.
Oh, he's probably not. No, that I guess, yeah. No, a guy like Jazz, I don't see him often enough to know that, you know, or to even suspect that something like that's going on.
I used to hang out with him years ago, and we would, you know, just take a piss with each other, you know. But he would never, like, even admit. I would show him videos, be like, "Dude, NASA's, come on, this shit's." You can tell they're fake, and I don't no, you know. He would just, you know. It didn't matter what we brought up. He'll never give in. Even with Anthony last night, man, he was like, gas pressure going in every fucking direction, not just down, bitch. He wouldn't fucking even yield to that fucking claim. You know what I mean? It's a simple claim, dude. Gas pressure goes in every direction, man. You can prove that right there on your kitchen table. It's going to push against the container equally, you know, throughout. It's not a fucking hard concept to get your head around, but they claim that all the gas pressure is coming straight down because we're on a spinning globe. Right? If fucking gravity is the bitch, then gas pressure goes straight down. It doesn't go like in every direction. Like it would in a Coke can.
Yeah. Gravity would make sure that the entropy stuff doesn't happen.
Jazz is never going to go like, okay, you're right. I'm wrong. I admit that my physics are completely fucked up in my head.
Yeah.
But he doesn't do that, man. He just that case where like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. You know, like, why are you guys entertaining this guy at this point? But he is entertaining because he's, you know, got a bit of comedic value to him for sure. Yeah, but Anthony did a great job, man, handling Jazz last night, man. That was epic, man. It was an epic fucking sit down. It was good. It was fun.
This was last night? Where was this?
Right here. Last night.
Oh, with Jazzaconda, yeah. It seems like that was like a week ago.
No, it was last night, man. I was laying in bed, man. I couldn't sleep. The wind's blowing fucking 50 miles an hour over here. I'm like...
I love that sound, dude. That'll put me right to sleep.
Kept me up. Just kept me awake, and I'm listening. These guys went on for like, I don't know, at least a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And it was fun. It was a good time, man. I hope you guys had a good time watching it, man, if you did. If not, you know, it's back there. It's somewhat recorded, I think, maybe. Go back about 24 hours. Probably start right about there.
Oh, from 3 a.m.?
Yeah.
It's 3 a.m. my time, so 1 a.m. your time? I wasn't awake last night.
Yeah, yeah.
I was not here. I think I didn't want to be here. I think that's what it was. Because I was like, man, if I stick around, I'm going to have something to say to all these young men, and and I need to get some rest. So.
Yeah. I tried to sleep last night, man. It didn't work too well, but the wind blowing, the windows are rattling. You know, I'm like, fuck. But I was just listening to jazz, and yeah, he got pretty hammered and had a good time, but Anthony was completely sober, and it was just funny, man, to see the contrast of the logic, you know. But he was, you know, you know when Jazz is telling a fucking piss, man. It's just
I don't know. I've only heard him speak a few times. I'm not too familiar with him.
He loves to take a piss, and that's it, man. That's all. And if it's the opposition, you could say, man, it could have been Trump or Biden or whatever, man. He would just take the opposite end just to be the fun guy that has the opposing position.
Ornery.
He'll never admit, you know, that
ornery.
Gas pressure without a container. Yeah, I got it. I can show you gas pressure without a container. I farted. I farted. See, and you can smell it. That's my proof. That's kind of funny, man. So yeah, he does have a kind of a comedic element to our discussion here, but you know, in all seriousness, man, we do want to bring people in and just say, hey, man, take a look at this or that, or go outside and check your water level last time, you know, maybe tomorrow at the sea or ocean or somewhere. You can see flat, man, right? Left to right. I was at the ocean last weekend, man, for a couple of 3-4 days. And you can see left to right like hundreds of miles, dude. Literally.
Yep. Yes, that is how it works.
Where's the 7,000 foot mountain of water? Where is it? I can't find it. Please help me find that humpy, bendy water, as my friend Poncho would say. Bendy water.
Yeah, we can't visit the horizon.
We can't actually physically go to the horizon. Damn.
Nope.
That's a bit of an issue.
Yeah. That's the problem.
It's troublesome in my head. I can't go to the horizon where the sky meets the sea?
No, because it's an apparent position.
Or the land. I've been out in the middle of the Mojave Desert.
Due to perspective.
I've never been out to the Mojave Desert, man. It's pretty flat. I can see like 100 miles on a good flat road in the Mojave Desert. 100 miles, man. Easy.
Right.
And, you know, bendy fucking fuck all, man. There ain't nothing out there that's bending. I checked it out, man, myself. So you can do it.
You can't escape it. It's horizontal, level, flat, straight. Whatever word you want to use, it all works.
Little flat, straight.
Sober. Globe's
square.
Fucked. The globe got fucked with a rhinoceros cock, and now it's complaining about it. And I just don't want to.
You guys gotta
Sorry.
step up to the flatness, man. Step up. Come on, Globers. Step up. Quit kidding yourselves. You can't go out and verify fuck all. We know it. You know it. So have a good time. Join the party. Crank up the music and dance your ass off, because the shit ain't fucking spinning, shooting through space 1,000,000 miles an hour. Fuck off. It's simple, man. Come on. Join the party. Have a good time. It's better on this side. Trust me, man. I'm not trying to recruit. I'm just trying to say, man, come to your reality and your senses. Go out and just be with nature, and say, hey, man, guess what? I'm not spinning, shooting through space. It's a great feeling, man, to stand there and know that you're not like shooting through a galaxy of nothingness and shooting around the sun. And come on, the Milky Way and it's all spinning and shooting and going in all different directions. No, you stop that nonsense. You're not shooting, spinning through, going through all these different directions and finding this like amazing elliptical orbit around the sun, and it's gonna find this perfect balance of because it's too big to see the curve. It's too, and you're spinning and you're not finding. No, stop all that nonsense, man. Go outside, put your feet in the sand on the beach, and look left or right on a nice sunny day, and ground yourself to the awareness that you are not shooting through space. Please, just do that. Just connect with that little tiptoe in the water on the beach, looking at the water level, left or right. I've been on a sailboat. I see 100 miles left to right. According to spinning round Earth heliocentric model, the 3,959 mile radius, I should see a curvature of 7,000 feet of water. If I'm 7,000 feet. Have you ever hiked a 7,000 foot mountain? That's a bitch.
Yes.
Fuck off. I don't give a fuck. You know, yeah, you might people out there that did Everest. You know, whatever, man. Those are exceptional people, but
Fuck those people. I don't want to know those crazy bastards. Sorry. Go ahead.
7,000 foot mountain over. Yeah, that's what you should see, and you don't see it, man. And if you can just get that in your head and deal with that one, just deal with that simple one, man. There's no 7,000 foot curvature of Earth left to right. XY axis, whatever the fuck you want to call it, left to right, you don't see no 7,000 foot of humpy, bendy fucking water. It's not there, man. It's not there. Left to right, 100 miles. I've seen it on a sailboat. 2 land masses, left to right, 100 miles apart. There's no fucking 7,000 foot curve of fuck all. It's not there. Anyway, get that through your head, man, and you'll be fine. You'll be cool. You'll be cool and cucumber. Have you ever had a cucumber vodka? Mint? Oh, yummy. With ice? Oh, yummy, yummy. Anyway, you'll be cool as a cucumber. I tell you, you'll be fine. You'll be just fine. You'll enjoy your life more. You'll have a better outlook. Just stop your nonsense, man. Please, just don't torture yourself anymore. And just realize where the fuck you live, man. That's all, that's why I'm here. Once you cornerstone that beautiful, fucking amazing place we live, and it is amazing, man. Trees, fruits, vegetables, lumber, electronics and melting metals into the video cassette tapes. It's amazing where we live, man. If I'd have told you 1,000 years ago, dude, you're going to melt this beautiful rock into a video cassette tape player. What? Fuck off. Right? You'd have been like, get the fuck out. You're not going to melt metals into electronics and put power and all this. And you're going to make this beautiful thing that plays a video on my TV. Get the fuck out of here. But they did it, man. And I can prove it, man. They actually did meld fucking crazy metals into a video cassette player and recorder. It recorded too, man. Beautiful. And it was an amazing invention, man. And it blew my mind when I first saw one, man. I was like, fuck the fuck off. This is too cool.
Well, they are cool. They
are
were,
cool.
and they're still very cool.
But then this thing came called the internet came along, and it like tripped out all the way to this thing called Discord, live stream 24/7 flat Earth. What? How the fuck did I get here? Is my question. And why would they lie? Is the other one. Come on, help me. Help me understand. I'm just piffing out. It's called an epiphany. Epiphany?
Epiphany.
Epiphany.
Yeah. Epiphany.
Epiphany. I call it shorten it up. Make it
Piffin.
Piffin.
So I'm straight piffing, bro.
Piff out, man. Far out, man.
My skull is just exploding from the piffage.
Go to the beach, check out your flat earth. Tell me if I'm wrong. Please show me some bendy, curvy water. Oh, wait a minute. It's a refraction. Come on, Sean.
Is it refraction? I don't know. This is my question. When they bring up refraction, I say, yes, light refracts.
Oh,
hold on. Yes, light refracts. Prove to me that's what's happening at the horizon. Go. You can't because you can't go to the fucking horizon. Done deal. End of story. Bye-bye. Bye, Felicia.
You got to go. Bye-bye now.
Right? That's it. That's all there is to it.
Nice to meet you. It's very good. We had good time, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no curvature.
No curve. Sorry.
I do a horrible Indian accent. Sorry.
No curvature
here. For everyone that works at 7-Eleven.
No, you know who does a really good one is
my friend
your friend Dave.
Who does it?
New Perspective, I think, does a good one. Or Cyrus. It's one of those two. Might be Cyrus.
Welcome to 7-Eleven. How can I help you?
Yeah.
Man, take your
you
order.
guys are bad. Those are bad.
Take your order.
Those are not good. See, I'm not even going to try because I might not even be that good. So.
Exactly. That was, better than some, worse than others, they say, man. Sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. Better than some, worse than others.
Yeah.
I love that saying.
I do a better Russian.
No, that's not good either. But that's all right.
Welcome, I tell you, Sean, don't you fuck with me now.
That's what you would sound like if you were in. Yeah. It'd be like, man, you didn't even learn your own accent that well. What the fuck?
What the fuck you talking about? The fucking spinning globe is fucking real. I saw pictures on the NASA website.
So that sounds like a Jamaican guy who moved to India as a 12-year-old.
Jamaican Indian German. Jamaican Indian German. That's it. I love making up accents. It's just kind of like a stress relief in a lot of ways. I don't know, man. But
it's fun.
It is fun, man. And I don't want anybody taking it the wrong way, but it is fun, man. I would hope they would do the same for me, like far out, man, in California, bro. Like, oh, okay, shit, yeah, I get down with that.
I think it was Cyrus that does the best.
Yeah, I think it is Cyrus.
You got.
I do okay. I used to do a prank call. I think I was telling Kenny this when I was at his house. Where my friends and I used to call up people, for a prank call and be like, "Hello, my name is Eric. Is Wanda?" And then like, "No, we don't know your friend." Well, he's been in America now for 3 weeks. You do not know him yet. No, we don't. We don't know who he is. But these men, they take my money and they hit me in my face. I'm at train station right now. And then get them to call the police or something, send them to the train station. Like, just stupid shit.
Gotcha. They'd randomly send the police to the train station, and
Right.
the police would go there and have a bad day.
Right.
Searching for this
The other
one
one's like-
fucking guy.
Right.
That's
the
great.
best was when I'd be like, is my mommy there? Is my mommy there?
Oh my god.
They're like, no,
That's fucked up.
Your mom's not here. But she told me to call this number if there's ever problems at all.
That's awesome. That's really fucked up.
Then you guys start getting really upset. The curtains are on fire. The curtains are on fire right now. I'm not sure what to do.
The toilet is overflowing.
The curtains are on fire. You need to hang up and call 911 right now. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
I only had enough money for one call.
The payphone down the street.
Well, you guys, I'm not worth much for conversation right now. I should go to bed. That's what it is. I'm late.
Good night, guys.
I love you all, and I will speak to you soon.
Good night, good night.
Coming up next, Deafening Silence.
Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go.
All right, I'm back. I had to take a piss. Sorry. Hey, last time I took a piss, I pissed on a globe.
Every day. How was your Thanksgiving?
I tell you, here in Ireland, fuck it all. Scotland. My bad.
I said, how was your Thanksgiving?
Good, man. How was yours, brother? What'd you do?
Good. I cooked a turkey.
By yourself?
Yeah.
Get the fuck.
Yeah, I have a whole fucking turkey here roasted.
Oh. How did it feel?
It'll make soup with it. It'll last a while. I'll bring some to people. I'll bring some to you if you guys need some leftovers, man. I made some mashed potatoes and turkey. I was like, man, it's Thanksgiving. I was at Trader Joe's yesterday, and they had the turkeys out there. Not the bad price wasn't bad, so I like making the soup afterwards too.
Leftovers. Thanksgiving leftovers.
Turkey sandwiches.
With the mayonnaise. Oh.
Right. Oh yeah.
I can picture it.
Use it right. You freeze some of it. You can make it last.
Mm.
For $15, you got like a week's worth of meat.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's amazing. The American kill the turkey day, man.
Yeah.
Poor birds. This poor bird.
Right.
Feel bad. It's bad.
Yes. Yeah. The mass consumption of it.
Hey, I got to have dinner with a guy that worked on the STS space shuttle, STS 1, 2, and 3. And
oh, really?
I got to have a 2-hour listening conversation of his dealings in different aerospace technologies and shit, man. How compartmental.
How did you end up getting a dinner date with that guy?
It was just my wife's sister's husband. It was his dad. It was his dad. And he worked on all this shit over in Boeing and NASA and Lockheed, all this shit in Southern California, man. He worked at all these different places and did all these different roles. But it was so compartmentalized. But he was talking about these guys cheating on all the specs and billing. It came down to a lot of different billings of different projects. And how guys would just milk the fuck out of these jobs, man. Yeah, it was interesting, man. So, I did most of the listening. Yeah, I didn't bring up Flat Earth or nothing, man. I'm just like, really? So, Lockheed, STS 3, okay. Tell me more.
So do you think he thinks it's real, or do you think
panels? He goes like these fucking like little square panels on the space shuttle were so fucked up, dude. He's like, dude, man, he goes, if they moved the thing across the fucking room, these panels were falling off of this thing. And it's supposed to come back into space at, whatever, fucking thousands of miles an hour, And he's like,
the turkey. I just put
those panels that they came up with. He goes, if you even touched them, if you dropped a marble on one of them, they would fucking shatter. And he's like, this shit is fucked up, man.
He was telling you about the details of the work?
Dude, I'm just listening to this shit, man. Yeah, about gluing the panels on the space shuttle, man. He was involved in STS 1, 2, and 3. And
so he was saying they were really fragile?
Super fragile, man. He's like, yeah.
Why wouldn't they just burn when they go through the atmosphere then?
Exactly. Because, dude, they even the glue they were using, he said they were falling off all the time, and they had to.
So he was saying that there was it was basically a patch job.
Yeah, it was like a fucking joke, He's like, dude.
Well, why was he telling you that?
I don't know, man, dude.
He was calling himself out almost.
Older guy, man. He's close to 80 years old, man. Right? But he just started spewing all this shit. And I'm, as soon as I say STS, he knew, it kind of must have clicked in his head that I knew what the fuck I was listening to, right? So, because I'm like, how many, fucking most people don't, go, oh, it's a space shuttle program, but I knew it was STS, and they all had numbers, it was 1 through whatever it was, I think the 155, whatever they went through. But
so wait, how did it come to be that you're going to go out to dinner with this guy?
He was at our fucking Thanksgiving dinner, dude. It's my wife's sister's husband's father.
Oh, okay.
Right? My wife's sister's husband's father, man.
Okay. So you've known about this connection then for a while.
Yeah, but I didn't, but he just started spewing all this shit tonight, man. I don't know what was up, man.
And Joetta's sister knows that you're a flat earther, or that you both realize that it's not a spinning ball, and she's probably having a hard time keeping it together while you guys are talking about it. Or what?
We were kind of away from the group for a while, but I was listening to what he was saying. I was the only one interacting and asking him questions along the way.
Right.
So that was Lockheed, or that was Boeing, or whatever it was. But yeah, but yeah,
that's what becomes interesting. Do these guys really think it happens? Do they know?
Yeah. He thinks to where they actually went to space, no doubt.
But wouldn't he know better from the materials being able to be shattered by a marble and the heat and all that? Wouldn't just common sense dawn on him if he put it together? He just blew in shit to it.
Maybe that's why he was eyeballing me so hard, and he was just wanting to tell me this shit because he knew it was fucking bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I mean?
Maybe he knows they're about. He
wanted me to know.
Everything.
Hey man, pass this shit on. Because it was bullshit, man.
Yeah, it sounds like that.
Yeah. And it sounded like that, dude. And I kind of took it that way. I'm like, this guy's really kind of wanting to. Maybe he heard through, secondhand that I might have been, a moon land denier or something.
Sure, maybe he was trying to get you to say something. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't say fuck all, man. I'm just listening, asking questions.
Right.
I'm like, I'm not gonna dude, I think it's all fake. I wasn't gonna jump out and do that.
Right,
man.
of course. Right.
But I was more interested.
Maybe he knows that flat Earth is a rollout, and they're about to tell us that so they can do the outer ponder psyop.
Nah.
Who knows, man?
Nah, he was more like he really went into the billing of different projects and shit he was involved with and how corrupt it was. Because he would come in, you'd have to have dude, if some guy was putting panels on the space shuttle, there had to be an inspector there. There had from NASA, and there had to be somebody from an engineer from Boeing or whoever came up with the fucking panels, right? But it was like always like 4 people are standing around watching these guys glue these fucking panels on the fucking space shuttle. And he said the money that they spend, for these guys was just ridiculous, It became like, all this bureaucracy and paperwork, and this colonel has to sign
Is
off.
he like totally well off? Did he make a load of the money himself just from doing that?
I would say he's, just a middle class guy, bro.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, man, just a middle class, hasn't, a house, pension, that kind of thing, right?
Was he an engineer? Did he go to school for engineering? Or?
Yeah, exactly. But he had all these different roles and inspecting shit and having to. But anyway, it's a big scam, dude. We know it's a scam, man. Because
of course, he probably does too.
Yeah, and I think that's why he was telling me this shit, man. He wanted me to know
Right.
something. Like, hey, man.
That's the best he can do. He can't tell you everything, but he can at least tell you how cheap the material was, right?
He kept looking at me, man, square in the eye, dude, for 2 hours, dude. We were like,
right.
We were eye locked, And I'm like, yeah, I'm listening to every fucking word as best I can, and, trying to interact with, the guy that helped build the first fucking 3 space shuttles, like, shit, this ain't gonna happen too often. I got.
Did he work on the one that blew up?
No, he just worked on the first 3, STS 1, 2, and 3. And I'm like, it wasn't STS 1 where they just they took it up on a 747 and they let it go, and it just floated down.
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know the history well enough.
So I'm like, I remember that as very distinctly, man. The STS 1, man, was like they didn't even take it up into space, man. They just piggybacked the bastard on the back of a 747.
Right.
And they let it go, and it glided back down to Edwards Airport.
Right. It was basically just a plane,
California, man. I'm like, I remember that because for some reason, man, my friend growing up, man, his dad worked for TWA or not TWA. Fuck, what the fuck? Anyway, he worked for one of these aerospace companies, and they were like, dude, we got to watch this, man. And it was like on the news, on television, that they let this glider go, this thing called the Space Shuttle glider. And they landed it down there in the old Mojave Desert. I thought that was interesting at the time when it actually happened. So I knew about it, man, even going back because I lived it because I was there. And it was, he that must have caught his attention, but he kept rambling on about how these motherfuckers were these different companies, man, that made parts for the space shuttle, and they were all scamming the fuck out of the government, dude. All of them with different specs and charging for this and that and all this shit, man. Left and right, man. They were constantly just gouging the we know how it is. It's a fucking gouge around NASA, man. That fucking whatever $20 fucking billion a year budget they got now.
Right.
It's like, dude, man, this corruption's gonna happen, man. Anytime you have that kind of money, man, you're gonna have a bunch of cucks fucking cutting corners or fucking, yeah, here it is, here's your part, but we gotta charge you for this and we gotta charge you for that and charge you for the, wiping our butt. And just completely fucking scam all this paperwork, dude.
Oh, yeah.
It's just it has to be a complete fucking fuck all. But you take any government institution, man, I can guarantee you're gonna find some, at least you're gonna find some kind of
in the books
misappropriation of funds, man.
Of course.
Minimum. But it's so corrupt, man. And even going back, STS 1, 2, and 3, man. And we're talking about like 78, 79, 80, 1980. Right?
Yeah. I'd like to think that they have some kind of secret program that they're actually putting money in to do something good. I mean, that's the only thing I could hope, that there's something good, but I doubt it.
Nah, man. The millions and millions of dollars and billions of dollars now, man, allocated to subcontractors, NASA, and it's just like at minimum, man. There's some kind of corruption, man, at every level. I mean, you can go to like,
well, we're not going to space, obviously. Yeah,
you can go to Colton High School. Take any fucking institution. I don't give a fuck what it is, man. New Hampshire High School. Okay, yeah, let's look at their fucking numbers. I guarantee you, man, there's somebody just fucking skating a bunch of money out the back door because their cousin builds the fucking shed that holds the athletic equipment, poured this cement. There's something that's fucked up because somebody knew somebody that's kind of, got somebody in the back door to fix the fucking fence on the baseball field, whatever. I mean, you can find corruption anywhere you fucking look, is my theory. If you really
it's
look,
not a theory. It's pretty obvious, actually.
Pretty obvious.
I think that's a given.
You can go to
what the hell is actually going on? We can theorize
it doesn't
forever
matter.
about.
It's gonna be corruption and people like, hey, my cousin pours cement. You got to use him, because there's some kind of backdoor dealing bullshit. Fuck all. It's not because you do good work. It's because you got connections to the higher ups. So, corruption, man. You can even, watch it on mainstream television. They'll show you corruption, big time, man. I mean,
it's usually set up though. It's like the corruption that's not happening, they make up a story about it. It's just subterfuge, right? It's just some story that makes it seem like they're actually getting to the bottom of something. Because otherwise, people would be like, "Why do they never investigate anything?"
I've been watching a show called American Greed for, I don't know, 12, 13 years, whatever. And I always found it amazing, man. I mean, like, that some guy that started some health company and it grew, and he's got it going, and he's got investors, and the guy wants to steal $100 fucking million from his own company that he started, and he does it, and he gets caught fucking stealing $100 million from his own company. It went public, whatever, right? He just takes the money and fucking goes fucking completely ballistic, man. Buys fucking half an island, a fucking, 300-foot yacht, houses all over the fucking place. These people get fucking completely lost, man, in their greed, man. And it's like, why would they lie? Why would a guy... And American Greed has goddamn been on for 13 fucking years. There's at least fucking 8 episodes a year. You can work out the math. There's episode after episode after episode of the same goddamn story, dude. Where somebody fucking went into a company, started, was the president, whatever, and just stole the goddamn money from everybody in the company. And there's fucking hundreds of these stories, dude. This is not something that's like, there's a couple here and there. They've been doing this goddamn show for 13 fucking years, and they completely fucking tell you every fucking season that there's some motherfucker out there that wants to lie and cheat and steal and fucking take everybody's money and just be like super greedy, you know? And
You know
it's
what
like
I would guess though?
crazy.
I would guess that most of those guys that get away with it are connected to the CIA or some group. You know, like the normal guy doesn't get away with that. He gets arrested.
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing, Dave. Those 13 seasons of fucking American Greed. There's probably hundreds and of people that just ripped off people left and right with all kinds of crazy scams. But what about these motherfuckers that we don't even know about? What about those motherfuckers? Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Exactly. These are the ones they're telling us about. Usually probably to give us the idea that it's possible and bait people into trying it themselves. But if you're not connected, you probably don't get away with shit.
Yeah,
Not on that level.
or you fucked up. You fucked up while you were doing it. You fucked up somewhere. But even then, though, dude, there's got to be some people that say like something comes over their head, dude. It's the same thing as like why would cops go out and beat their own fucking citizens? Why the fuck would you do that, man? I mean, like these guys grow your food, cook your food, fucking pave your roads. You want to go beat them? Really? What the fuck's wrong with you, man? What the hell's wrong with you? Why would you do that? Why would anybody go beat their own fucking people? To say because
half of those are probably fake too.
You're not going along with the program, and we're gonna beat you. But I know you pay my roads, and I know you like do my plumbing, and you fix my windows and my roof, but I want to beat you in the ass. Why would somebody want to do that? Beat the fucking guys that fucking take care of your plumbing and your fucking shitter, and and whenever your fucking refrigerator breaks down.
They've been psyoped. They've been convinced that
either
it's fake or they're just convinced that this is like they're getting their rage out and all kinds of shit. There could be triggers that these people go through, MK Ultra shit, and they're just like made to think things that aren't real or just they have real rage that's just unfounded.
Well, I mean, I've dealt with some cops. I know some cops. Grew up with some guys that turned out to be cops. That was their chosen profession. And and the guys I know, man, don't want to go out and beat anybody, man, if they don't have to. But there are people that don't want to do that, man. And it's like, whoa, man, why would they want to do that? But it just goes back, why would they lie? Yeah. That was kind of where we started, but anyway.
I've been uncovering a bunch of shit that's just like, oh my God.
We got to fucking unclusterfuck this mess, and I think we're doing a good job, but just
are we playing into their hands?
Psychologically declusterfuck it,
right?
Because it has to be declusterfucked at some point, man. And it's
declusterfuck.
it just has to be, man. And we have to get to there, man. That's what we're doing here, man. We're trying to declusterfuck all the bullshit that they threw at us, man. From Tartaria to fucking space. Fuck off, It's like, whoa. I have to think about this stuff because I can look at it and measure it and go out and like look at we can go out and look at fucking Tartaria, man. It's not, it's not hiding it. It's still there. We can go out and look at the flat Earth.
That's a start.
Man. Fucking flat Earth, dude. Water's level. Last time I checked, man. Anybody got any evidence otherwise? Let me know.
What ended up happening with the new guy? I heard a little bit of that earlier. There was some guy that was on talking about space.
He cocked us, man.
Was he a troll?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know if he'd say he's a troll or if he was live streaming this and just trying. I'm going to go on this flat Earth Discord and live stream it. I don't know what he was doing, but he was up to something, man. But the last thing he was real adamant too, man. He's like, I want to ask you guys just one last question. Why would they lie? And it just, we all laughed. It's like, why would they lie? Well, why would somebody steal $100 million from their own company? Because they can.
Right.
Yeah. What's the fuck's difference, man? I've seen, 100 examples of guys stealing, multi-millions of dollars from their own company, man. That's crazy, man. They start a company, they get investors, they just fucking take the money and go, I'm going to buy a 75-foot yacht in Florida on the coast with a, waterfront, like Jesus Christ, dude. What the hell happened to you, man? Dude, you really need all that? I'm buying myself a Gulf Wing G5 jet private, They see these other guys with like and they're like, oh, I gotta be like that guy, man. I gotta be the next fucking Bezos or the next, I'm sure Bezos and fucking Elon Musk have their own fucking private jets, man. You think? What do you think, man? Am I wrong? Am I wrong or am I wrong? I'm wrong. Yeah, these guys have their own private jets. You think Bill Gates is flying around in like commercial airlines? Really? I don't think so.
Yeah, they're all connected. Definitely.
I always found it funny, man. These guys show up at the G7 summit and, anti-fucking pollution conference, whatever the fuck they go to. They all show up in their 75 private jets parked down the road, fuck off. But don't you pollute, Dave. How dare you fart? Don't fart ever again. You're now polluting the environment. Do not fart. You will be arrested if you fart.
The carbon footprint's the craziest thing. The fact that they've got people convinced that carbon dioxide is bad, when anybody should be able to look into that and see that it's not. That too much carbon dioxide is bad. Like that actually is good. What the fuck are we talking about? How could they get away with that?
The parasite that's been plaguing us for the last almost 2 years has no heartbeat, has no. It's not something that can live on a surface, man, because it doesn't have any kind of doesn't have any kind of system of human life that we know.
It's made up from scratch, obviously.
Yeah. So
the whole virology thing it has to be.
They can't. Little things can't live on surfaces, and you can touch it and get it. Oh my God! That little micro thing it got me, and I better put my fucking face covering on. I'm afraid. Yeah, that doesn't exist, man. But if you look into it, man, you can find out what a virus is, man. If you just wanted to look into it, man.
You have a viral reaction to an infection. So you have a virus in you already. The viral reaction, that's all it is.
Yeah, it's a reaction to what, things
to a bacterial, usually bacterial, it seems.
I guess what when I drink beer, I gotta take a piss. It's weird. I have never had this kind of reaction.
You're having a urinary reaction to a fluid.
I'm having a urinary reaction to my consumption of substances which exist in nature.
Alcoholic beverage. Democ's here. Democ's back.
By the way, alcohol does exist in nature. I can prove it.
What does?
Yes. If oranges fall on the ground and rot and you eat them, there's your alcohol. Check it out.
There you go. Fermentation.
Yeah. And there are species of elephants and monkeys that eat rotten fruit, man. I've seen it. Man. They get all jacked up, man. They're all like some of them are just passing out for days. They just eat rotten fruit, man. That's all they do, and they get.
And you know what? It's probably not even for them their feeling they get as much as their body knows that their gut needs fermentation.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
That's part of what's good. That's one of the big psyops is that we shouldn't eat rotten things.
Yes.
Not that you should always eat rotten things, but fermenting like a beef liver in the right way is supposed to be super healthy. In fact, I'm going to order these. I'm going to get you some of these pills, actually. These beef liver supplements I heard about. It's supposed to make you feel fantastic.
All right, well.
It's a pill, but it basically is just like all of the fucking nutrients you need.
Take some. But yeah, there's beautiful things in nature that we can observe and say, hey, man, dude, those monkeys are eating that shit fruit on the ground and they're having a good time. Damn. What the hell's going on? Okay. Maybe we should eat some of that rotten fruit. Oh, maybe we should put a bunch of that rotten fruit over here in the hole in the ground and just, stir it up once in a while and see what happens. Okay. Add a little water, maybe a little, okay. Now we get.
I found something on water, like an old text on water. Just electrifying the water is the way to go. Actually, CO3, I think they said to add, but distilled water is the way to go. Like, don't add salt to it. I'm getting a distiller. Oh, I wanted to find out the place you got your distiller. Was that place closed or what?
It's on Facebook, man. Just some dude in a warehouse, man. I have no idea, bro.
Okay, actually, there's a good deal on one. The one that's recommended is like only $130.
Yeah, I paid 50, but that was a couple years ago. So yeah.
Said he had a bunch of them though, right?
Yeah, he did. He had a whole fucking warehouse, but I mean, a storage unit. He had a storage unit full of them.
Oh, storage unit. Okay.
Storage units are scary because, people let their storage units go, man. I've seen that. That sucks.
I had one. Yeah, I had one. I had to let go.
Mm-hmm.
Still hurts a little bit.
Yay, you get over it. But no, all right. Let me shout out to the chat, man. Bloom, Old Haas, what's up?
Mock's back, bro. To Mock, what's up?
Just another fool out there.
Roger, what's up? Roger's here.
What's going on, man?
What's
Mike,
up?
still out there. Raj, all right.
Jamsy, what's up, Jamsy?
All right, we're just piffing out, man. Trying to get a little frustration out. That's all, man. No harm, no foul, right? Yeah.
We got one of those eclipses tonight where it's the top of the moon that's eclipsed, and we're supposed to be the shadow there. I don't think so.
Dude, man, the moon looks so cool tonight, bro. I was out just looking at it a few minutes ago, man. It's amazing. Oh,
yeah.
You can see Orion's belt going. It's pumping.
Oh, did you see that one that I posted? I think I might have sent it to you or something, but I'll send it to you. I'll post it in the live stream right now. There's an old one from 2016, this high altitude balloon that, man, it shows the sun and the moon goes back and forth and shows like everything. But the sun's like way down in the clouds. Like, like what the fuck? Like just like those other ones we were talking about. Are they fake or what? Could the sun be that low? But it seems to show that it's like right down in the clouds. I don't know. And it's really well done fake if it's a fake, but I don't think so. I'll post it again. My battery's about to die and I'm outside, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you see what I was talking about?
Nope. No, dude.
You haven't seen it yet?
Yeah, I actually did see that high altitude balloon with the sun and the moon. Yes, I did see it. That was a flat Earth banjo, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I did see it. Yeah,
but it was from 2016. He was a re-upload from 2016.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good re-upload, man. It's a good one.
Why haven't we been using this or analyzing this yet? Crazy.
There was something I thought we should be analyzing, but I can't remember what the hell it was. Hold on. Damn. All right.
And the picture I put in the live stream of my turkey.
Analyzing everything, man. So the analyzation's never going to stop. It's not going to stop, man. So keep that in mind. Might be just 2 of us or 20 of us or 100 of us. That doesn't matter, man. But we're going to keep analyzing the shit out of all this stuff. And thank you guys for analyzing your shit. I could put that more politically correct and say, well, thank you for analyzing the data, which provides us with the information. Yeah, fuck off, man. I'm just saying.
You see, Indio wrote in the, I have to read what Indio wrote in the live stream voice text. But the protected have to be protected from the unprotected by forcing the unprotected to get the protection that is not protecting the protected.
I love that, man.
Say it again. The protected have to be protected from the unprotected by forcing the unprotected to get the protection that is not protecting the protected. Exactly. That's how crazy everything is.
I had this conversation with the wife when we got home tonight. I'm like, I go, like these people think, I'm going to be protected, and I'm like, well, you got your thing, man. You should be good, man. Right? I'm like, I'm not going to mess around with words here. I'm like, you got this thing to protect you from the thing. I'm like, well, then you don't need my thing to protect you from the thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
You don't need mine. I don't need that. I don't need that because that thing.
It's so blatantly exactly the opposite of what you'd expect. But once they get the thing, then they have to be like, okay, anything they're saying about the thing, I have to go with now that I've got it. So crazy.
Yeah, it's insane.
Their only argument on that whole thing is herd immunity, and they don't even understand what that means. So they say, for us to achieve this desired herd immunity, then the entire herd needs to get the protection that doesn't protect the protected.
Right, exactly.
It's so ridiculous, bro.
Fucked up, dude. It's the craziest time.
Beyond fucking crazy and fucked up. It's beyond space and fucking spinning globes, bro. It's crazy, fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the micro and
telling you the truth and telling you the lie in one sentence.
It's no different in space, baby. Because you got to believe in space, right? You got to believe in space, man.
And they make it so fake looking on
macro, baby. It's big, baby. It's huge. It's so fucking huge. And then the micro, man. Oh my God, you can't even see it. It's so small.
It's so small. So small. It's too big and too small for you to find out.
Too small, man. That's the opposite, man. Right? That's how they fuck this up, man. I'm telling you. I hate it, man. All right, carry on. Fuck.
Yeah, and they're doing that on purpose too. They make it confusing and completely contradictory, so that everyone just it's called crazy making. It's the cult of chaos we're dealing with. That's basically
the cult of chaos, man. Chaos, order through chaos. Isn't that their thing, man?
Yeah.
Skull and Bones, 33, fucking, or whatever. The 322, and okay. I don't know, man. I know that I can walk outside and see water's level and I know for a fact, man, I've been trying to catch this thing. It's been going around. I've done everything I could. I hugged people. I shook their hands. I went to the house. I didn't protect my vental.
Well, if you get the flu, that's all it ever was anyway. So
expulsion. I was expulting these different germs. It was horrible. I got no such thing. somebody please breathe me into the cocoa. That's an inside joke.
Seems like they're turning the tables, though. There's a lot of like negative stuff now coming about Fauci on the mainstream and stuff. What's up? Who's that saying hello?
I was just saying hello, see if you could hear me.
Oh, okay. Who's this?
Who's that?
Spaino.
Spader.
Legendary Spaino. Yeah. She's your
What's
legendary Spaino. What's up?
Legend. What makes you
Legendary. Because I'm Spaino, my guy. That's why I'm legendary.
Dude, I'm legend, bro. I'm flat earth dude, bro. Come on.
Well, I'm Spaino, bro. I'm like literally legendary. I'm like the guy that pulls out the fucking what's the big sword that's in the rock? Yeah, I'm the guy that pulls out that one. That's me.
King Arthur.
Yeah, King Arthur. I'm like King Arthur, but I'm Spaino.
Far out, man. Have some fun. Pull the sword out of the rock. Damn it. Show it to everyone. Like the Matrix. I'm gonna show these people
What the hell?
what's up. I'm gonna show these people what's up because they're sleeping. Like little
Are these people sleeping in the call? Oh my gosh, that shouldn't be allowed. That should be illegal. It should be illegal.
New to the server? You just new to the server here? You new to the topic or what?
Yeah, basically. I joined like the server forever ago, but then I just never actually joined the Discord call. I just kind of joined the server, but then I forgot about the server, and now I'm joining the server because I'm just joining the server.
Dude, that sounds like you have a server problem.
Yeah, I've got like 20,000 servers, so it's all GOV. Yeah, 20,000. I mean, it's more like 10, but 20,000.
All right, well,
Dramatic
cut it
effect, of
down to
course.
like, can you cut it down to 5 for me?
Yeah, 500. Yeah, I can do that.
Just 5, not 500. Just like 5 good servers.
No, I think I'm gonna keep these
Hey,
5.
my battery's about to die, but you should talk to Roger here about the Earth.
8, 9,
and Flat Earth
10,
Solar, what's up?
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25,
All right,
26,
besides
27,
that,
28,
hey,
29,
Spaino,
30, 31,
Spaino.
32, 33, 34, 35. I got 36 servers, yeah?
Hey, Spaino, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
I don't know.
New to it? You haven't heard about it? Never looked into it? I
No.
sent you some links.
Oh,
There's another guy
I
here named
just-
Space. Did you everybody talk to him already?
Hey, what's up?
What?
Hey, what's
I
up?
haven't talked yet. Yeah, hey.
Hey, my battery's about to die, but Roger and a bunch of people are here to talk to you about what you
But
think.
tell
I
me,
just
is
sent you
Roger legendary?
I gotta
Let me
go.
speak for legendary people. You have to tell me, is Roger legendary? Oh,
I hope Roger's legendary.
Space, my guy. So
What's
I
up,
can
Spainer?
space. What's up? Oh, it's space food.
Oh, meh.
Well, who my guy Ham's in here? He's muted. Someone unmute Ham. And does Ham have to go through that processing thing?
Yeah, he has to go through the full process of like getting
bro.
verified and everything.
Bro, why is no one else speaking?
I don't know, I guess it's just us.
We were
Yeah,
waiting
Flat
for
Earth
some
Solar
wisdom.
Living.
We were waiting for some wisdom from you boys.
Oh, wisdom. My penis is big. I don't know what to say.
Damn, that's crazy.
I'm not a very wise person. Oh, he muted himself. Bro, I'm literally just bored. I feel like they think that we're trolling.
No, so I was just plugging in my microphone so that I can speak a bit easier. So you guys are both new, yeah? Spinner and Space?
Yeah.
Look, we joined a while back, but we just kind of haven't been on the server. It's been kind of in our own server.
No problems.
McDowell will join. Because I got
So, how did you guys hear about the server? How did you get curious about Flat Earth?
Honestly, I don't remember. I don't know how
I think I saw some video on it a while back and was interested in the topic, so I decided to join the server. Like I looked up servers and found this one.
I don't know how I found the server. I think I probably found it the same way I hate him. It was like my buds. And yeah. It's kind of cool.
So I think this kind of boils down to, I'm going to ask you an analogy type question.
Oh, no.
If someone were to discover that your wife or girlfriend was cheating on you, and they had proof that she was cheating on you, would you want to find out?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Yeah, probably. But like, I don't know. Probably, yeah.
Because certain individuals will say no, they wouldn't want to find out. They'd like to just keep the dream of thinking she's this faithful wife, and they can carry on with their will. And other people would say, I don't care how hurtful it's going to be. I want the truth, no matter what it is. If your wife doesn't want you or your girlfriend doesn't want you, you'd rather know that, because then that's the truth. And then you have to deal with the uncomfortableness of it.
I'd
but
like
it
to know,
boils
because then I
down
can
to
like
that.
see what I can do to do better. Yeah, I want the truth, because I can find out what I could do better, or if it's just not like nothing I can do. Like if there's something I can do better, like if I really love her and there's something I could do better, then like I would try to improve it. But like if there's just if she's just like just cheating me because like fuck me, then just fuck her. You know.
Mm. So why I asked that question and how it relates to this Discord channel is that this is a place where people have discovered lies, and it's about whether you're pursuing truth, no matter where it takes you, and no matter how it might change your worldview, versus nah, I don't want to see the truth. I want to keep my little fairy tale in my mind in terms of what I think she is or what this place is, and I don't want to see the evidence. So if someone could prove to you that the earth is flat, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to know, yeah.
I would like to know.
Fantastic. Because that's sort of the crux of everything else that comes after this. So whenever someone arrives at the server, we generally ask them these 3 basic questions just to sort of get a benchmark as to how much you know about the heliocentric model and how much you know about what has tangibly been proven versus what falls into the belief category. Now, of these 3 questions that I'm going to ask, you can answer with the specific person or the date or the type of experiment they did, or you can say you're unsure, or you can acknowledge that it's like a belief set. So the 3 questions are basically the 3 pillars of this religion. They say that we're living on a ball. To be on a ball, there has to be curvature. Do you know, this is the first question, do you know of anyone in history who measured curvature, not calculated it with a pen and paper and making some assumptions I get to an answer, who measured the curvature of the earth?
None that I can think of.
Correct. So there isn't, when you start to look, you'll see there's a guy called Al Burundi, and he did a calculation on paper and he assumed a radius of X size. And then you go and look, there's another guy called Eratosthenes. He measured some shadows and assumed the earth was a sphere, did some calculations and came up with a radius. So both of those are calculations. In terms of anyone who in the history of the world has never measured, as in I drove 3 miles, that altitude is now this much down because I'm curving around the outside of a sphere, or I built a bridge or a railway and I had to factor in the curvature around the railway when it ran 600 miles or 800 miles. Nowhere in history anyone has ever measured curvature. So then the second pillar of this religion is, for you to have day and night, you have to have axial rotation. Now, axial rotation, spinning its axis, giving you this impression of day and night. So who in the history of the world measured that the Earth is spinning eastward at 1,000 miles per hour?
Nope.
Did you answer? Sorry.
Oh, I said I don't know.
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
Who in the history of like ancient times or all the way up until to now, who has measured, what was his name and how did he do it? To measure that the Earth is spinning eastward at 1,000 miles per hour, which they claim.
I have no clue. I don't really know much about the Earth.
I don't know either.
Correct. And there isn't a definitive measurement at all. In fact, Einstein said no optical experiment could ever prove motion to the Earth. If you travel east, west, north, south, you expend the same fuel. If you fly north, east, south, west, you expend the same fuel, unless you're, say, getting a tailwind or a headwind. But effectively, if the wind was negated, you would expend the same fuel to cover the distance in any direction. So there would be no way to determine that there is a movement of your destination towards you or your destination going away from you to be able to show that there's this axial rotation. So it's puzzling. Like they say we're on a sphere, but no one's ever measured it. No one's ever measured curve, and bridges that span hundreds of miles, they acknowledge in the engineering diagrams that they never account for curvature. Then we're told it spins because that's how we get day and night. But no one has ever proven that it spins. From the ball earth side, they say the Foucault pendulum, which is a little pendulum that rocks backwards and forwards, is their proof that the earth spins. But when you go and look into the mechanism of the Foucault pendulum, there's a magnetic drive system, and it's similar to like a clock mechanism. So a clock rotates during the course of a day to keep track of time. This little pendulum tracks like a clock in a clockwise direction, and they say that's because of Earth rotation. But if you try and measure Earth rotation, you can never measure it. You can only dangle something above it and pretend like the ground below that pendulum has turned 360 degrees under the pendulum, which is nonsensical. So then the third question is, would you guys be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container? And where that has any bearing is when you look into the natural physics of solids, liquids, or gases. Solids have bonds, so a solid just sits there. I don't need to contain it. It's bonded together. Water has bonds, but they're looser, so it can flow. So then I start to need containment to hold water. When it comes to gas, gas is unbonded and expands to fill the available volume. So in all gas law, they talk about the volume of the gas, meaning how big the container is holding that gas, to work out the volume for all discussion going forward. So if we want to create pressure in my tire, can't do it if the tire is punctured, because the gas will equilibrate. So I need a closed container to create pressure. So the question is, has anyone ever in history demonstrated that you can have gas pressure without the necessary requirement of containment to start that pressure system?
I don't know. I can't hear much. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not good with science.
Sure, we were all, I would say, pretty much laymen when we first came to this. And what's peculiar is that when you know very little about it, you have all this confidence that you must be right. And then normally in life, as you learn more about something, you learn about all the exceptions to the rules. And then you start to become a little bit more cautious because you've learned more about it. So on this journey, it's a process of self-discovery, and there's lots of different topics to cover. So these questions are not like a, haha, I got you question. It's really just to sort of establish whether these things fall into the belief, so we believe it because we were told it, or whether it can actually be physically measured and demonstrated in the real world so that it doesn't have to be in belief anymore, now be in knowing. So when you look up the definition of air pressure, it says the amount that the gas presses on the walls of its container. In the definition of gas pressure or air pressure, the only way to measure pressure is how many collisions are occurring with the walls of the container. That's how you measure a gas pressure.
All right.
So obviously why that applies to this question is that we're told that this little sphere Earth with water on the outside of it, with a thin little layer of air, is then adjacent to a really incredible low pressure system. They call it a vacuum. Vacuums don't suck, but they're effectively a low pressure that the high pressure wants to push toward. So anytime you want to have a pressure system next to a low pressure system, they equilibrate, they equalize. If you've got a surplus in your tires, you've got a tire pressure in your tire, and you pop the tire, that high pressure that was in the tire rushes out instantly. If you puncture a Coke can, the gas releases instantly because it wants to equilibrate, wants to equalize.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So anytime you've got a pressure differential, there's equilibration. So we're now told that we're breathing 14.7 psi at sea level. And then above our heads, it turns into an infinite vacuum, and then there's no container. To keep this pressure here, to stay at pressure, and gas cannot contain itself. So I can't say to the garage attendant, don't worry about my tire, take my tire off and then just pump the air to a pressure around the rim. I don't need the tire anymore. Just keep the air at a higher pressure around the rim without the little skin, like a balloon holds helium. Just pop the balloon, the little material part, and just give me that ball of helium. Just let it stay in a ball, but just pop the skin that contains it. It's illogical because gases don't behave that way. Gases will always expand, and gases cannot contain themselves. So what we were all taught, that we're on this curved ball Earth, it's rotating 360 degrees in 24 hours, and that we've got this high pressure air that just stays here because magic.
Sorry, Flat Earth Solar, do you mind if I just interrupt us for a second?
No, I'm talking to some new gentlemen.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I know.
I just wanted to hear their response before.
Sorry, that's why I wanted to
You are
Jazza,
interrupting, Jazza.
can you mute yourself, please?
Oh, no, I'm quiet.
Can you mute yourself, Jazza? Jazza, thank you. Go ahead, Flat Earth.
Thanks, Roger. So, Space and Spinner.
Yep.
What do you think about that last point, and then in connection with the 3 points, and understanding that most of those fall into a belief category and not a knowing category, because no one can ever demonstrate it. So it can never move into the knowing or the experimentally proven stage.
Oh,
I think it's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, because I always thought that these things have been proven.
Yeah, and we were taught about the Einsteins and the Newtons and
the
Faradays and all those. So who's the great that discovered that here's how you measure it? You just go down to this place, you do this thing, and bam, here's the sphere at exactly the radius that we assumed it to be. Or here's the sphere rotating at the exact speed that we assumed it to be. Or here's the gas pressure that needs no containment and can exist adjacent to a low pressure without equilibrating. Neither three of those can ever be proven. They just have to be taken as a belief. And when you come to a place like this, we want to see empiricism because everyone has an opinion, right? This is not a philosophical matter. Like if I measure a square, I measure that two opposing sides have the same length and they're separated by a 90 degree. So if the one side has the same length as the other side, and then there's 90 degrees inside, I can calculate this is a square. It's not my opinion that it's a square. I don't have to try and convince someone that it is a square. If I measure it and it has the dimensions of a square, it's a square. Now it's no longer in philosophy because you've proven through measurement. And I made a distinction between the calculation and the measurement was that a calculation, if I said to you, Space, right, you got $10 million in your bank account, and then you go and spend $2 million, how many $1 million do you have in your bank account right now? The answer to that is $8 million. Does that mean that Space has $8 million in his bank account? No. Was it accurate in the calculation? Yes. So calculations can be accurate and also factually inaccurate. If I tell you that I've got 6 unicorns and I'm going to breed them with another 6 unicorns, and unicorns, they're magic. They're not like normal horses. They have 2 babies at a time. So my 6 are going to produce 12 more, which means I'm going to now have 18 unicorns personally. And then you ask me, well, how would you house them? And I give you the dimensions of the stables I use to house my unicorns. They're 4 meters long, 3 meters wide. I've got this little feeding tray over here. I can give you all the calculations. Does that make me have unicorn?
No.
Does that make me have this location that I'm putting on paper saying I do to house these unicorns? No. But the calculations are accurate. So that's just the differentiation between you can calculate really irrational things and the numbers will work out because the calculation is accurate, but the calculation doesn't prove reality.
Oh. Yeah, that's really interesting.
I'm really intrigued that you're saying interesting. Is that like your go-to response when, as sort of a general rule? Or are you truly interested?
I'm actually interested in this. Like, it's just it's the main term I use.
He says that a lot.
Now, reason I ask that is that we just have people who come in here and be sort of condescending because they can't understand what's being told to them. So then they want to see, it's almost like looking at animals behind a cage. They want to see, how do these flat earth animals think about this? Or what do they think about that? In reality, this thing is so easy to prove. The natural physics of water. If I pour water into a cup or my bath, what is the surface of that water doing?
The surface of the water in the bath. It's like splashing around.
And then once it comes to rest,
just staying still.
Yeah, it's stagnant.
Yeah, and what you'll find as well is that that top of that water line at rest is perfectly level.
Oh,
Water
yeah.
has always been used as a leveling tool. So if I built my pool skew, I would instantly see, because the water would remain level and the walls of the pool would be at a different height at different parts. So I would instantly see with my eye that I've built the pool not level, because the water in it is level. Like when they throw a concrete slab for foundations, they often use a self-leveling screed, and you put water with it because water pushes outwards to create a level meniscus, a level surface of the water. So if a cup of water is level on its surface, and a bath is level on its surface, and a pool is level on its surface, and a dam is level on its surface, because you can even go to Google Earth and you can check the elevation at this side of the dam and that side of the dam, the same elevation, it's the same level. So that entire dam is one level. And you go to the Great Lakes. Those Great Lakes, when at rest, okay, so not when there's a bit of a tide happening or a bit of a wave crest, but when that water's at rest, it's going to be level. And the waters cover 70% of the surface of this earth. Land is just 30%. The water covers 70%. That means 70% of the surface of earth is level, on the same level. And then the land is sticking up outside of that level, so much so that they call it sea level. And every altitude is measured this many feet above sea level or this many feet below sea level. Because the level, the line that is the level, that forms the plane of the earth, is level from end to end. Because that's the natural properties of water, and we have 70% water covering the surface. So once we started to realize, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that's only 70% is only salt water, not there's a good percentage more that's fresh water. It's the Great Lakes and shit, you know.
What's your point? Does salt water not behave like water?
I know they're both the same. Obviously, salt water is more saline, it's more buoyant, but there's a good percentage more with the Great Lakes and that lake in South Africa, and there's
straw man. It's irrelevant to the topic of water remaining level on its surface.
Well, no,
what's dissolved into the water is irrelevant.
Those Great Lakes.
Space, are you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
So that's basically how easy it is. Now, Jazza, who was just talking, he's been here for 5 years and he still refuses to listen. He still thinks that everyone in this room is less intelligent and obviously didn't go through the education system that he did, which allowed him to understand truth. So, like I was saying there, the water is level on its surface when at rest.
All right, yeah.
Now, we've got tidal bulges. You'll have a high tide here and a low tide there. But when you go look at what sea level is, it's the median, it's the average between the high tide and the low tide for that day. It's like the top, and you look at a sine wave, and then the sea level is the level between. But it's level. And then you go and look at the ocean floor, and they call it the abyssal plains, because the plains are so flat on the ocean floor and remain the same depth below sea level. And then you arrive on the continent and they say it's flat as a pancake. And you get to the salt flats. You get to the Savannah Plains, and you get to all these flattest places on the planet, quote unquote. And then you get back down to sea level, and then it's level again until the next continent. And then it goes up in elevation, and then comes back down to sea level, and we go to the next continent. And that level is level with the first, second, third level. They're all the same level, sea level, the zero baseline to which we exist. Which means each one of us have the same up and down. Whether you're in Australia, America, Africa, wherever, we all have the same up above us. We all have the same terra firma below us. And when you start to look into like the biblical aspect, I'm not sure if you're religious or not, Space, but maybe let me ask you that. How do you stand on religion?
I'm kind of in the middle.
Okay, cool. And that's probably the one of the biggest intentions of this belief system that people have, that they're on a rotating sphere spinning through an infinite vacuum at retarded speeds, is that it pushed your creator so far away into an ever-expanding universe, or outside of an ever-expanding universe, that it was an intentional ploy to try and distance us from our divine inheritance. We, as the human race, are probably one of the greatest creations. The Bible describes us as the greatest creations of the Creator. But yet, the idea of heliocentrism is that you're actually a monkey. You know, you came from soup, you evolved, then the monkey started losing hair and became Homo sapiens, and then in a few hundred years or 1,000 years, you'll turn into something else, and at some point the sun will expand and completely decimate the earth. So you're just a speck of dust here for a very short amount of time. You've got nothing special about you. If we kill 1 million or 10 million or 100 million humans, who cares? It's like squashing ants, because, you know, we all evolved from the same muck anyway. Whereas the other version is you have a creator who created this place. You're special in this place. And if you realized how special this place is, then you'd understand how special you are to be here in this place. There's a deliberate intention. When you go to the Bible, it describes that the earth is set on foundations, that it shall never be moved. Like all of our optical equipment and all of our testing equipment, it shows that the earth is stationary. The earth doesn't move. For anything that we want to build, we have to build a foundation. So why would it be illogical to think that the earth is set on a foundation if it can support everything else that we want to place above it? So you've got to unthink or unlearn a lot of what we thought was a given. Like, we all went to school, we were all taught that we're the third rock from the sun, that the moon circles the earth does this elliptical orbit around the sun, then the sun moves around the galaxy, then the whole Milky Way galaxy moves around the great attractor. We were all taught this whole story. We got told that this is happening because of some other assumption. It's never proven. It's never experimented on. It's never shown empirically that it's true. It's just a belief.
Keyword
and when you start,
never understood it.
Incorrect. We all had to know it to be able to pass, Jazza. So effectively, you refusing to hear new information to which we all already are in agreement. We were all taught that sphere model, and some of us have learned the sphere model further and then understood that it's completely flawed, then really started to observe our natural world, see that it doesn't comport, it doesn't tie in with a spinning spherical thing in a vacuum. Nothing about your existence has ever shown you that exists. So it's an entire belief set that we're holding on to, or Jazz is holding on to. And then we come in here and we simply ask questions about what you can prove empirically. And if you've got some proof that you think is absolutely empirical that the Earth is a sphere, please present it to us. Post it in the voice text live stream, and then we can discuss it together, because now we're both looking at the resource that you're using to form the basis of your conclusion. For us that make these slightly different assertions or claims, we can back up our things, which is why we are confident enough to actually raise this topic with people. Because if they ask us questions, we have the answers for them. We have citation for it. We have demonstration, real world experimentation for what we're talking about. And then it doesn't have to lie in the belief thing. When I've measured a square, it is a square. It's not I believe it's a square. It is square. The water is level. Therefore, it is a horizontal plane, which we also call the horizon, the horizontal. It is a horizontal plane on which we dwell. It's mind-blowing.
So it is mind-blowing. So Flat Earth Solar, can you see if you can make if you can't make a right angle triangle on the flat Earth? Because if you can't make it, then it's flat. But if you can, then we've got some problems.
It's very easy to create a right angled triangle on a flat surface. That's how you do it, Jazza.
Yeah, but you can't do it with the same distances. You can't do it. So do you want to try it?
You can. You just claim that you end up back with 390 degrees instead of 360 degrees.
Yeah, with the same distances between the A, B, C, and D. ABC.
Yeah, ABC. So your claim is that if you were to create a triangle with a 90 degree at the A, the B, and the C, you'd end up with a 270 degree triangle, which is impossible unless it's a spherical surface.
I left out a letter, obviously.
No, a triangle has three ends. Just A, B, and C. So a flat triangle will always present 180. Then there's only 360s, Jazza, not 390s.
But you can't get back to the same place with the same distances between them on the flat.
Okay, so you don't even understand your fallacious claim. So I'll explain it to Space then. Is he still here?
Okay, explain it to Space. Yeah.
No, he's not. He's not. All right, so you said a triangle with 390s, correct?
I can't even remember what the fuck I just said. But anywho.
All right. Okay, so show me where someone's done that, Jazza. Just post it in the live stream quickly.
Fucking Elon Musk and fucking everyone, so you just go ahead.
Has done this.
Well, you can do it with a equal distance piece of
no, because it's
on a basketball.
It's considered a thought experiment or a thought exercise. It's never been demonstrated. I don't know why you talk.
Yeah, but so is 99% of everything on the flat Earth is a thought experiment. How do seasons work? Okay, we'll say that the sun speeds up to get to the Tropic of Cancer. We all know that the sun doesn't speed up. Do you know what I'm saying? Everyone observes the sun. The flat Earth is a thought experiment just as much as what I just said. We all see rocket launches, but they arc out and they must be going into the ocean because the Earth's flat. No, they're arcing because that's how you get round the globe. That's how you fall round a globe. You've got to go fast and you've got to go high. How else would you do it? It's a flat Earth. Oh no, they must be. It's flat, so they must be going into the ocean. Just making shit up. Sorry, I didn't mean to push you off, man.
You okay, Jamesy? Jamesy. Jamesy. Jamesy.
Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. Shut up. This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we're elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate Sam. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line core, scientific. All thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chilling peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts stepping the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime they were Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Don Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FP, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the just hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he could keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Running through the cities in the last of days. Gotta face the truth, this is the masquerade. Waking up the public, time to liberate. Oh, you're doing great when they start to hate. In a world, yeah.
Stockholm Syndrome got me fighting with the slaves. But how they about to face the truth when they can't show their face? Now the system don't control me, yeah, the beast is getting slayed. Austin got the pout, they look sour, oh behave. But I'm bout my father business witness, he gon' get this praise. I ignore you cause of Torah, only thing that I obey. I ain't with the social distancing, but I'ma need my space. They be boring me with quarantine, so stay up in your place.
This is the masquerade. Waking up the public, time to liberate. No, you're doing great when they start to hate. In a world, yeah.
I'm sorry we didn't go to the moon, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't lie to you, bro. I'm sorry. I think it'd be cool if we went to the moon too, dude. It was a cool story. I'm sorry you got triggered.
In a World production.
No way.
Hiya, lads. Well, science class. We've already been attacked by the park police a couple times. We've also had a couple boomers already get triggered, but it's okay. It comes with the territory. You know, knowledge doesn't care about opinion, so we're just gonna tell these guys what science is. That's what we're gonna do.
In a world. Hey guys, hiya lads, welcome to science class. I'm glad you guys came to learn about the Earth today. This is super exciting. Okay, so we were all told that we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, and for years I've been my work testing this hypothesis. Turns out it's actually not true, okay? So we're gonna talk about a couple laws of physics here, and hopefully you guys will pass the pop quiz at the end. Yeah, so we've already had a couple people talk about how stupid I am, but we're just gonna talk about science, okay? So let's talk about the scientific method. The scientific method, yeah. This is how you determine what's scientifically true. It's called the scientific method, okay? You have a dependent variable. This is your naturally occurring observable phenomena. Yep, that means it naturally occurs in the world and you observe it, okay? That's called your dependent variable. It's the effect. Now in science, what you do is you propose a cause and effect relationship test. This is called a hypothesis, right? So you say, this I think is the cause of the effect. And then you manipulate and vary that cause to prove it's the cause of the effect. That's called your independent variable. Okay, so you must manipulate the supposed cause to prove that it is in fact the cause of the effect. This is called science. Well, the globe Earth can do this with nothing. Let's talk about it. So there's something, oh, someone's triggered and overweight. So the second law of thermodynamics says that pressure will fill the available space. Okay, so if I take a soda and I open it up, it goes psh, and it equalizes instantaneously to the lower pressure around it. That's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase and systems will seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is what's called a natural law. So it's not debatable. It's a natural law. It happens always, forever, for all recorded history. See, entropy will increase and systems will seek spontaneous equilibrium. So just like when I open up the soda and it equalizes, right? The pressure will go to the lower pressure zone. So how do you guys have a high pressure system called the atmosphere sitting next to a near perfect vacuum? How does that work? And just to save you guys the ridicule, the aerospace engineers that I debate, the astrophysics professors that I debate, they can't answer this question. Well, this is getting interesting. So how do you have a pressurized system with 14.7 psi at the surface sitting next to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr? It's impossible. You have to have containment to have pressure. It's actually in the word pressure. Pressure, it presses on the walls of a container. The necessary antecedent, fancy word for requirement, is that you have a container to have pressure. The only way that some of you guys are breathing oxygen, which a year and a half later, I guess some of you guys are still scared of the air. I don't know what's going on. Did something happen? Why is everyone wearing masks? Anyway, so when you breathe your oxygen, that's a gas. Okay, so that's gas pressure. You can't have that sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. There's a container sitting there over top of the earth. Don't worry, conveniently for you, the US military's known this for decades, and there are hundreds of declassified documents that say the earth is flat, not moving, with a firmament over top of it. I guess the military's lying though. The military's probably lying. They do lie a lot. So the second law of thermodynamics debunks the vacuum of space. Now we have a lot of people ridicule us, but they'll never come up here and offer some type of response to this because they don't even know what the second law is, and it's okay. Now you do. Okay, so in addition, there's something called fluid statics. This is the second scientific law we're going to discuss today, okay? So if you have a bottle of water and you tip it in all directions, the water always finds its level. Water always finds its level. This is why we put fluid in levels. This is why it's called sea level. Because water always finds its level. Okay, so how is 70% of the surface of the earth ocean water that's flat and the earth's a ball? How does that work? Interesting. Yeah, water always finds its level. If it didn't, we couldn't build houses. Yeah, it's called fluid statics. That's a natural law. no one has an argument for it, they'll just make fun of us though. So, second law of thermodynamics, debunks space. The pressure would fill the vacuum. There has to be something containing the atmosphere. Fluid statics always finds its level. Water finds its level, okay? That's why when you go out to the ocean, you'll see the ocean looks like it's level. Because it is. That's why it's called a horizon. Because it's horizontal. That's where the word horizon comes from. I know, very profound. Okay, so what most of you guys will do when I ask you these questions, you'll just say gravity. You don't even know what gravity is, but you'll just say gravity. So let's talk about gravity. So, gravity is supposedly the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Most people here will say gravity's mass attracting mass. No, that's over 100 years old, okay? That's been superseded. That's called Newtonian mechanics. It was superseded in 1915 by Einsteinian mechanics, which says that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space and time. We have a couple problems with this, though. See, space is a concept. It's an idea of emptiness. Just a concept. Time is also a concept. It's a human construct that we've come up with to count passing based on what happens in the sky. You see, the sun, it'll eventually get out of the sky and it'll get dark and then it'll come back and it'll be daytime again. That's what we call days. You know where we got days? Based on the sun. Time is just a concept. Space is also just a concept. So how can space and time have physical properties? How can you bend and warp concepts? Can you bend love? Can you bend freedom? Well, America has for the last year and a half, but anyway. So can you bend concepts? You cannot. See, concepts can't bend and warp or dilate. Like when your pupils dilate, they get bigger. They say that time does that, and that's gravity. See, there's no scientific experiment in the history of mankind that has ever isolated gravity. Ever. In the history of mankind. Doesn't exist. It's called the theory of relativity. Most of you guys think gravity's proven, and what you'll do is you'll drop something and be like, ha, 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 this is gravity. Now, when you drop something, it's more dense than the air. That's why it goes down. When I drop a helium balloon, what happens to it? It goes up. It goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. Now, all my colleagues, they're really scared to talk about this because they'll lose their funding and be fired. But I graduated from Critical Thinking University at the top of my class. I'm allowed to free talk about it. So don't worry, I got you guys. It's called the theory of relativity. When I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof, guys. That's dumb. That's dumb. So if anyone here thinks they know the scientific experiment that proved gravity, please come enlighten me. I would love to know what proved gravity. I've been looking for many years. But of course, there is no evidence for it. You know, the only evidence for gravity existing is if the Earth is a ball, gravity has to exist. It pulls you in all directions. Omnidirectionality. That's literally the only evidence of gravity, is that the Earth can't be a ball without one. Well, that's convenient. The Earth isn't a ball, because we tested it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we tested the Earth. So we have an observation where we see Canigou Mountains in France from 273 miles away. Based on the globe Earth map, the mountain should have been blocked by 3 miles of Earth curvature. Do you guys know how long a mile is? We'll multiply that by 3 and stack it up vertically. The Earth has to curve and block your view. This is called geometry, right? The measurement of shapes. So if Earth's a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, it has to curve at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. You have to see the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, so very simply, what's the square root of 1? It's 1. So if you're 1 foot off the surface of this ball that we were all brainwashed with cartoons when we were 5, then you would see the curvature at 1.2 miles. We have an observation off the coast of Cali, 1 foot off the surface, and the horizon is not 1 mile away, it's actually 10 miles away. That would require the radius value be 264,000 miles. But they claimed it's just under 4,000 miles. Isn't this interesting? This is why the government censors it. This is why the stupid little park rangers tried to shut us down before we got started. Right? Because you can't debate it. So I've been kicked off Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, PayPal, Venmo, and I don't even cuss. Do you guys support the government forcibly censoring your First Amendment? Freedom of speech? Yay, welcome to Germany, where we have lockdowns and curfews. And we have people that would never sacrifice their life like my friends did and literally died for it, right? That will actually support us being censored, as they would never go die for it. It's crazy how that works. So anyway, the government censors this because you can prove it. We proved it. You can see the skyline of Chicago across Lake Michigan from 60 miles away. Based on the globe Earth map, it should have been completely blocked, but you could see the entire skyline of Chicago. How's that work on the globe? How's it work? How do we see the skyline of Chicago from 60 miles away? How do we see mountains from 273 miles away and 255 miles away and 203 miles away and 103 miles away? Why we see the horizon 10 miles away from 1 foot off the ground when it should have been at 1 mile? How's that work on the globe, guys? It doesn't. It's literally impossible. It's impossible. Okay, so something else that happened whenever I was trying to look into this for the last few years, I've been neck deep in my studies. See, what I found out was that actually, whenever we assume gravity, which is called the theory of relativity, and we look out at the universe, we're off by 95%. To get specific, we're off by 10 to the 120th power. That's 120 zeros. So in 2021, with all the quote-unquote scientists in the world, we're still off by a 10 with 120 zeros behind it. It's called the cosmological problem. They're off by 95%. I thought that we were the crazy ones. You can't even mathematically propose the universe yet. You're off by 95%. It's not 95% right. It's off by 95%. A 10 with 120 zeros behind it. Interesting. You know why it's off that much? Because the Earth's not a spinning ball in a vacuum. When you see those stars in the sky, you guys think we're crazy, right? So we see the stars in the sky, you know what we say? We see the stars in the sky. You know what you guys believe but don't know you believe, just attack other people because you project your own intellectual insecurity and it's hilariously see-through? Well, it's because you think that these lights that you see in the sky, they're actually not there anymore. You can just see them. And whenever you see this sunset in a second, right? You know what we think? The sun is moving and it's about to set. You know what you guys think? That the Earth is actually spinning and that sun is sitting still. And during a sunset, the sun isn't moving. You're just falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour and it makes the sun look like it's moving. Wow. Sounds like you're the conspiracy theorist. Interesting. So let's talk about Mount Rushmore. Did you see this guy right here to the left? His name is George Washington. Have you guys ever heard of George Washington? Well, guess what George Washington did in his time? He was a land surveyor. Yeah, he measured the surface of the Earth. That's what George Washington did. He has over 200 surveys that he did. Right? You can go look at the maps he drew. You can go look at his data. Yeah, guess what he assumed the Earth was when he measured it? Flat. So you guys think these guys are some intellectual giants that you really are weird about coming up here and basically worshiping, right? Well, George Washington thought the Earth was flat. So is he dumb or is he smart? Can you make your mind up? Is he dumb or smart? Okay, so he used a circumventor, which measures horizontal angles. He used a plane surveying compass. A plane, do you guys know what a plane is? Yeah, George Washington made hundreds of surveys assuming the Earth was flat. Huh. So the guy that's chiseled in the stone, which, just a little piece of information for you guys, this was stolen from the Native Americans, okay? And this area was known as the Six Grandfathers. This mountain right here, it was called the Six Grandfathers. Isn't that interesting? Maybe there were faces in it before they covered them up. I don't know. Did you guys know that? The Native Americans called this the Six Grandfathers, and now they've covered them up. And actually, there are pictures from back when it was being built. There was a face to the left of George Washington. That's not there anymore. What's up with that? Huh. So that's interesting. Did you guys know that Abraham Lincoln, that's the guy to the right there, that he has a quote saying there used to be giants? So you guys, wait, can you make up your mind? Do you revere them as intellectuals or do you think they're dumb? Which one is it? Because according to modern day, anthropology, there were no giants. There were no giants. So I guess Abraham Lincoln was a crazy person. George Washington measured the Earth and assumed it was flat. I guess he was a crazy person. Yeah. He actually was a crazy person. He put slaves' teeth in his mouth. What a psychopath. And you guys just run up here to the carved stones and like worship them as you walk through this little creepy ritualistic aisle. So anyway, they lied about the earth, guys. I'll try my best to do my nerd voice. I'm not very good at it. But anyway, they lied about the earth. I know it sounds crazy. I thought it sounded crazy too. Okay? But to dismiss something prior to investigation is the height of ignorance. Have you guys ever heard of Mark Twain? Mark Twain, very famous author, right? What he said was, it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. That's what we're dealing with, right? So what we do is we offer $100 cash, and this goes for everyone here. $100 cash if you can get 3 questions right about the globe Earth, right? Since I'll say the Earth's not a globe, it's actually flat. You guys laugh at me and make fun of me and ridicule me and call me stupid. You know, I guess all of our genius IQs go out the window because you call us stupid, right? So what we're gonna figure out is, if we're so stupid for not thinking the Earth's a ball, at least you gotta know what it is, right? Because if you don't know what it is, but you think I'm stupid for not believing what you believe, how does that work? How do you know I'm stupid for not believing what you believe, but you don't know what you believe yet? That's like telling me you believe in the Bible, you just have never read Genesis before. Well, I'm not gonna take your opinion about the Bible very seriously. You haven't read it yet. So I'll give you $100 cash. You can come up as a group. If you get the questions close, I'll give it to you anyway. You don't got to pay to play, and they're very easy questions. And they're the basics about the globe Earth model that most of you guys should have learned when you were in like 5th grade. Okay? I'll even tell you what the first question is. The first question is, how many times does the Earth supposedly spin every 24 hours? How many times does the Earth rotate every day? What's up?
Have you been in a plane before?
Yeah, hundreds of times.
But you like look out the window. You don't see the whole world. You just see what state you're over.
And is it curved or flat?
It's curved.
Really? So the hundreds of pilots that I know, they're lying?
What?
So the hundreds of pilots I know that have flown for decades, they're lying when they say the Earth's always flat in the plane?
Who said that?
The hundreds of pilots that I know.
I think you're lying.
Well, I think you're lying. You think you see curvature from a... Well, it's called geometry, and based on the geometry of the globe Earth, you wouldn't see the curve from a plane. It's impossible.
From space.
So now we're talking about space. So you agree you can't see curve. You never saw a curve from a plane. Hey, will you get the mics? No, and I'm just getting it anyway. Yeah, so you don't see curvature from a plane. So you would you like to admit you just said that to try to make me look dumb or something? Like you don't. So the pilots.
Like when you look in like a lake or like the ocean.
The ocean's always flat.
You don't see the end.
Yeah.
You don't see the end because it curves.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't curve because. Okay, so you don't know anything about it. This is okay.
Yeah, water doesn't curve. I get that.
Water doesn't curve.
You gotta understand.
Yeah, and by the way, so whenever you see the boat disappear over the ocean, what they taught us was that it's the curve blocking it. Well, I document it all the time, and when you go out there, you can zoom in and bring the boat back. Did I X-ray vision through the globe Earth? Have you guys ever done it? Of course not. You just watched it on TV. So you can actually zoom in and bring the boat back into view. What that proves is that the boat just looks like it disappears due to something called angular resolution limit. You can't see forever. Whenever you increase your optical zoom with like this P900 we have right here, right? You zoom in, you can see the boat again. The curvature of the water isn't curving. See, there is no curvature of water. That's why it's called a horizon. It's horizontal. So, and I get it. You guys think if you just ask stupid questions, it makes me dumb or something. I don't know. It's wild. This is the biggest spell that's ever been cast. So anyway, you don't see curvature of the Earth in a plane. None of you have. I know hundreds of pilots. I've been in a plane hundreds of times. I know people that have flown pilots or flown planes for the military.
You also don't find intelligence in conspiracy theories.
Oh wow, that was a really smart conversation you wanted to have there. So anyway. Conspiracy theory is actually a term created by the CIA. I bet this is the guy whenever people were going around and they were protesting the Vietnam War. And they were like, no, we should... Or what, bro? Or what? I don't care. I know you worship your idols, man. Go turn around, worship your idols. It's called the First Amendment, homie. So anyway, what a loser. So I'm just going to talk on you. So there are hundreds of pilots that know that you never see the curvature of the Earth. Hundreds of pilots, right? So there are actually military documents that say when they engineer a plane, they have to assume it's a flat, non-rotating surface. I guess the military's probably lying. You know, when people's lives are at stake and they have to find the bad guy, they assume a flat and undertaking service. They're probably just lying. Yeah, that's how that works. You've never read the document, so you know I'm wrong. It wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so this can't be real. Shh, stop talking about something that's important. I want to worship the stones. You're not going to do it. You're right, because you get knocked out so fast.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, but I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, but I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling.
Mic check, mic check. Hello, family. What's up? Cut the shit. What's up? Yeah, I can't fool around. Doesn't catch me well. Oh, it's so quiet. Nobody here? It's Friday. You know what Friday means?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Oh, having this coffee before work. But this is how another week of work is gone. Added to my slave check.
oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather,
Oh, Biodual's typing. Biodual's typing alert. Alert.
Hey.
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Going really good now. You ready, Sunshine?
Yeah, a bit. Are we going to address the evidence?
This is what we're gonna do first. We're gonna go over your star rotation argument, and then we're gonna get to your non-experiment from 106 years ago, okay?
Oh, yeah, I didn't bring up star rotation, so if you want to address that, that's fine. I won't.
No, you did bring up star rotation the other day.
Oh, the other day? Yeah, that wasn't today, so I won't be responding to it, but you can talk about it, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that's your argument. You said that the stars were rotating in different directions.
Oh, yeah, the other day. Today I brought up my experiment, but you can talk about whatever you'd like. I'm just...
No, we want to go over your star rotation proof as a setup to that 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience non-experiment that you did.
No, like I said, continue. Yeah.
So you claimed stars rotate in different directions depending on what hemisphere you're in, and that was your proof for a globe Earth that spins. Yeah, that one.
Oh, no, the spinning would be Bob's gyro data.
Oh, yeah, really? Was that an experiment?
No, but it was a measurement. It was good.
No, it was a measurement, sure. We'll get back to Bob's bullshit later. So, do stars rotate in different directions? Hello? Your southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere, you said they rotated in different directions, and I think you used the terms clockwise and counterclockwise. My first question to you is, are clockwise and counterclockwise actual directions?
Oh, if you're talking to me, I'm not interested in rhetoric discussion.
Oh, rhetoric discussions. This isn't rhetoric, you numpty dipshit. It's your claim.
Right, this is rhetoric. This is observable.
This isn't rhetoric. You claim that the stars rotate counterclockwise and clockwise, two different directions, your exact fucking words, and this was your proof of a globetard.
Oh yeah, I don't dispute that claim. Sure, when you're looking at Polaris, the stars seem to rotate in a particular direction, and then when you're looking south, there's no south celestial pole, but at that south celestial pole, it's a different direction than when you were looking at Polaris.
So there's no south celestial pole, but when you look towards the south celestial pole, it makes perfect sense. So
well,
they're
there's
going
no southern
in different
celestial
directions.
star. How about that?
So they're going in different directions, right?
Yeah, sure. One's going clockwise, one's going counterclockwise. Sure.
That's my point. See, clockwise and counter. Yeah, hold on. Clockwise and counterclockwise aren't actual directions. That's your problem. Number one.
Again, this is rhetoric. When a clock is moving normally, it's going in a particular direction. When it's moving backwards, we can call that a different direction.
Counterclockwise and clockwise, forwards and backwards, left and right, up and down are relative directions. They're not actual. What are directions? What are the cardinal
didn't
directions?
you just say they're not directions, then you just call them relative directions?
They're relative directions. They're not actual objective directions.
What would be the difference?
The difference is, Sunshine, your point was saying that in the northern hemisphere, the sun, moon, and the stars rise in the east and set in the west. And in the southern hemisphere, they rise in the east or west and set in the east.
They're rotating about two different poles in different directions. Namely,
no, it's the same direction, Sunshine. All the stars. Hey, counterclockwise, dipshit. I just explained this to you. All the stars, the sun, and the moon. Guess what direction they all move in?
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to call it a cardinal direction, that's fine. But they're going to be going in that motion above that southern.
So how can they be moving in different directions when they're all traveling from east to west?
Oh, because we're on a sphere and we're rotating.
Because we're on a sphere, so they're not going in different directions if they're all going the same fucking direction, right?
Well, we're the ones that moving, and what it appears to be doing.
We're not moving.
That's another point. And a counterclockwise rotation. That's what we.
That's another point.
Wait, that's an assumption. Apparent. So it's not actual. It's apparent.
That's not the point. The point was you said two different directions. We'll get into your spinning bullshit later. You said two different directions. Now you're saying they're the same direction. Which one is it?
No, I never said they're the same direction. I said we classify them as different directions when I say clockwise and when I say counterclockwise.
Yeah, two different directions you said. Counterclockwise and clockwise.
Yeah, that's what it appears to be. Yeah, clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah, that's not two different. So let's go back to fucking preschool again. Counterclockwise and clockwise aren't actual objective directions. They're all moving from east to west.
Again,
Can I
do you
explain this to
disagree
him in a
that
quick
they're
way?
Again, you dumb fuck.
Do you disagree that they're moving clockwise in one hemisphere and counterclockwise in the other? Do you disagree?
Fucking moron.
No, do you disagree with that?
Curie, can I say one thing? Curie, can I say one thing? They don't actually go two different ways they appear to. You've said it twice, your damn self.
No, again, do you disagree that if you're looking in the northern hemisphere and you take a time lapse of the stars, and you look in the southern hemisphere, take a time lapse of the stars, that you're going to have one clearly going clockwise and another one going counterclockwise? Do you disagree
they're not
with that?
objective directions, fucktard. That's my point.
No, but again, do you disagree with that statement?
Yet again, you said two different directions. Those aren't two different directions, is my point.
It's a pretty simple question.
It's a pretty simple fucking point. You said two different directions.
No, but if you can't answer my question,
But again, you said two different directions.
Hey, guys, I have an idea of how we can clear this up a little bit. So if we have a clock...
The way that
hold on a second. Hold on. Listen, it's between me and Biodual.
Exactly.
Shut the fuck up. Now, Sunshine Biodual. Let's say we have a road. It's going east to west. And it's a one-way road. All the cars are moving from east to west. Now you're standing on the north side of the road and you're looking south towards the road. All the cars are moving left to right. They're still moving east to west, though. Then you go on the other side of the road, on the southern side, and you're looking north. They're all going right to left. Are they moving in different directions, or the one-way direction's still the fucking same?
Right. I have no problem with that because I agree. And you're right with the relative direction, but it's still a relative direction in which we can distinguish a particular direction. Because if I say the cars are moving right to left and you say the cars are moving left to right, we're both correct, even though we have opposite descriptions.
But they're not going in two different directions, Sunshine.
Right, but we have opposite descriptions of what we observe.
No, you just...
and the only way that we could do that is if we have a left and a right side of the car.
With right. Don't overtalk me. You said
just
right.
like if we have a northern and southern hemisphere of a globe, of course. Yeah, that's how we would describe it.
Right. Who muted him? Who muted him?
I did, so he quit over talking. Finish what you're saying.
The whole point was the two different directions, Sunshine. I'm saying they're not two different directions. It's the same direction that they're going in. That's my point.
Yeah, and along those lines, if you have a clock and the back of the clock is made out of glass.
Hold on a second. Just chill out for a second.
No, you're fine.
I think we solved this argument that we all agreed that it's not a fucking proof for anything, that they're all moving in the same directions.
Well, this is a good example of what you can do at home, where you can set up lights above you and you can set up lights below you. And the best explanation to how we get on one Earth of whatever shape, the best explanation is you spin and you look up and you can see a particular direction, such as clockwise, and you look down.
That's not a direction, you dipshit.
I mean, I could get to the end of it.
Yeah. You said the Earth is spinning. That's fucking horseshit because it's not. So that's one.
No, but again, I just gave an example of how you can test this.
You just said different directions.
Right, don't let me say it.
Fucking overtalk me.
Yeah, no, don't let me say it. That's fine.
Don't let you say it, you fucking imbecile. We're just talking about your single claim, not anything you can do at home, you fucking weasel. There's not two directions that the stars and sun and moon are moving in. It's one direction. East to fucking west, counterclockwise and clockwise aren't fucking objective directions. Do you get it, me, Sunshine? You get me?
Yeah, I understand that you're trying to have a rhetorical debate.
It's
I'm not trying to have a rhetorical debate.
Discussion. You're a fucking weasel.
Now, can I attempt to clear up this one fine part?
No, you cannot. Now we're going to move on to his 106 year out of date pseudoscience, Cavendish.
Oh, yes. This is the bit that I've been waiting for. Because the main questions I'd asked, Q, you can take it away anyway. Main questions I ask is really, if he achieves, because I don't know everything about what he's claiming to do or any of that, I want to really know what it proves, if it proves anything at all. And yeah, that's really what I want to know, the impact of this so-called test or experiment, however he wants to try and define it, incorrectly or correctly.
So you're doing the Cavendish experiment in vacuum, is that correct?
Torsion ballots within a chamber under vacuous conditions and atmospheric conditions, because it was Chemo's claim that it would act differently under vacuous conditions.
So it is the Cavendish so-called experiment.
That'd be the basis, sure. The model, the standard, sure.
Okay, my question to you is, why are you performing a non-experiment from 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience?
Oh no, I'm performing an experiment to validate my claim of mass attracting mass.
Yeah, from 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience. Why are you doing that?
This is Chemo's fault, partially.
Hey, crack villain. That's it. Don't worry about Chemo's fault. So why are you performing a non-experiment from 106 years out-of-date pseudoscience?
Oh, no, I'm performing an experiment to validate my claim of mass attracting mass.
That's mass attracting mass. That's the Cavendish. Talk about trying to weasel your way out.
Well, you're not going to speak for me or my position. So
your position is mass attracting mass. It's the fucking Cavendish experiment, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Yes, there are iterations and changes to it. But sure, yeah, that's the foundation.
So why are you performing a non-experiment from 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience is my question.
Again, I'm performing an experiment validating the claim of mass attracting mass.
All right, here, you're a fucking idiot. At 14 minutes after the hour, this fucking guy is performing a non-experiment from 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience. From his alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From ScienceAlert.com, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. From Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. And lastly, Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. So, my question again is, why are you performing a 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience non-experiment unless this has something to do with general relativity? Floor is yours.
My answer will not change from the first 4 times you've asked.
Your answer's non sequitur.
Right. Again, I don't care about the rhetoric.
I have evidence. Do I have a referee in here?
Anything but the evidence, right, QE?
Do I have a referee in here?
I didn't sign up for a formal debate.
I don't have the referee role, but to be honest, they're going to have to explain how the Cavendish quote-unquote experiment is an experiment.
Okay, we're going to get to that part, but he's going to have to answer this question on why he's performing 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience.
Yeah, again, I've answered it. My answer is not.
You haven't answered it.
Yeah, he hasn't. So go ahead.
Yeah, Crack. You still refereeing?
Yeah, I can referee something, but regardless, again, so the torsion.
No monologues.
You don't want to do that.
You don't want to talk about it. Right. I need an answer to a substantive answer to my simple question. I provided all the background to it. He's not parroting the correct pseudoscience. His pseudosciences are even telling him that Newtonian's law of gravity was completely fucking ruled out 106 years ago, and he's performing an experiment. Now, to be technically correct, it's not Newton's, because Newton said he didn't want to have anything to do with this horse shit. It's Reverend John Michel, Cavendish, CV Boy's gravity. Why is Biodual performing an experiment a non-natural experiment in a fucking vacuum. We'll get to that in a second. But why is he doing that unless that's part of general relativity?
Yeah, I go into it with no presuppositions and no assumptions. I perform an experiment that is sound on its basis.
It's
and
not
I have
an experiment, so you
it.
can't answer the question. Not a problem.
Again, my answer will not change, even though you asked.
Yeah,
it
you didn't
another
have
time.
a fucking answer.
So,
You haven't answered the question.
He said his experiment. So explain the different parts of your experiment.
No, we ain't getting there yet, Crack. No, not yet.
Crack.
I guess he's not going to fucking answer it. He's performing a non-experiment from 106 years out. Dude, the only way he can do it is to attach it to general theory of relativity from Einstein. It's the only way he can do it. So do it. I guess he's not going to do it. Okay, we can move on to, you said mass attracting mass. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to "19 minutes after the hour," where BioDuel said that mass attracts mass. From Martin Rees, FRS, astronomer royale with fucking cheese, esteemed British cosmologist and astrophysicist. From PrincetonPress.edu. What causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us. According to Professor Rees, does mass attracting mass cause gravity? Nope. So, my first question leading out of this destroys you right here. My first question out of the gate is, what's mass? Define it, and I need citation.
Anything but the evidence, right, QE?
We're getting to it right now, fuckwit.
No, we're not. We're having a rhetorical discussion.
It's not
right
rhetorical.
Now. I told you from the beginning, I'm not interested.
You don't even know what rhetorical means.
Yeah, there you go. See, more rhetoric about rhetoric.
Yeah, more rhetoric, right? You're just a weasel. You're a numpty.
Just go through your script. When you get to the evidence, I'll
So what's mass?
When you get to the evidence, I'll chime in then. Just go through your script.
We're getting to the evidence right now. You said mass attracts mass from 106 year out of date pseudoscience. We're getting there. Mass attracts mass. First, don't you have to define that monkey? You would think so. So, what's mass? Citation, please.
To be honest, BioDuel, if you have some evidence, go ahead and present it instead of just saying.
Well, yeah, Radwin did. I wanted to post it, but it's my Twitch channel, so I didn't want to seem like I was advertising. So I just DM'd it to him, but he should just shout it there. There's timestamps. It's a 28-hour video. There's timestamps to pertinent events. I also have a picture.
No, sorry.
Of all
Oh my God.
Fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck off. Fuck you. What's mass?
When you get to the evidence, let me know. I'll chime in then.
We're trying to evaluate your experiment.
No, I know, Helio. I know. I would like to talk about the evidence, but QE doesn't.
We're trying to get
go through
to
QE.
how you got to the evidence, fucktard. So you said mass attracts mass, which is not only a begging the question fallacy, circular reasoning fuckwit. You don't know what mass is. And I just proved it by your non-answer to the question. I'm going to ask you again. What is mass?
You can ask all day long. I'll chime in when the evidence is being discussed.
All right, you're going on fucking mute and deaf, and good night. In conclusion, this fucking numpty dipshit didn't know that the sun, moon, and stars all travel in the same direction. He keeps on saying they're two different directions. Number one. So he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Number two, with his Cavendish 106 year out of date pseudoscience non-experiment, he had nothing. He said mass attracts mass. He didn't know that it was 106 year out of date pseudoscience. All his pseudoscience told him that it's horse shit. He said mass attracts mass, but he doesn't know what mass is. That's the conclusion of the debate. Thanks for have a nice day. I'll be in here all week.
Yeah, and
have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies, space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
I'll just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void? Because you can see the stars. Oh yeah. You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
But don't let it say the sky was not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void? Because you can see the stars. Oh yeah. You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
But don't let it say the sky was not the limit. You
space away from the sun is the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
June 2021, MC Tune. The McBooger-eatinest McMoron this side of the McWest. Say goodnight.
It's a little bit. That's a little bit of word games. I will not. I will not accept that science proves things because scientists will stand up all day long and say, "No, I'm sorry, we don't prove things."
Are you high right now?
Far, far beyond high, love. He's McDunning McKruger, McShroomed. From Lumen Learning, biology for majors forming a hypothesis. You must be able to test your hypothesis, and it must be possible to prove your hypothesis true. Duh. From Genome Research, 1999, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Students are taught that the proper way to do science is through the following steps. First, devise a hypothesis, and then design experiments that will prove or disprove it. My word. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. Requirements for a testable hypothesis. In order to be considered testable, 2 criteria must be met. It must be possible to prove the hypothesis is true, and it must be possible to prove the hypothesis is false. Duh. Let's wrap your dumpster fire up with Dr. Craig Venter, the geneticist of geneticists, Celera Genomics, National Institutes of Health. You know, there's some things we can do in science in terms of proving certain things in life we discover.
Fatality.
When McBaltard says scientists will stand up all day long and say they don't prove things, he's quoting pseudoscientists, astronomers, astrophysicists, cosmologists, etc. They say they don't prove things because they need massive latitude. So when their fairy tale stories are inevitably pummeled into the belly-laughing, incoherent oblivion, as always, they then can play Texas two-step ad hoc hypothesis shape-shifting hopscotch and wholesale replace their old disheveled horse pucky with the new hotness horseshit story. Then say, science is correcting itself. McBooger Eater, you'd fail. 5th grade, general science.
Excellent, thanks very much. MC Toon.
Yes, well, before Einstein, it was called spooky action at a distance, and, that kind of comforts me like a warm blanket.
What the hell did you just say?
The real question here is what's going to comfort others exposed to your inane horseshit, McIdiot? Just tattoo Pretender Clown McDoofus on your forehead and be done with it already. From MIT Technology Review, Einstein's phrase, spooky action at a distance, has become synonymous with one of the most famous episodes in the history of physics, his battle with Bohr in the 1930s over the completeness of quantum mechanics. So, McMoron, you said, before Einstein, it was spooky action at a distance. How can that be when Einstein coined the phrase spooky action at a distance? And what's it? You said before Einstein, it was spooky action at a distance. What's it, McIdiot? Folks, this is merely minor McBooger-eating birth pangs.
Prepare yourself.
The distance to the sun has been measured.
Yes, and Aphrodite was actually Elmer Fudd in drag and was directly responsible for the Tet Offensive.
You don't like it, I don't care. It's been measured.
Feeble appeal to emotion fallacy. From lumenlearning.com. An emotional appeal is a logical fallacy whereby a debater attempts to win an argument by trying to get an emotional reaction from the opponent and audience. And how on earth do you know others' likes and dislikes? You invoking those special Evo mind powers again. Falling back on your true vocation, carnival. Perhaps you should scurry on back to guessing people's weights and barking for the yak woman. After I'm done with your dumb ass here, the Carnival Tent Clown Show board of directors is going to need a notarized numpty dipshit waiver from you before reinstatement.
So there we go. Here is mc2.net/sun.
So there you go, eh? From McBoogerEater.McMoron/McFraud. I don't think so, Crayon Muncher.
Yes, a gas giant bounces radar.
So the sun's a gas giant. Even in your mindlessly regurgitated second law of thermodynamics violating, preschool basic reasoning defying, fairy tale spinning space monkey, belly laughing dumpster fire, ball hugging religion, the sun's not a gas giant. You uneducated science illiterate McBooger eater. From the Plasma Science and Fusion Center, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT.edu. Plasma is often called the fourth state of matter, along with solid, liquid, and gas. Plasma is superheated matter, so hot that the electrons are ripped away from the atoms, forming an ionized gas. It comprises over 99% of the visible universe. In the night sky, plasma glows in the form of stars, nebulas, and even auroras that sometimes ripple above the north and south poles. That branch of lightning that cracks the sky is plasma. So are the neon signs along our streets. And so is our sun.
Fatality.
The star that makes life on Earth possible. You'd fail third grade Intro to General Science, McFwit. And radar doesn't bounce off gases, McClown. If it did, we wouldn't be able to deploy it on Earth. Cause? Wait for it now. We're surrounded by gases! Next block of instruction, how to observe when looking. By the way, radar bounces radio waves, i.e. reflects light off surfaces. Newsflash, McIdiot. Gases don't have surfaces, much less a reflective surface. Specifically to your belly laugher, from Science Daily, unlike rocky planets, which have a clearly defined difference between atmosphere and surface, gas giants do not have a well-defined surface. If it's not defined, that is, gases don't have a definite shape or volume, you're not bouncing squat off it, window licker. And finally, gases only emit and absorb in bands. That is, emission and absorption line spectra. But the sun itself emits a continuous spectra.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
From NASA.gov, the spectrum of the sun appears as a continuous spectrum.
You dumbass.
So how can the sun, a gas giant according to you, emit a continuous spectrum when gases only emit and absorb in bands? Por favor.
You're busted.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
What the hell did you just say?
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
Say what?
Yes, a gas giant bounces radar.
How in the world can a
gas giant
be
solid enough?
You dumbass cracker!
Calling all cars. We have
numpty dipshit.
All cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
We haven't even touched on the 2 skull crushers just yet, and your sun-bounced dreamland parroted fantasy is worse off than the Hindenburg.
Radar is just electromagnetic radiation, right?
Wrong. Radar is light. Light consists of photons. Photons are neither electric or magnetic. You're just mindlessly parroting what you've been told without any due diligence or scrutiny. An incoherent 6-year-old can do your job, clown. This clinical level Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit's entire game is find something his wiki Google pseudoscience priests vomit, lap up the surface puke, and mindlessly bagak it. Then, if any of his brain-dead nested listeners don't open up their honeycreeper beaks wide to receive a bellyful of his mindlessly regurgitated wiki surface puke putrid cud, he says,
now if you don't like this, you just go ahead and deny it, and then confirm that you are a uneducated science denier.
That's it. That's all he's got. Here he goes again.
Give me your evidence that you know what the sun is first of all before you... It's physical. It's physical. You want to deny it, you are a science denier. I love it when you confirm that you are a science denier.
Whoa, whoa there, Professor. Can you go a little lighter on the white paper technical language? It's physical. The laymen are having a hard time keeping up. Moreover, McBooger Eater, newsflash, identifying the characteristics of something, that is answering what is questions, isn't natural science. Natural science only adjudicates predictional suppositions of natural cause and effect relationships. That is explaining the hows and the whys, not describing the what's and the is's, McMoron. Thanks again for exposing your silly wabbit science wackuman. Again. Everything up to this point is mere bare bones, basic, fundamental knowledge. And you got all of it. Wrong. Woefully pathetic. If you're part of the McMoron, McFraud, McBooger Eater fan club, I'm deeply sorry for your crushing losses, and think this numpty dipshit of megalithic proportions can recover from the shellacking he's taken thus far, and you gotta be a real dumber than a bag of hammers mouth-breathing knuckle-dragger to even entertain that possibility for a microsecond, then from this point on, I'd turn away. Because it's time to get medieval on McMoron and annihilate this booger-eating ball-tard schmuck permanently.
Anyway, the important thing here is how long it took. That's the critical thing. I pulled it out. Sorry, there it is. There, I pulled the numbers. The first publication says the radar bounce took approximately 1,000 seconds. The second, approximately 16 minutes, or 960 seconds, giving us a mean of 980 seconds, plus or minus 20 seconds. Radar is traveling at the speed of light. The speed of light, we know. We can use the amount of time it took to bounce and the speed of light to get the distance to the sun.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, wow, man.
You just stepped all in it, numpty. Just so we're clear, overall, this isn't and has nothing whatsoever to do with natural science. Now, I can pulverize your mindless, unsupported bounce parrot on any number of fronts. Photons traveling through a second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale vacuum, free space path loss, wave propagation when they're not even waves. But allow me to run home to mama on this one and go outside the box. It was 14 years ago, one of my first presentations. I released it on 3 Christian forums and multiple physics forums. The feedback was profuse laughter, mocking, and ridicule. I said, okay, all right, I'll just wait. 3 months ago, Veritasium essentially streamed my exact presentation. Let's see what he has to say about your "we can tell how far away it is because we can time it" fiasco. Veritasium, if you would, my good sir.
The speed of light is exactly 299,792,458 meters per second. But hear me out. In this video, I will prove to you that light may never actually travel at this speed. And I can say that because no one has actually measured it.
Uh-oh! 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 You want to know what this rate actually is?
A convention. It's known as the Einstein synchronization convention.
It's also a textbook example of
petitio principii, the logical fallacy of begging the question. A particular argument which commits the fallacy of begging the question, a circular argument.
Because you're coming outside the framework of that man-made convention and making claims upon reality. From Albert Einstein, Relativity, the Special and General Theory, authorized translation by R.W. Lawson, 1961, pages 22 and 23. Regarding the speed of light, it would thus appear as though we were moving here in a logical circle. In the same reference regarding the one-way speed of light, Einstein concludes that light requires the same time to traverse the path A to M as for the path B to M is in reality neither a supposition nor a hypothesis about the physical nature of light, but a stipulation which I can make of my own free will in order to arrive at a definition of simultaneity. Ergo, the speed of light, that is the average two-way speed, is merely a convention that we've agreed upon. Therefore, your feeble, fumbling appeal of "we can time it," implying that you can calculate a distance to the sun, is heretofore crushed into the incoherent oblivion. Let's wrap this on up.
Our inability to measure the one-way speed of light.
What you talking about, Willis?
That's what I'm talking about. All your pseudoscientists have is the average two-way speed. But they make like and tell all their parishioners that they know the absolute value of C. They will never, ever validate the one-way speed of light. It's impossible to know. Forever illusory. Which not only reconfirms astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology, belly laugher pseudosciences, which are based on logical fallacy, but deals a death blow.
Fatality.
To your mindlessly parroted, bumbling, McGoober radar sunbounce. How you like them apples? You nose fruit schnoz particle chef? Even if you did know the one-way speed of light, which you or anyone else never will, you must know the precise makeup of the medium between Earth and the Sun. It's most certainly not a second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale vacuum, that's for sure. Time to release my wolf pups. It's feast time. You ready for the ringer, numpties? And no, it's not the whites. In fact, it's the black. It is the ringer, a.k.a. the black, a.k.a. my little fret. So radar uses light to reflect off of objects, yes? In this case, the sun, correct? Well, the sun is a black body. Uh-oh! A black body's reflectivity is much like the collective Baltard IQ. 0. So, can you tell us how in the flying Fukuyama can you reflect light off a black body when black bodies don't reflect light? Por favor. Can you riddle us that, crayon munchers? You bumbling, boneheaded Dunning-Kruger bozos take then run with any and all claims given to you by your pseudoscience priests at Wiki and Discovery Channel without a whiff of due diligence or scrutiny. Why? I know why. Because you're fanatical religitard zealots that couldn't tell your ass from a pipe wrench. That's why. This tear-jerking belly laugher has no less than 4 paradoxes. 4! I'd bet the farm if your wiki priest told you were facultative anaerobe woodpeckers, all we'd hear is everywhere we went. Listen up, you woodpecking window lickers. From one of the most prestigious universities in the entire world, Brown University, brown.edu. The sun is a black body.
Oh, yeah.
From Science Direct, section 1.14.4.1, black body radiation. A black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light is reflected. Uh-oh! And therefore, at low temperature, it appears black. Emission from a black body is temperature dependent, and at high temperature, a black body will emit a spectrum of photon energies that span the visible range, and therefore it will appear white. The sun is an example of a high temperature black body. Section 2. Absorptivity. A black body's surface completely absorbs external irradiation.
Fatality.
Regardless of direction and wavelength distribution. Its surface absorptivity is always 1. So alpha wavelength equal alpha equal 1. The reflectivity of a black body is always 0. End of citation. And a belly laugher end to your feebly pathetic, mindlessly parroted dumpster fire of epic proportions. You'd have better luck bouncing a McButtermilk McBisquick McBiscuit off a baboon, McBooger eater.
But here is the publication. You can look at it yourself. You can read all about it yourself. V.R. Eshelman, R.C. Barthy, and P.P. Gallagher.
Say hello to my little friend!
Booger eater. You will never, ever recover.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.